ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission.
Yeah, I came to change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck, keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. Do I already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, shh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh. Game time. We on a conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices, every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this year, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win-win-win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Pedal to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game? Say, oh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, oh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Oh, shut down. Say, oh, shut down. Say, oh.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run them out in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my own, just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain leads the greatest. And this my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't quit the fight until the last rain. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third war in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third war in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop.
want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one.
Go on ahead, give me your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep on going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, see me standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deli crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me,
so like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play, so like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pole to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise the novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play, so like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play, so like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all tuck in, they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licking sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play, so like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play, so like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes.
no key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind. It's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah, you know I don't really do this too often. Yeah, I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cash? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please CC me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I'm mine like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. And it's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the gold. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say. We about action, we don't say.
Come on, you know what it's about, right?
Look, I wanted this LED and they're on sale.
Mark the door!
I didn't know what White Dragon's score was going to be. Didn't expect it to be 2-2, so I'm very excited to see what's
Your speakers.
Jeopardy Sacks playing! 5v5 on the ball! Grab the ace, grab the nexus, grab the bait!
Defeat.
Alexa. Teal mode.
100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind. All we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
I'm running like a nosebleed. So stick 'em up, spread 'em out like a rollie. Hey, show me love like you know me. I'ma make 'em whoop whoop like the police. Helen Keller forever, I'm about to grow dumb. I need a fuck to borrow because I got none. I got ways for days, you're looking washed up. If you're in the way, you may just have a problem. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Specjalne dostępne, tak samo jak i dostępne jest to wombo combo ze strony Agoro.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Amazon European Masters Day 2. Today's a big day. We have double the Danes, double the dynamite here on the casting desk as I Duckling for the first 3 games will be joined by Gulborg. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I'm back with my old partner from the Danish scenes, back at the grassroots. We're doing all right. So yeah, I'm looking forward to today's games.
And I mean, yesterday wasn't bad either as we had upsets galore, substitutions, Unicorns of Love beating Vitality B, and let's have a look back at some of those games very soon. And talking about that, let's just have a look. The first game in particular to me, Machko, also the team we'll be casting here first. They did some special stuff in the draft, Gulborg. Let's put it like that.
They certainly did. That Heimerdinger in the mid lane and Shaco, of course, coming through in the jungle. I saw stuff on Twitter as well. Vega was speaking with Hoha, and he was kind of saying that, guys, I told you to put this combo in the bot lane, not in the mid jungle. And, we've seen what can happen when these mad scientist draft goes too far.
Yeah, second game, BDSA managing to take down the Lions, and moving on to the third. This was a close thought banger. VCC really trying to carry Zero Tenacity here on that silver, but in the end, Giants were simply too strong as the LVP picked up their first win of the MSN European Masters main event.
Yeah, I mean, Giants is one of these roster who's got ex-LEC caliber talent trying to make it back into one of the major regions, and you can certainly see it with some of their experience and individual prowess too. But at the same time, even on Zero Tenacity, you still see stable names like Sepex and VCC, as you mentioned, that we've seen loads of times at this tournament. So certainly looking to try and pick up more than just a victory or loss they had against Giants yesterday.
Yeah, moving in to the fourth game here. Game Ward going up against Schalke 04 Esports. It was a little bit back and forth considering the circumstances, but in the end, Game Ward managed to pull through and set themselves atop the table for now. Lucian Nami, a pick you would have watched in Sunday over in Fnatic versus XL, was weird there, but here it worked out wonderfully for Heretics.
It most certainly did, and I think this is a team that a lot of people will have to keep their eyes peeled on. Jack Spectre, of course, in spring this year was on everybody's minds when he didn't make it into the LEC, and now he's at the European Masters trying to prove why that really is.
And this game was an absolute banger. Unicorns of Love 6th edition toppling the Vitality B hype train. They look good in planes. They were clean Vitality B, but coming up against the best the Prime League had to offer, they honestly stood no chance. It was a dominant win there for Unicorns of Love.
I mean, it was a surprising victory to me as well. I feel like Vitality has for such a long time been one of the teams that when they hit their base levels to do their solo laners and their jungler, they're an incredible team. But yesterday, Unicorns of Love completely dismantled them. And I think they are certainly a team that we will now have to keep a lookout throughout the tournament as well when they display this kind of talent on the first day.
I am very excited to see how far that roster going. I'm excited to see if Vitality B can pick themselves back up again. But moving into the schedule, what do we have on the menu today? Rather, the standings, what did we have on the menu yesterday, you could say, as Unicorns of Love and Giants sit atop the Group A, as we just discussed. Heretics and BDSA Academy getting the wins in Group C. Over in Group B, Dusty and Game Mode sit atop.
Yeah, I mean, so for surprises, I think Group A was the one with the biggest surprise. Group B obviously haven't been played yet, so no surprises there just so far. In Group C, though, Heretics, BDS Academy currently topping the league. I'm expecting it to continue like that. Hopefully, the Lions and SK Gaming can prove me wrong in that regard, but that's a very stacked group, especially on the top end. And then in Group D, which feels like it was more a kind of free-for-all group than some of the other groups with Dusty, Game Watch, Schalke, and Matchco. I still think that both teams or all teams in this group will have something to prove. Looking forward to advance into the tournament.
Yeah, I am very excited for that. So excited that we didn't actually get the schedule before, so we should be having it ready in just a couple seconds. But until then, I do want to talk about the games we have. Game Mode against Machko Esports will be the first. The Lions versus Heretics next up. Dusty versus Schalke. A crucial game for both teams to really solidify who will be going in to the knockouts there already, it feels like. As we do also open up Group B, with X7 Esports taking on Anathorsis Famagusta, a team that made it through the play-ins. And then Battle of the LEC Academies between SK Gaming Prime and BDS Academy. And into the last game, we have yet another banger here on the MSN European Masters. That's LDLC take on Aggro Road.
I think there's many games to look forward to here. The opening, of course, is one, but I also think that Dusty and Schalke 04 game is something to look forward to, and especially the game that closes out today, of course, with LDLC going up against I already lost it. Going up against the Go Rogue, there we have it. Especially because the Ultra Liga, especially since the Ultra Liga throughout the European Masters has been one of these regions that at times have struggled to really hit that mark ever since a Go Rogue won the tournament. Ever since then, it's kind of been a regression from the region, and they are certainly looking to come back. I think this kind of a Go Rogue roster had a phenomenal regular season, and they're looking to continue with that.
Yeah, and I think the Ultra League can go far regardless, though. I want to focus on our first matchup. Game Mode, the LFL 4th seed, going up against the PG National Champions, Machko. And starting off with Machko, Guldborg, a team that seems to have their biggest strength be their cheese that they bring to the draft, but what could also be their biggest weakness, like we saw yesterday with the Shaco Heimerdinger not working out.
We always see these kinds of team at the European regional in the European regional scene, right? We saw Bison last year as well. Before them, it used to be Gamer Legion. That was kind of the team that would also bring these weird picks with Yanin and Vistum down towards that bottom lane. So I love the fact that they still exist, but as you said yourself, traditionally speaking, these teams have been their own worst enemy. It is a best of one, of course, so having wacky picks that can suddenly catch your opponent off guard can be beneficial to you, but more times than not, we'll actually see them outdraft themselves because they try to be too creative with their picks, and I think yesterday was a good example of that.
Yeah, and then moving it over to the side of Game Mode, the team from LFL that had to participate in the Amazon European Masters play-ins, they had some good wins. They absolutely dominated Bison's pentakill for NX. He was full bill at 23 minutes, but they also dropped a game to White Dragons from the LP Law. They almost threw a 10k gold lead up against Genk from Benelux. So it's a team that has shown very good high ceilings, but also dropping some games to some teams that they should have comfortably beat.
The same happened back in their own region in the LFL, right? They did it quite often in the regular season. Coming into the start of it, they looked really solid. They were the second place team for the longest time, and they were looking to continue down that path and be the team that was going to rival LDLC before BDS Academy kind of had that resurgence. But then all of a sudden, they just started finding these inconsistencies in the gameplay. They dropped games here and there that you really didn't expect them to. And it seems like this trend has continued with them, not only in playoffs, but all the way to the European Masters and play-ins, of course. But traditionally speaking, this is a front-to-back team. They have the great front line in the top lane and Melonic. You have your two carries to play for in the back line, which is usually Checolat on a control mage, Desir, stuff like that. Of course, bringing XLEC experience to the table. And speaking of that, XLEC experience, Inex as well down in that bottom lane has actually had a killer season and quite often will be the recipient of a lot of bans in Champ Select because he's got a very unique style in terms of all the different kinds of tools he can bring out from that arsenal, you know, the Ezreal, the Kalista, and any other AD carry that's still a stable meta. So certainly something to look forward to down in the bottom lane of Game Mode.
Yeah, and just adding a little bit more to that Inex point, he even went to Worlds with Unicorns of Love just a couple of years ago. So he's been through it all, you could kind of say, in terms of playing at the highest level we even have here in the world. But I also want to talk about Melonic. His GP is very good, has been banned out throughout a lot of the split. Normally weak side, but in the series against Genk, he actually whipped out an Akali and had some very good fights there, being able to find the right flank and really disrupt what Genk wanted to do.
I think that's interesting between both top laners of the team there. You have Acidi and Melonic, who both used to be GP connoisseurs in that regard. GP has been hit with quite a few nerfs, though, ever since that he was in his prime, and I don't know if both these top laners are still feeling confident in bringing him out. Right now, it feels like having a either full carry to play for, like a Yone, Akali, or even Aatrox to bust out, is something to look for, or you just to completely disregard yourself and become a selfless player that wants to play with the Ornn, with the Sejuanis, and then facilitate the rest of the team. So it's going to be interesting in the approach that the top laners are going to be taking against each other. But for me specifically, I have to look at the mid lane matchup. Haha has really been a name, if you've been watching the PG Nationals, that have gone noticed, and I think for good reason. So seeing how good his fundamentals in that mid lane laning phase will go up against the former LEC player in Checolat is certainly something to look forward to.
I am very excited, especially for Haha. I had the honor of casting him back in the Norwegian scene back when he was there, and I've seen him play stuff like full AP Sejuani mid lane, full tank Malphite as well, so anything can really come out of this guy as we do move into the draft. Game Mode with the first bans, the Ivern, it's something Machko likes to play. They like to flex it around, so
that's the worst thing, right? It's not even just a jungle Ivern, it can be put into a lane as well, so that's crazy. I do expect that Game Mode will rely more on just the standard League of Legends, and then when it comes to Machko, I'm not even going to try to predict anything. I'm just going to let them show us what they have prepared.
Yeah, let's see what happens with them, but they do ban out Checolat Swain as the first one. Azir to follow up, so you mentioned the mid lane matchup, Guldborg. It's certainly being targeted from Machko's side here.
Yeah, and I think with good reason as well. Of course, Checolat brings loads of experience, and I think you can see the respect that he's all of a sudden garnered in the Champ Select as well. In LFL specifically, we have quite often seen that if you're going to first pick anything, it would actually be like an Ornn or Sejuani, where you just want that front liner secured immediately. But taking a look at what we've seen from the LEC throughout the weekend, seeing that Yuumi has not been banned yet, and we also playing on 12.15, could just go and be a first pick immediately from Camellias, unless they're looking for something completely different.
And you talked about the top lane as well, both liking to play the GP. That is open, so could maybe get first pick here if they want to focus on Melodic in the top lane, or maybe Azadi will take it in the next rotations. At the moment, the mid lane though is what's being hovered. A lot of mid lane champions, 3 out of 3 bans here from Magicka going towards that mid lane. So let's see if they want to take something stable away from the pool, or if they just want to move back to what worked best for them here and the MSL European Masters play-ins, Silver for Anex.
Yeah, so that means that Seri Yuumi is available if that's a rotation that you're looking for. For Muchco, we haven't seen all too much, at least from yesterday, the normal front to back composition that you would expect from them. So either we'll probably see a standard rotation in terms of meta rotation of these champions, or we'll just see them come up with some flex picks now in 1 and 2. But no, Yuumi is up. You have to grab the cat.
And let's see if it will be the Sari Rarish, someone who is known to play mages a lot and not really play a lot of these high mechanical champs. And I mean, do you want to define Sari's high mechanical champ? Press Q a lot, but I mean, you do have to aim them.
I mean, it's all about positioning in reality, right? That's why you see such a big skill discrepancies between solo queue series and her win rate that's just been tanking, and then pro play with a way bigger win rate. But they don't need to secure the AD carry for themselves. Sivir has already been first picked on the side of Game Warp, so there's no need for you to just pick up your AD carry. You can always grab it on 3, or even just wait further along the things, because I mean, it's Muchco. Are we going to see something like the Garen? Are we going to see something like completely different and Bruiser paired up with the Yuumi? Something that could come out if they're mad enough for it, but they are one of a mad scientists teams. On the side of Game Mode, if you want to keep it traditional, you kind of just grab your jungler here. You can pick up a support, or you can grab a Sylas in the mid lane, which of course is still open and something that would be nice having just in terms of priority of these champions, especially since the mid lane champions have already been banned out from Chocolat.
And with the vibe being locked in, the Seri starts looking a little bit not as optimal here, as Nautilus also locked in. So bot lane secured here for Game Warp the jungle as well. Let's see if Magicka will look to round out their bot lane, or they will try and prioritize something else.
It's actually quite funny. Chocolat was tweeting earlier today saying, how do you guys play against a Heimerdinger? Any counter picks? Whereas Haha immediately responded, yeah, I think you should pick Sylas into it. Go melee champions, it's really good. But no, Yuumi has been locked in, and since there, of course, still is a power pick in the AD carry position, Muchco has actually decided, saying, you know what? Maybe we'll play a normal game of League of Legends today, and maybe we'll go for some of these normal champions that has the meta priors that we've seen so far. And there you have it, Yuumi Seri down towards the bottom lane. So that means solid enough Muchco is still available. Of course, we'll look to ban that out, and from the side of Game Mode, it's the exact same scenario.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what will be happening from Magicka, because, as you say, they're looking like they're wanting to play a normal game of League of Legends, but that could quickly change. We saw the Shaco Heimerdinger last time around. Will we see something like that? At the very least for C-Boy, the way it looks, he's back on a normal jungler, so he actually gets to show what this guy can do as the Sylas gets removed from Magicka. Game Mode, they will focus on the top lane as they ban Azadi's win away.
This is going to be interesting. Is this just going to be straight up 5 mid lane bans against Chocolat, since you haven't picked it in the first rotation? They're really trimming out his champion pool, and even in that regard, Muchco will probably leave the counter pick open for Haha as well. So let's see. No, we'll leave it at 4 mid lane bans, and the other one will go over to Bjorn, which has been a stable champion in the LFL in terms of line picks. So yeah, second ban phase for Muchco completed.
Yeah, watch Chocolat now like something completely weird and still go 10-0 and feel like those 4 bans were really wasted in the end. The guy can do it all, but let's see what Game Warp will round out with. So another ban up against Azadi, his Renekton, now also being taken off the table.
So looking at a Renekton ban coming through could mean you're just looking for a straight up Sejuani. Yeah, and since then the other team is picking first, maybe they'll grab the Sejuani for themselves. Nara is still up if you want to play it into it. Obviously, it has seen some nerfs and does not have the same power that it did in the earlier patches that we had. Even Sejuani will have kill pressure on it. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think from a mid lane point of view, you can straight up just go for a normal control mage if you're looking to just secure a normal playstyle front to back, as we've seen so many times from Game Ward. And even then, tanks are still available if you're looking for backline to come through here. Even Malphite could be a possibility, despite it not being too much AD damage. Just having that extra lockdown on a Seri with already what you have here, right? You see it, the Nautilus, the Vi, the dive in with the Vex as well. So I would love to see something that wants to follow up in that regard should a teamfight break out. And Aatrox also has the ability for that with the movement speed and dashes in his kit.
So now on to Magicka's side. Haha. What is optimal for him? Does he want to go something supportive that can try and help Rarish? Does he want to add damage himself? What do you feel will be an optimal pick here for him?
Well, into the Vex, normally one of her biggest weaknesses is just the fact that she can get pushed out and roamed in the early game. But now the problem for Mochko is a lot of these champions have been banned by themselves as well. And instead, they're going to take the approach of actually just roaming around. This is a team composition straight up just built for peeling Rahish. And then, of course, you can go in with the Malphite and the Galio on top of C-Boy when he's looking for the engagers. But a very traditional front to back coming out from Mochko. Yeah, surprising to see, but nonetheless exciting.
It wouldn't be a Mochko draft without a little bit of a spice thrown into the end. Galio, man, that's been a while since I've really seen him go into the mid lane for competitive play. Regardless, the big thing for me here is to take away, C-Boy is back on an actual jungler where he can have an impact. He was really struggling in that first game on the Shaco, didn't end up working out. The MVP of summer 2021 for Mochko there in the PG Nuts will have to show what he's made of. But overall on the draft, how do you feel Mochko got away here? Because I really like what Game Mode has going on, let's be completely honest.
I mean, I feel like both teams have something they can be happy about. I might think it's a little easier executing the team composition you have on Game Mode. It just feels like it's built to shut down Seri with the amount of lockdown you have. You already got the Nautilus ultimate, then you have the Vi ultimate on top. There's a Vex follow-up too. If you blow up the AD carry immediately and you have a Sivir to play for, it doesn't really matter that there's so much peel from the side of Mochko because Sivir is very slippery and there's not the exact lockdown you're looking for in terms of just shutting her down. So I feel like if we go to the late game and everyone's just sitting at 4-5 items, Game Mode should be the team kind of going forward. But I feel like on the other end, there's a lot of playmaking potential as well from Mochko that you can't take away from them. And specifically Haha, I think there's a lot of pressure on his shoulder in terms of finding some of these plays and windows that can be punished.
And that's what I want to ask you about as well, because we mentioned their biggest strength and their biggest weakness is their draft. Do you think they have thrown anything away here in terms of the draft? Or do you think, you know, they've actually done a bit of a mastermind on the draft?
I mean, I think we'll have to see that for ourselves. If I have to just log in and play either of these supports right now in the game, I'd probably just put myself in Camillea's footsteps and play the Nautilus. I find it interesting with the 2v2 as well. If you go for the Glacial and you have the Nautilus, if Yuumi ever dismounts, you can literally just flash on her immediately. She can't root or go to a host because she's obviously been CC'd. And then there's Glacial Race on her. You can follow up with a hook afterwards, and she should just be dead. So I think for Click, playing this laning phase, it sounds weird saying this about a Yuumi, but there's actually some caution that he needs to take, and he needs to be careful whenever he dismounts.
And with that first blue starting up, it will be both junglers starting on the blue side. Is there any lane in particular we should be focusing on here in the early game, Group World to expect some action later?
I mean, I think for the side of Game Mode, there's not really too many plays where you're looking for playmaking. I actually think, and it's going to sound weird, but there's good playmaking potential for the Mochko top lane if they want to, just due to the fact that you have Wukong, who can stack up the Sejuani passive so easily, and against a champion like Aatrox, who is not that tanky and does not have the lifesteal to sustain himself in the early game, you could look for something, especially when Acity has gone for the Ignite. But from the side of Game Mode, they really just want the slow pace early game where they keep the tracking going on C-Boy. If they can locate him on the first 3 clears, well, then they don't really have to worry about anything. They can reach up to level 6 where they really come online.
Yeah, and as the Dredge Flying connects down in the bot lane, a small trade will unfold. Good amount of damage coming through from the side of Game Mode, particularly onto Raurish, as he will take a little bit of a hit there. C-Boy, in terms of his pathing, has gone from taking full clear down on the bot side, but then instantly onto the red. Might be looking for a little bit of a cheesy gank, or maybe going towards his Croc afterwards, as Akabane has made his way down to his own red buff himself.
Yeah, but I also think there's good early intervention coming through from Chocolat. He just crashed a wave, moved over to the Raptor area, put down a ward. He probably would have gotten more info if he placed the ward just over the Raptor wall, but I think Haha was in a position to kind of deny that a little bit. But should C-Boy walk into the river now, then they would have the intel, and then immediately Melonic and Chocolat would know what's about. Down towards the bot side. They could be looking for a gank here.
Yeah,
no cleanse available for Rahish.
Very big wave here stacked up as Game Mode now step up and want to get the kill. Ghost already popped. The exhaust comes through as well, but the dive looks to be clean as Camilleus flashes away from the last turret shot and barely survives. Inax, one more hit, not quite enough. The cat left alone. Might be turned into some food here in just a moment as Akabane will tank the turret, and he will be able to make his way out. Clean dive from Game Mode.
Yeah, it's brilliant from Game Mode here. Really punishing on the fact, no cleanse to flash out of replay immediately. It's a stacked up wave. C-Boy's pathing up towards the top side. He's already found out. And just like that, 2 kills go over to Game Mode. Brilliant from them.
The kills also on Inax, probably the most important carry this game. We've seen him take over games on the server as we look to watch that dive one more time.
On the replay, once again, just brilliant that Camilius is the one tanking it up immediately, can flash out. Exhaust came down on Akabane quite early while he was charging it, and I think good on him for keeping the patience to hold it up. And now with the tower shots, I think you want to wait 4 seconds before the tower shot passive resets, where the turrets won't hit like a truck, and you can see they display that there once again with great patience coming out from Akabane before they go for the engage.
I didn't actually know that. Very nice info, Gulbo, as I do also want to talk about Game War for a little bit. Having a chat with Ruud, one of the LFL casters as well, in the English, of course. He mentioned Game War was one of the best thinkers of LFL, being very smart to know their own strength and their team or opponent's weaknesses as well, as we do have to keep our eyes on that top lane trade as Melonic. It's just a very good trade here as it.
Yeah, I'll say that they are until they aren't, because sometimes they can definitely get overconfident and maybe stop thinking too much. I think they give the respect to the opponents that need it, and sometimes they forget to give it to the teams that maybe shouldn't have it. It's difficult to say because they did lose to some of the bottom end teams in the region. They were one of the first teams to lose to Upland as well, which was one of the doomed teams of LFL. But for now, after the struggles they've had in the regular season, after having to play through play-ins, they have a good start to their second games of the main states at least.
Have been looking very good, and while this might be the organization's first Amazon European Masters, these players definitely know what it takes to make it far. Akabane and Melonic have both made it to the semi-finals before only losing to Carmine Corp, and Chocolat has won the whole thing with Agoro.
Oh, missed out on a ward here, so they will get the info that someone's coming for an invade. C-Boy not really respecting it so far.
Getting up for now, but you can feel the tension is high. This focus on the bot lane from Game Ward really playing dividends as the first Drake has also spawned, but C-Boy will look for a gank in the meantime. The cat is on top of Rarish, a bit of extra damage for Camilius. Doesn't have the flash after the earlier dive. Good turnaround from Inax though, C-Boy low. Same with Rarish. Akabane has the flash, has the Q. The kill might come through as he flashes for the extent.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Gets them both, it's fantastic. Shadow Surge to get another. It's 3 kills for Game Ward.
And that's just beautiful from Akabane as well. Overextension from Mochko, not respecting the fact that he was going to be around the area once they engaged. If you don't blow up a target immediately, well, we saw what happened. Akabane comes around, and I love the E from the wire there to pick up the target afterwards. Great engage coming through. Still had the flash from the exchange earlier, and then Chocolat to finalize on that play. It's 5 kills to 0 currently in this game.
Might be taken back to the Amazon European Masters planes because this is looking like Inax's game up against Bison's. This could go very wrong very quickly. Good boss, we look at it one more time.
I mean, you just don't have a lot of engage or anything to lock anyone down. You have a Yuumi, so as soon as this happens, you need to bail out immediately. Akabane gets spotted on a ward, but the retreat is just way too late. And look at the flash once again. The buy E to pick up the kills then the boomerang still in the air from Inax to pick up the kill. Chocolat comes around just to finalize that play, and it's just beautiful.
So if you're Mochko now, you have kind of lost the bot lane in that sense. You're 1.5k behind already on your AD carry. What is C-Boy's next move? How can he try and get something back here for the side of the line?
I mean, now you have the counter response. Cooldowns are down just for a little bit, at least from Chocolat's side, where Haha still has his cooldowns available should they look for Skirnews anywhere. On the top side of the map, I still think they can look for plays. They have the aggressive summoner spells in the Ignite. But the bot lane right now, well, you gotta put it on ice. You need to get this Seri back into the game, just stabilize her. Don't look necessarily for any plays there, but make sure that she's allowed to play the game, because Inax might be put in a position when as soon as he finishes up that first mythic, the Kraken Slayer, they're gonna need help.
I think they're already gonna need help regardless. Rough early game here for Mochko, who are already really looking to grasp at some straws. Maybe a Herald could turn it around, but as we see, the priority in the top lane is for Melonic. In the mid lane, it's also for Chocolat, so Akabane will start it up as soon as it's born.
Yeah, Camilius out on a walkabout as well, looking to pay Haha a visit.
Oh, the Dread Flying catches him out of the heroic punch. Haha, pretty tanky, so he is still able to walk it out. That's pressure, and that's control for the side of Game Ward.
And that's the problem, right? You can have a winning top side. Not saying that Mochko have it right now, but in the theory of it. But if enemy bot lane suddenly has won their lane, then they can always set their support out first. And when that happens, well, they can just create that man advantage on the top side and still win out on, for example, a Herald play instead. But on the bot side, C-Boy should be able to pick up the first neutral objective in the Infernal Drake that he's currently soloing.
Yeah, so that's the silver lining of the play that happened before down bot lane. Akabane had started up this Drake, but then dropped it to go and get 3 kills for game mode. So obviously a massive win for them, but it means Machko is able to get something back here. They may have just lost the Herald. And speaking of the Herald, let's see if Camillus is this hook though. Shouldn't be in range. The clone is
the
also
clone
there.
will always be there. So
Yeah,
I think the
C-Boy,
big
don't
problem
overextend
that...
now.
Oh,
He's going for this blue man. Just accept it, leave it. Akabane is just, well, you don't want to do this, C-Boy. As he finally gives up and gives that blue buff over. But talking about the Herald reward, where is Akabane's best way to put it? You just try and get Inax even further ahead and get him that first item as soon as possible.
I mean, I think that you should just move Chocolate down towards the bot side right now instead. And then since you knew you just force C-Boy away from the lane with him being low HP and Haha and reset timers, I think you had a window where you could have used the Herald right there and just pick up the first Fury if that's what you're looking for. Instead, Chocolate's going to push into mid lane now. Cabane is going to clear out his spot side camps, and he's just going to be on the Fog of War in the top side of the map. Not looking for play, but it forces Acidi to kind of step back just a little bit. And he cancels it with Haha moving on.
Chocolate, personal space, will give that personal space, as he also had the flash available if he really ended up needing it. Now though, C-Boy might be looking for a play here. There is a control in the other bush, so he will have to walk through this try one, as Frozen Tomb, or Glacial Prison rather, will be available for Acidi if he wants to go for it. He's down to half HP. World Ender available as well. This might be a desperation play, as we do also see Chocolate and Akabane on their way towards the bot lane, so soon it could be disaster down there for Machko.
Yeah, this was the play I talked about just before that they had a window to commit to. Now they can still do it. And they don't even need to deploy the Herald just yet. Keeping this bot lane turret alive with Rarish forced away from it just essentially means that he's going to be losing out on farm, gold, and experience. So keeping the turret alive for now is very beneficial, seeing as there's still 4 minutes before the turret plating is going to fall off.
And I kind of want to zoom out and mention, in the game against Game Ward and Gank Down in the Amazon European Master Players Knockout, they did this exact thing to Tiger and Mooks down in the bot lane, putting a Yuumi and a Sari behind. But the problem is, at that point, Royal Cannon was playing Azir mid lane. He was scaling, and he ended up becoming a huge factor in the game. This time, your mid laner is a tank. Galio, yes, you'll do some damage buying a bit of AP, but if your AD carries are behind, you don't have any late game insurance in the mid lane to try and bring yourself back. This is looking very dark at the moment for me.
It's certainly difficult. They haven't really been able to get anything much out of that Infernal Drake, and even when we fast forward to the second Infernal, or the second Drake, that'll be spawning in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't think Game Ward's going to let them be in a position where they actually can pick that up. So I think they are running a little bit on a timer, just in the regard that now the Game Ward has moved into the bot lane and the mid lane. They still have the Rift Herald available, and yeah, there you have it. They're just going to commit to the play.
More plates and more gold for Inax and C-Boy. Alongside Click will be here to try and defend alongside Haha, but Akabane will simply watch it go in. That's the gold over to both Chocolate and Akabane. More gold from Melanic up on the top side as well. This gold lead is ballooning over into the favor of Game.
I mean, you can already see it. Inax is sitting with a 2.5k gold lead.
My god.
On the top side, Melanic naturally is sitting on a 1k gold lead as well. Even in the jungle, there's a big discrepancy. So, yeah, it's very difficult for Machko at all, but great play coming out from Game Ward once again.
Final chapter is available if they want to try and lock Chocolate up, but Camillus, Inax, both on the way. Flash already out for Chocolate. He might go down, and that's the first kill for Machko. But let's see what Game Ward can get back. Eyes on Inax. He has 1.5 items already. Rarish, though, actually stacking up good damage. Both 2 kills back in the favor of Game Ward will mean they can clean up the fight. You have to think, as Rarish flashes forward. He wants Inax. Sari gaining, baby. No, the dredge line from Camillus stops the fight and gives Game Ward the win.
So Game Ward still gets that one, but at least Rarish picked up a few of the kills there, and he got some gold back into this game. Shutdown coming through on Inax too, so that's certainly going to be something you can spend in the bank. But you see how difficult the fights become, but I like the productivity from Machko.
We want to take that time to give you guys a very important bit of information after this week.
Go on. Comes out, and I think you can see Click is trying to predict the flash coming through. Unfortunately for him, the patience coming out from Chocolate is great. Click gets dismounted, he gets knocked off by the Nautilus ultimate, and therefore is not able to get back on the host. Had the Vi ultimate from Akabane been on the Sari immediately, maybe the play would have unfolded differently, but they wanted to secure C-Boy before he went back into the clone, and that allowed Rarish to at least pick some things up in that team fight.
So here are the breaking news as we come out of that replay. Don't forget to claim your Prime capsules, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very important announcement. In a couple hours, it will go from the August one to the September one. So if you haven't claimed your August one, you can do it now. In a couple hours, you'll get your September one. And what do you get? RP, Mythic Essence skins, Eternals, Champions. It's got everything. Why not claim it?
It's actually broken.
Yeah, it is.
Not gonna lie, the value of it is actually kind of insane, and I'm not even saying that because I'm like here. Well, as we get to the second Drake of the Amazon European Masters, it is a mountain Drake to fight against here, and once again, Game Ward in a position to completely just own this objective for themselves. Muchco, not much is left open for them on the map, and finding a team fight from the get-go, where it's just 4 versus 4. Well, I don't think they're going to be having the same kind of success that they just had in the previous fight down in the bot lane.
Yeah, Amazon big play there as Game Ward managed to take their first Drake of the game, giving 9% extra resistances, both in the Armor and Magic Resist category, for every single member on the team, as the Ocean Soul has claimed the Rift. Does this benefit any team? Is it something they're happy with in terms of the Soul?
I mean, I think that they're quite happy about it on Game Ward, especially when you're behind. Having that extra health regen in a team fight is really going to be difficult for Muchco to deal with when they haven't even completed the items that they really needed, or they're playing on the same curve. Surprising to see that Muchco, though, is actually allowed to gain control of the topside area here with the Rift Herald. So resets came through after taking the Drake. Question is, can the rest of Game Ward come around this objective before Muchco finishes off?
Not many summoners here, but Camilius has them both, so he could pretty much pick out a target. Raj, no Ghost, no Flash, will have a hard time escaping a cease and desist, as here comes the World Ender. Will at the very least get the Herald. C-Boy still in the pit though, with Click on him, going in for the fight. They get on to 3. Here comes the Heroes entrance down as they slam on top of Game Ward. Chocolate looks for Raj, but he'll be locked up with the Glacial Prison. The fight still alive. Raj down to about 20% HP, but Chocolate falls. Melonic will be the one who has to do the damage. He'll try and slam down on Raj, but he kites around. He'll get Akabane. That's 4 for the side of Muchco.
Yeah, big mistake for Game Ward. They have so much CC in their toolkit, but none of it is being used on the series. So Raj is allowed to just sit in the background and deal out the damage. Once again, a team fight where it goes kind of even, but considering Muchco is this far behind, them trading even right now is positive for them.
What happened to Inex?
He got blown up. C-Boy found a brilliant engage. And I think as we take a look at the replay, we'll see what unfolds. But it's great teamwork between Haha and C-Boy in terms of setting up that engage.
That's the Danish Dynamite. What else can I say, man? But not much else to add there, as very surprising and very good engage. Really what they needed to be able to win a fight. And let's look at it one more time. Eyes on Inex.
Honestly, I thought it was really dire for C-Boy, because I thought he was going to get found out immediately. But yeah, you have knock up immediately, no flash, you get CC down, Lost Chapter on top of it. And that's really just how they finalized like that immediately. Great front line, it's just eating Rahi as soon as all the CC has been exchanged. To the point where even when Melonic flashing forward, or Seri of course dashing over the wall, able to pick up a kill against Akabane. And I think in total, 4 goes down over in Game Ward, which of course Muchco is very happy about.
Very surprising, as Game Ward will manage to pick up that second Herald of the game, but the goal lead still very much in Game Ward's favor. It is, I think it's 2.2k on the AD carries, it's almost 2k in the mid lane, 2.5 down up in the jungle. I'm very impressed by how Muchco managed to win that fight.
But even with them winning that fight, when it comes to playing the map, they're still so far behind. Rift Herald now also in inventory of Game Ward, which is going to make matters even more difficult for them. But with the way they're positioning right now, they could try and look for a team fight once again. They have a lot of cooldowns open. The only one who doesn't have the ult right now is Haha. And with the threat being there and the vision control not in the favor currently of Game Ward, well, they're backing off just a little bit.
Team fighting so far has been great from Muchco, as they will cover Acity up here in the top lane, make sure he doesn't get caught out in any sense of the word. 1.5 minutes until the next Drake. Is this the tactic from Muchco? Guldborg just force a fight regardless of how far behind they are?
Honestly, I was thinking in my head as well, this might just be a game where you just keep forcing, and just catch Game Ward off guard every single time. Because if they're not allowed to create their set plays when they have a gold lead, and you just blow a fight up where they're not expecting it, it could just be what gets you back into the game. It's what's been so successful for them so far, at least in terms of finding the members. But the problem for them right now is that if you want to blow Inex up again, now he has to flash. You need to force that away somehow. So matters is most certainly more difficult than they were in this scenario before.
And on the positive side for Muchco, Rarish also has his sums, but they won't be as important considering the immobility of Sivir. And the point and click CC coming through from Game Ward That's my main question. If they throw that on Rarish, is he healthy enough to survive? Can he survive that? Because he needs to. He needs to be alive. He needs to be able to deal the damage for an extended period of time. Without that, they simply won't have enough damage to win the fight. So, eyes on the AD carries, and that kind of feels like what the meta has been moving towards with the recent changes.
It feels weird as well, because it feels like it's GameWard who should be trying to force a lot of these fights. I'm just saying, if I had an AD carry who is 1 item and a half ahead currently, I'd be running into the enemy jungle 24/7, trying to gather up some of that vision control, trying to force them away. But it's actually Mochko that's been allowed to look for plays all the time, and they're actually trading here. Might even look for a dive on Melonic.
Yeah, pretty ambitious though, in my eyes, as the World Ender is available. He could heal up for a very good amount, but Acidity simply too tanky. Big shutdown over to Seaver.
Yeah, so Mochko still allowed to look for plays. Here comes the counter response though. Those are 3 members on the top side. Riftel just deployed in bot lane. Let's see how much they can get.
At one turret, the mid lane turret will fall as well, as it's only Rarish there to try and defend it. Can't really do anything about this charge, so that's 2 charges with Shirley, as it will be 1.5 turrets, 2.5 turrets. I just forgot that one in the mid lane as well. Acidity should be able to get 1 turret up back here, but still overall, GameWard get a lot back considering they only lost 1 in the top.
Yeah, but this is how the trade should be going when you're this far ahead. If you're Mochko and you're just responding to plays like that, you should be losing out. So you can only look for so much. So them fighting a shutdown at least and a turret on the top side, is still something that gives them a little bit in a map state where they probably shouldn't get too much.
Sakabane will secure that second Drake. It turns to play even more into the favor of GameWard, as it was a trade they can be proud of. It is an 8k gold lead at the moment, Guldborg, and it is a very big gold lead, but it doesn't feel 8k big in my eyes, considering how these team fights have played out. It feels like the game is still very much alive, but we'll have to wait and see for the next fight as Rarish finally takes over to that level 11, able to get the Lightning Crash up 1 more point. And Inax, he's the one we need to look at, but on the side of GameWard as well, I'm thinking for the engagers, Chocolat and Akabane might be crucial to see if they can lock down Rarish.
Oh, most certainly, and I think Akabane has had a stellar series so far as well. Remember, a lot of the reason the early game is going so well is because of that bot lane coming in, dive coming in the beginning, and then his plays around the map as well, responding to it. 11 kills he's been part of, so 100% kill participation coming through him with the bot lane as well. So these 3 members have just been the trifecta running around creating plays. And I think now that Baron has spawned, you want to get more aggressive on the top side of the map. You want to sweep away all the defensive vision that Mochko can lay into that red side jungle, and you want to own that. There is 10 seconds until enemy red respawns. You should be looking to contest that. You should be trying to look for fights around that small objective, just because it's something that Mochko shouldn't be allowed to have. And yeah, it gets started. Seaboy looks for it. GameWard gets aggressive. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, Seaboy will at the very least be able to secure the red. Doesn't actually donate it over to Rarish. Surprisingly, yes, Chekla will do a little bit of poke for Haha. Baron, obviously on the cards as we have reached behind that 20-minute mark. And it has been a quiet couple of minutes, and that means pretty much every single summoner spell in the game is back up. You already mentioned how important the Flash and the Cleanse is for Inax, but for Camellias as well, the Flash Ignite, the opportunity to try and lock down Rarish as well and find a pick very much alive for both teams with all the summoners available.
Most certainly. So the reason why they had to back off there was because Acidity had moved up from the bot to top as well, while Melonic was still pathing down towards the bottom lane instead, so he couldn't really look for too much. And now, once they've finally gotten more stable lane states, with now Acidity back in that bottom lane, they can get aggressive on the top side. Looking for Seaboy potentially.
Is being locked up, but that's a good clone. Oh, that feels bad, man. That's the Dirty Blind Death Charge and Flash as well. They pop the Civil as well, man. Oh, I feel bad.
They get a few summoners that way. It's not the way that I imagine Mochko was forcing summoners out of GameWard, but either way, it happens.
That's an Amazon big say, baby.
Still in a good position, and yeah, even Camellia's out with the farm something.
And looking at the items, I think we should turn our eyes towards that Melonic. I see that 2-item spike, 2 items on Akabane as well. But for the carries here of GameWard, they are getting very close to very big 3-item spikes. Rabadon's Death Cap almost there for Chocolat, down in the AD carry position. But Inax, he's building towards an IE, so those carries will really take their damage up a notch when they get that 3rd item.
Yeah, despite the goal lead that GameWard has, the pace of the game is quite slow. They want to take this simple and secure, at least that's what it looks like. 3 items have just been picked up by Inax now. He's got that Infinity Edge. He's an item ahead of the enemy AD carry. Surely this is where we'll see them get aggressive.
They have to. This is such a peculiar game, Guldborg, considering how massive this goal did. But maybe after the negative experiences Game Ward have had of being a little bit too over-eager in the playing stage, when they were making these aggressive plays, when they were ahead, they were a bit too cocky, making some mistakes, and they don't want to repeat that as C-Boy looks for something, but he gets almost deleted. Akebane could look for it here as the cease and desist comes through. The Shadow Surge will connect as well, and Chocolate will take one, but quickly it's turned around, and then Inax though, 3 items in his back pocket, and he'll try to fit his team in there as well in this fight as Rarish still has the ghost, but Game Ward want to disengage. They don't want to go for more as they've already lost the fight.
How did they continue to trade even? I am baffled that Mochko is this in this game. They're 8k behind, and in the 3v3, they just still back off. Obviously 3v3, of course.
I really can't believe what I'm witnessing here as Game Ward are actually being pushed a bit despite being that 8k ahead, and with Drake spawning in 40 seconds, we might potentially see a trade in the objective turf. We look at the overextension here coming through from Game Ward.
Yeah, so C-Boy thought he could go on onto a target, but great stuff from Chocolate to knock him down immediately. Might potentially be a little bit of an overextension coming through from Chocolate, considering that the TP is very late from Melonic as well as to when the plays gets facilitated. Acidi there beforehand, and that really just creates a good front line from the side of Mochko to play around. 4 versus 3, and Game Ward, they just back off immediately. Drake now spawning in less than 10 seconds. Could potentially look for another fight.
Guardian Angels with Akebane, so he can overextend and be resurrected if he really feels like it. Acidi though, very much a tank, and he's an important player in this team to soak up the damage from Inax, but that's the sort of point, being taken down in the moment. As we talk, and haha, C-Boy or anyone really get in the pit to contest. 3k HP still dropping, they don't have vision over C-Boy, can't get the smite, and now that's a hook onto Acidi, who's forced to go golden. Rarish already down to half in some way, not really sure how that happened as they now try and turn around the fight yet again. Chocolate with the Shadow Surge on the edge of the fight. It's Inax already picking up on Rarish. You have to do it, but your team has just evaporated before your eyes, and now you will fall. The cat will be for dinner, and that's an ace for Game Ward.
Ace finally comes through from Game Ward. They manages to finalize the opponent of Mochko. And now what are you looking for? Baron on the cards, 20-second death timers for C-Boy, 30 on the rest of Game Ward. Is now looking for that Baron instead.
Go for the Baron on secure. There's no one there to stop them, and after so many fights that somehow went to Mochko's favor, it finally looked like a fight where you could see the Game Ward was 10k gold ahead.
And this looked like, as you just said yourself, how it should look like. Mochko, they want to try at least to see if there's some avenue for C-Boy to come in and try and get that Drake for themselves. And when the engage sense comes through, they want to blow up the target immediately with the Galio ultimate. I think, unfortunately from them, it's Melodic they're looking for. C-Boy went onto the backline with his ultimate, and they're not focusing down one target. They kind of split the damage, and that's a big problem when you're so far behind. So as soon as all the tools you have in your arsenal has been used, and the rest of Game Mode is sitting with that gold lead that they of course have, then you will just get picked apart as we saw in the fight.
The AoE damage from Inax really shredding through anybody. It doesn't matter if you're building 3 tank items, which is the case for Acidi. You still get melted underneath those boomerangs. Inax are looking to go for the 4th as well. A lot Dominic's Regard will be the next one up as the Amazon Baron power play is truly underway. 1.6k gold already gained, and they will take Mochko's top side as well.
And now it's just playing on 2 lanes. No need to care about that bot lane. If Game Ward or Mochko wants to send members down there, well, they're just going to be losing on the plays elsewhere on the ramp. So you can see it. Chocolate pushing in the mid lane now on the top side. Melonic leading in a wave. Acidi trying to stop them.
Locked up for a while, might be able to dash out. He can still survive a lot of damage. Remember, but that's a Shadow Surge. Straight into the front line. C-Boy low. Haha, golden, but what can you really do much? You're too far behind. This game might be all doom and gloom unless Rarish finds some miracles. Yeah, the lightning crash is already used, but it will run out. That's the fight, and it's just Game Ward continuing to dominate.
You can see they're just waiting out the Seri ultimate, then as soon as it's down on cooldown, well, they advance their troops immediately.
He has to dash away here. Needs to be careful of the damage. Doesn't have much in terms of magic resist to Chocolate. Can do a lot of damage to him, and he's gone. Akebane will pick it up. There's no real frontline now, only C-Boy. Barish, no lightning crash, as we just talked about. It has run out. GA still available. This could be the game. And it certainly will. I mean, that's just clean. Fair play, Chocolate, man. Hats off, Flash, personal space. Nexus turret 1 the target, Nexus turret 2 the target, and I mean, Game Ward, they're just showing the strength of the LFL because that's the 4th seed that will go 2-0 here at the start of the Amazon European Masters main event.
Yeah, there we have it. Still playing around, still playing for a little bit more KDA, and Chocolat will have it too. 7, 3, and 10 on the Vex, and it's just a dominating game coming through from Game 1. A bit sloppy, but in the end they pick up their pieces and they manage to take a 29-game victory here. And I think you really see the individual skill that you're playing against here, because while on the macro level, Game World still leaves much to be decided in the mid game, then from the early game with the laning phase, with the amount of gold leads they're able to get for themselves, just from that alone, it's so difficult to play against them. And I think a lot of credit has to be given to Akabane for that early game coming through from Game World, because he was generally the facilitator every time they were looking for something.
Yeah, Game World, as you said, it wasn't perfect, but it never felt like the game was really not in their hands. They were always with the lead. Great early game, and I do believe we have an interview ready with the Star 80 carry, Inax. I don't know how many silver games he's played so far, but they've all been phenomenal. Welcome to the show. And my first question is, can anyone really stop you in this group? Now you're 2-0.
Well, unfortunate events happen to Schalke, so I guess not. But to be honest, it's EU Masters. People play stuff like Shaco, Heimerdinger, mid-jungle, so you never know what happens. I don't want to get cocky and say we're going to stomp everyone to the pavement, and just focus on the next games, focus on getting better, and aim for a high finish or finals or winning it all.
And diving into this game just a little bit, what's your reflections coming out of it? Because it felt like even though you had a very successful early game, they kept fighting you in the mid game and were successful at it. What's your reflection after the match against Mochko here?
I think we I wouldn't say we got cocky, but we kind of forgot what we had to do to not get killed in fights. Like the Herald fight was really cringe. If we were if we were a bit more focused, if you know what I mean, I think it would be a clean game. But I mean, they do have Wukong Yumi, they do have Sejuani, Zeri is also not that weak, even though I was an item up, like she was doing damage. Like they have a decent draft, and if we don't play good, of course we die, and it looks a bit sloppy. Obviously we will review and improve on that, but yeah, overall, if we play good, would have been a clean sweep.
So my last question here before we round it out. You've been through the play-ins now. You dropped a game to White Dragons. You almost threw a 10k goal lead against Genk. Have you learned anything from that play-in phase? And have you been able to find it useful now coming into the main stage, being better than you were before?
I think play-ins is a big advantage if you're confident that you will get through it. It kind of sets you into the mood of playing the officials. You have more playtime, of course. So, if people are choking, they will choke less. Stuff like this. I think, honestly, it's an advantage. I'd rather play play-ins rather than watch people play it, even if it's against weird teams. And like we even dropped the game to White Dragons, So we, of course, learned stuff from that. And I'm happy that we played through play-ins, honestly. I think it was a good thing.
That's very good to hear. It's good to hear that stage gets some love as well. And thank you so much for your time, Inax, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys.
Yet again.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And with that, we will send it into a short break before we be back with game number 2 as the Lions will look to cause an upset up against Heretics. We will not, I guess.
I'm pretty sure call was post-match, but I may be wrong. So post-match, of course, is...
Forget about it. Let me tear up my script. Let's do this. Post-match. Good ball. Talk to me about what just happened.
Well, what just happened is that you thought we were going to a break, but we're not. We're still talking.
I was keeping you on your toes. Oh,
yeah, okay. You're seeing if I was ready for it, of course. But we got a cool highlight package. There was an editor out there who had to go through the B-roll for this, okay? So we'll have to make sure that his work, of course, is not, has been for nothing. Great bot lane dive once again coming through from Game Board. And you can see that fundamentally in terms of playing for their lanes, they really have their pieces picked together. Here where it gets a little bit sloppy, I think it's also just much credit for Mochko, the fact that they actually managed to keep themselves a little bit in the game, despite how far behind they are through some great team fighting that their drafting facilitates. So yeah, it was certainly not as dominating at Game World has wanted it to be, but nonetheless still a scary showing for them.
And I think, as we mentioned, they were always in control, right? Yes, they lost a couple of kills here. They somehow, the match got a bit back into the game, but as we see here in one of the final fights, they were still very far ahead. They were able to take these dominant teamfights win. This one they snowballed into a Baron and into a game-winning play afterwards as well. So Inax being able to stay alive, the main carry throughout the team so far, and his team ahead of him has just been so good at protecting him, making sure that carry never really falls.
Yeah, so I mean, there was moments, of course, where he did fall, and I think much credit once again to Muchko for finding that window. But when the chips was finally down on the table and it came to playing the objectives, as soon as Game Mode found that Baron for themselves, I think that's really the final nail in the coffin for Muchko. And once again, great productivity coming through from Chocolat, just looking for play immediately as soon as he sees it, and that's really just what finalizes the game.
Yeah, the Baron buff making it too easy for Game Mode to push in and really round it out. And you can see it on the goal lead as well. Even in the moments where Muchko were fighting back, the goal lead never took a hit. It was always very quickly back to where it was before. And as you see after the Drake fight, it exploded. They got 19,000 gold ahead. That's a lot of gold. And even though we've talked too much about Inax, it is actually, surprisingly to me, Chocolat with by far the most damage, dealing 27k. Maybe there's something there in the Vex we didn't know before.
There's also the things that he's playing into a Galio. So you only, like, throughout laning phase, you get 3 damage stats, like, all the way through. But I think in teamfights, Chocolat showed up massively. And that's also why the damage numbers are looking at they are. Inax was quite often the target. He had to spend a lot of time of just trying to run away from the opponent, where Chocolat was in the lucky position where he had to focus on getting in the face of the opponent. And having a Vi and a Nautilus to facilitate your engages is just a great build-up in terms of that game or playstyle you're really looking for. So I think for all of Game Mode, I think individually there was not really any weaknesses. The only sloppy like individual moment may be Camillea's going forward, flashing on a Wukong clone. Outside of that, I think they're all still showing that great individual LFL playstyle that we're so familiar with, especially at the European Masters. But in terms of the macro, of course, that still need to respect their opponents a little bit. As Inax said themselves, they got a little bit cocky, and that opened up for windows where Muchko could punish.
Yeah, the LFL really showing why they deserve all 4 seats as the 4th seed, still undefeated here at the Emerson European Masters main event. But with that, we will throw it to a break this time, as when we come back, Alliance will look to upset Heretics.
See you guys in a bit.
south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know pain is the greatest. Endless my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third boy in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds static against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm coming to the side. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Oh no, stop. As you know I'm from the block. Yeah, block, yeah. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block. And I ain't never gon' stop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MSN European Masters Group Stage Day number 2. And Guldborg, we're about to go into a game between the LVP first seed, Heretics, and they'll be going up against the EBL's first seed. EBL, a region that hasn't won a game at the Amazon European Masters main stage in 490 days.
And what a story that would be if they could manage to do that against Heretics. Now,
Yeah.
Heretics, first seed, coming in from Spain. Lots of ERL talent in their roster. Sairu, of course, a player that was ranked 1, I believe, during last year, or it was this spring. Either way, incredible solo queue prominence and known for a lot of the control mages. Even the Cassiopeia can bring that out. Jack Spectra is probably the name that most people are familiar with. If you're on Twitter during spring, when there was roster move rumors, a lot of teams was talking about this guy. Even the fact that Carmine Corp might be picking him up. Unfortunately, that ended up being reckless, but this is a guy where his name was all over spring Twitter.
Yes. And just to go through the bans, the Draven has been removed from Alliance, and so has Delusion, so really targeting Jack Spectre here. But on the side of Heretics, a very smart ban banning out Divas Seraphine, which they won 2 out of 3 of their final games.
Definitely nice to see the respect still being paid in the scouting as well, of course, coming through to make sure that both teams are put in the best position possible. I think just like last game, the problem that Alliance might be running into is once again the individual level. I think from a team fighting point of view, every good League of Legends players know how to play a team fight out. The difficult part of League is really getting to that part where you're even or having that lead, and playing the early game against Heretics is certainly where they'll have to keep their patience and well, lack of hesitation ready in terms of being the one making the play or being the one being made a play on.
Alliance, they have a mountain to climb here if they want to pick up their first win of the Amazon European Masters main event. Backs against the wall. I don't want to sell them out already, but it's very important to make clear, this would be a massive upset if they manage to win.
It's very true. I think a lot of people are looking at Heretics as one of the teams that they want to go very far. Of course, Spain haven't had that real mark at the European Masters in the longest time. I actually believe since 2018, when Mad Lions might have been the last time where they really, or Giants actually, where they really had their mark on this URL scene. So now for LVP, I think with a team both like Giants, but also Heretics, of course, in this game, they're looking to just take charge and completely stomp the opposition.
Arcane City gets his hands on that Renekton. Arcane City are very exciting. Carried top laner coming out of the NLC Division 2 with Raid before he joined Valiance just this split. But the response from Heretics will be the Sejuani, and very quickly the Kalista for Jack Spectre locked in as well.
Of course, once again, seeing the clear identity that you're seeing here, they want to play for Jack Spectre down towards the bot side of the map. While the Sejuani can be a flex, knowing that you already have the Renekton on the one side, just kind of makes it look like they want to play that stable tank on the top side, maybe go down in CS a little bit because of the Blade of the Ruin King rush, but then most certainly attack on the bot side. And seeing as Valiance are rounding up their own bot lane right now with Yuumi still available, they could try and look for that rotation with Asuma Yuumi to come through.
Yeah, very happy to see this event. I think that's what Paladin likes to play. In the final, he played a lot of MF up against the Draven, but with the Draven now being taken away, he's freed up to have a little bit more say in these late game scaling AD carries and really become one of the main threats of the team himself, the only remaining member from the Amazon European Masters play-ins qualification just last spring.
If you want to play for bot lane completely, you could just slam an Alistar here on 3 as well. It's one of the few support champions that plays very well into the Sivir. The main issue with that is that he's a horrible blind pick, but sneaking as you're going up to the second ban phase could take away some of the biggest counters. But there's also the fact that you know you're playing into an Azir, so do you want to just get that mid lane matchup immediately? Can look for a Sylas here or the Ahri for Cyber well, you just contest it, and yeah, there you have it.
Yeah, very happy with that lock-in. Ahri seeing a lot of success all around the world, really, as we're now moving into that second ban phase. Supports not locked in from either team, so maybe that pool will get trimmed a little bit here.
Yeah, certainly. And the thing is for Alliance, when they ban supports, they're also banning out their own support champion pool at the same time. So I think it's very important that they have a clear identity of what they want to go for. And I think Heretics, they know what they want to go for. They're banning away some of the disengaged supports. And once again, Yuumi is still available, but have not been banned by Heretics.
So the Braum taken off the table as Postkassen will be unable to log in on that. Normally, Postkassen plays something like the Braum, like the Leona, like the Nautilus, something that offers engage and tankiness opportunities. So removing a bit of his pool as well, whereas the jungle actually being the target here from Valiance.
Most certainly, and they're really just calling out and saying we believe that Sejuani is going on the top side. So with the Jarvan ban instead, interesting to see that the Viego is going to be the ban coming through. Trundle, of course, one of the skirmishing has already been banned, so with Wukong. And when you're banning out the Jarvan, well, what do you really have ready? There's still a Poppy available, which could be really good into the Kalista. And great for facilitating the early game into the mid to late game where you have a team fight you can play for with the Azir and with the Sivir for Valiance. Once again, stabilizing that early game is alpha or mega against a team like Heretics, specifically when Jack Spectre has the hands on a Kalista.
Let's see what get locked in here from Heretics, as the Renata Glask was the last ban. A support probably to be the most likely thing, or jungler, as you say, the Poppy still available. As a lot of the jungle pool has been trimmed, it will instead be the Xin Zhao.
So they saved the support counter pick, and I think that makes a lot of sense when you're playing for that bot side instead. With this Xin Zhao, I feel like this just has to be a Poppy. You're playing into Ahri, you're playing into Kalista, you're playing into Sin, even to Sejuani as a dash. What else is available that you could pick into this Xin Zhao? I guess Olaf is an option, but I don't think that really gives you that lockdown you're looking for when you want to facilitate your frontliners in a Sivir and in a Azir. It gets locked in either way, and I think that gives you some skirmishing to play for in the early game, something to match at least on this Xin Zhao, but I'm worried about their chances in the mid to late game then, when you don't have too much of a frontline. It's more of a pseudo frontline in a Renekton and Olaf, and then what are we going to wound up the composition with against this Kalista down on the bot side? That's going to be the big question. Don't expect at least a blind pick when you know the enemy have the counter. Wow.
Wow, yeah. Stunned, speechless. How do you feel about that, Gulbo, as our Danish brother locks that in?
there's so much you can lock that in with if you want to contest it. Thresh, Nautilus, still pretty good into the Alistar as well. Even if you want to go down the Enchanter route, that's something you can look for. Rakan will be handshaking the matchup. It's more of a skill matchup, but seeing as you have a Kalista, it's more successful for you. So how it usually plays out with Rakan into the Alistar is that whoever engages first is actually going to lose, because when you engage, the enemy AD carry, or your AD carry rather, will be trying to step up, and then enemy support will be going in. They will be CCing you. By the time that you're getting CC'd, then the enemy AD carry will no longer be CC'd, and they will be dealing damage. But when you have the Kalista, you should be winning out on the trades. I think they could have hit it harder with a counter, but I think it's also comfort coming in for White In. But still, from Heretics, clear identity. You're playing for that bot side. For the side of Alliance, you're playing for the carries later in the late game. And in terms of early game, you can look for King to try and get ahead on the Olaf in the early game.
So, on Goliath's draft, I look at this and I say, I'm very happy with the two carries you have. They're meta, they're scaling, I'm happy to see it. But the jungle one, I really think that Puppey would have been, you know,
I'm not gonna linger on it. It's fine. They have a plan coming in, and I'm really excited to see what they'll do with this Olaf. Of course, we have seen Olaf recently in NA as well. More of it was actually in the top side too, with Ripple, of course, playing that. But I also believe we saw it in the C9 series, although I didn't actually watch it. I'm just going from what I think I saw on Reddit. Either way, it's
You're
here.
the typical Reddit analyst, man, bro. Jesus.
Bro, I look at NA results on Reddit. I'll be honest.
You don't, damn, man. Lack of respect for NA. We all know that's the bottom region out there. You have to respect the minor regions in the end. Regardless, though, someone I'm very excited for is Arcane Teddy. This man, he has done a speedrun. 1 year ago, he was playing in the UK EL. That's like 3rd tier UK gameplay, I believe. That's down the bottom peg, and now he's playing at the Amazon European Masters main event, and King could be in trouble. So could Arcane Teddy. He has the flash, but Slice and Dice will be able to get him out.
Yeah, so the only summon I think that was actually burned there was the Ghost itself coming through from King. It's not the longest cooldown. Taking a look at the runes, everything at least seems quite normal coming through here. So yeah, the only thing is that Wyden's still opting in for that Guardian rune, where of course on Rakan we've seen loads of different routes, even going for the Glacial, but seeing as you're playing up against the Sivir, you won't really get the value out of that rune until you hit your level 6. And the reason for that is that Rakan is actually one of the few champions that can counter the Sivir spell shield, because when he gets the ultimate, well, he'll on-din, he'll hit the W, but the ultimate would connect before the W, and because of that, Sivir spell shield will be down before the knockout.
Gulbo, I have a very serious question for you. Have you had a good week?
That's a good serious question. What day is it today? Is it Wednesday? Is it first?
Tuesday.
What day is it?
Tuesday. It's Tuesday.
Oh my god, it's only Tuesday.
Okay.
I've had a long day. I'll say that much.
Yeah, okay, well, I have something that can make it better. Because it is Amazon Gaming Week, ladies and gentlemen, for a limited time until September 9th. For deals to upgrade your gaming rig, to level up your LoL play, from hardware to accessories to snacks, everything you need, just go to Amazon.com, then type in your country, /Gaming Week, and it is available in United Kingdom, Deutschland, France, Italy, Spain, Sweden, Netherlands, and Poland. And luckily, Gulbo, you've moved out of Denmark, you've moved into Germany, you can take part in this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel actually used here that you used me for a segue instead of actually, asking me about how my day really was. But yeah, sure. Honestly, why not? I'll go to Amazon and get some of that gaming stuff.
Okay, I mean, can you buy something for me as well? And then maybe you can bring it next time we do something together in Denmark?
Seeing as I was used, no, that's not happening.
Are you
Now,
really
Loser
like that? Oh.
cleared his, he's actually gone for a very interesting path. You can see he did his rep of
King.
Raptors, then Gromp, and now
He
he's
has
around
no
Grim,
ghost.
King that doesn't have the ghost. Yeah, she said, Wyden moving up as well. And I wonder if he knows something is happening here, King.
Oh, he has to smile in 1 second if he wants a little bit more heal.
Oh, he can
but
go
this could
around
be
here
bad.
from the vision. He can
Oh
come from
no,
the Raptors
Wyden is here.
instead.
They both have Flash King. What can you really do, Wyden? He misses it, but the knockup still there. The red buff already in Blue Razor's pocket, and he'll get the first blood as well.
Man, Blues are really coming up with a huge pathing there. So once again, Red into Raptors, into Grom, and then being there with the sweeper, making sure that he was on scene, just shutting down the Olaf immediately that did not have that ghost. And now he's taking away the enemy red buff, he's taking away the enemy Crocs, and even from Kingside, he can't go in and counter jungle, because the jungle he'll need to enter is on the bot side, where there's the priority, and still Blues are along to go in and just clear his own cover.
So, I mean, King might have already been dethroned 3.5 minutes into the game, as a potential dive could be underway here full HP pretty much, except just a little bit low. Paladin down to half. Flash and heal available, but Wind becomes lightning, doesn't actually connect. Widen, no flash after that previous engage. Good spell shield. The damage though still there. Paladin sure to go down with a couple more autos. Widen though dies to the ignite. Flash and knockback. There is male Jack Spectra. That's an L from Postkassen. That's 2 kills for the Lions.
Yeah, and I think going for that dive is way too over-ego, especially when you have the changes to the turret. It looks so good for Heretics as well. They had just pushed out King, they got the first blood, they got the Koroks, they got the red buff, and Loser could just have gone back to his own jungle, started clearing it, and then come back the next time they wanted to look for something. Going for a dive there, I think that's way too overzealous.
My god. First of all, Paladin, very good skill to this. Block Widen's initial engage. Flash as well to buy more time, but Postkassen, look at this man, he's breaking angles. Flash, knock up, headbutt straight back into the turret. I'm proud of my Danish bot lane. Well played.
Certainly, so they did get the teleport coming through from D.Va. D.Va did lose a little bit in the mid lane, but even you can take a look.
Goes to Spag, Flash, Slice and Die is still available. Doesn't even need to be used at the moment. Arcane Teddy picks up a kill.
The Heretics showing signs of weakness here. Overzealous dive into top lane, overextended, no vision around it to facilitate Ibro, and now they're looking for a player on the mid lane. You can actually see that Blues is around. Widen was also here just a couple seconds ago, but it looks like they just want to continue with the counter jungling.
Okay, we'll be walking into a very dangerous area. Zyro has rotated up. Blue Razor also there, taking his wolf. So the Gromp, I don't think you can take it safely, buddy. Yet again, there is no ghost. Just use it up in the top lane. Flash, Charm, and King no way out, and can't even get the Gromp before he falls.
Yeah, so it's fine. You can get a few kills in the lane, but you can't stabilize the jungle camps right now. You need someone to come in and defend them, but they're just not in a position to do it. So once again, Blues are just taking charge in this early game. He's really the gold lead coming through.
And level 6 slowly starting to be a hit, but King, man, this is rough. The Olaf known to have a strong early game. Does he have a plan B? What does he try and do now?
I mean, once again, that's why the Olaf pick can be a little bit dangerous, right? Because you won't do too much for your team in the late game. You're not even a frontliner that have any CC available to you. So I think getting put this far behind is already just a weakness and will probably remain a weakness. So I think it's up for the lanes once again to step up, but they can't really step up before you get to that late game. The only one you can really play for at this stage in the game would be the Renekton.
So the first Drake will also be taken down here by Heretics, as obviously they have all the jungle pressure in the world, so they can take that away. Jack Spectra will even get the gold, so slight gold lead in pretty much all the lanes except for top lane. But impressive start here from Alliance. They have shown life, and we have to remember this is a region that hasn't won a game in the Amazon European Masters main stage for 490 days. Last time was spring 2021 with Simon Zasup, who surprisingly made it to the quarterfinals, only losing 2-1 there to Carmen Cole.
Yeah, and I think even the fact that the game is this close right now is really impressive from Alliance. I definitely expected that this stage in the early game would be the hardest one to get through, but fact is that they're kind of even with it, and if they can stabilize at least the jungle entrance through their lane soon, so of course the LVP first seed doesn't run away with this game, that would look to be a little bit better for you, but still expecting that these objectives will continue to get stacked, specifically when you have a jungle lead as well for Blueser, and with the first Mountain Drake already going down this early, and the possibility for rotation towards up the Rift Herald, could look dire for the Lions.
King still yet to hit that level 6, so Ragnarok not available. He's been spotted out on a control ward, has to give up on initially taking the blue buff.
And the Vision is still there to facilitate it. Mid lane pro, you can see it even from the bot lane as they want to get in on the action. Widen and Postkassen is moving up too. D.Va spotted on Vision and respected by Blueso immediately, but even then, Zyro will have to push into the mid lane, and then they can continue with this jungle invade that they have been so demanding of so far.
I mean, King now has the Ragnarok, but he doesn't really have any help. A 1v2, so looks to be forced to give up his blue buff. D.Va probably the one complaining about this because he won't be able to pick it up, and I'm pretty sure that went over to Blue Razor when it should have gone over to Zyro.
And, well, I mean, you can always pick up your own. I think it's just about securing it. Postkassen spotted on Vision.
Yeah, doesn't have the unbreakable will yet, so forced to flash over the wall. It could still follow, but in the end he managed to get out. But eyes on the top lane, actually. It is Arcane Teddy trying to contest this Herald all on his own. It is taken down to 4k. He actually gives up on what he would probably assume to be mission impossible. So he walks out, he gives it up, and that will be the second neutral objective for Heretics this game.
Yeah, they can just keep the neutral objective stacking going for them. They can try and use that down towards the bot side if they want to inflate some gold into Jack Spectra, but even Cyro in the mid lane is a reliable choice to go for. I really just think it's on Bluesol to pick a target. Anything off the litter that he really wants here.
So we are about to hit that 9-minute mark, and I kind of want to see if there's any lead that has developed in the lane, because one of the things you mentioned might be the difference here is simply individual play. And in terms of CS, they aren't doing too well. Obviously, we've seen the jungle, how King has been put behind, but in the mid lane, they're 13 CS behind. Alliance in the bot lane, 20, 25 CS behind as well. It's only really Arcane Teddy in the top lane who has had success in the CS department so far.
I think Wyden was trying to get 6, but he's still halfway there. You can see it in the UI as well, right next to the champion portraits.
Nice.
Little purple bar in terms of how close they are to hitting that. So still halfway there, but in terms of AD carry experience, you can see because Jack Spectra has been left so much alone, he's actually sitting at 7 compared to Paladin, who's only just about getting there.
So another Drake will spawn in 1.5 minutes, but for the time being, all the control is still in Heretics' pockets as they dominate the Vision game at the moment. King, though, might be looking for a game. Postcast unspotted, still not level 6. The ultimate has been popped, but I mean, that's just a clean good flash from Jack Spectra. As King now might be caught out, Ragnarok is available if you want to use the Ghost. Already there, Paladin being bursted. The Rend is there, and that's a 2v3 kill for the Heretics bot lane as they will look to get more. King, Darwin underneath the turret. Ragnarok will not save you. They get one back, though. D.Va will shuffle Blue Racer back in and pick up the kill. 2v2 across the board.
I've seen this one before once again. They get a bot lane play going for them. They overextend, and D.Va and Postcasting is still around to try and at least lessen up the gold lead that Heretics would have gotten for themselves there. Now in the mid lane, Cyro still standing around, picking up a few plates for himself. So still, in the grand scheme of things, unless Jack Spectra goes down.
Very aggressive here. Postcasting could run in and maybe do something, but D.Va not holding back here. Let's see what happens again. So initially, they go for the fight, but they want to get out. King, though, caught out and knocked out, forced to use the Ragnarok, but the damage here from Jack Spectra is simply too big as the Ren. Be aware, after the spell shield, waits it out smartly. Ignite as well, ticks it down, and although the dive continues, a little bit overeager yet again, already half HP on Wyden, so he gets taken down by the turret that does deal a lot of damage in the early game. And then the TP from D.Va to secure the second one.
Yeah, most certainly, but Drake is up in just a few seconds, and I think still with the bot lane priority that Heretics have for themselves, they can't just look to gain that objective for themselves. Rift Herald still in pocket of blue, so also if they want to have some instant mid lane prior or prior elsewhere on the map, they can just use that too.
Yeah, as Postcasting tries to clear some vision, he will need his members there to make sure Blue Racer won't engage, and they will have eyes on this Drake, but a contest looks few and far in between, won't really happen this time around. King, no Ragnarok, no Ghost, can't really get in, so second Drake instantly taken by the side of Heretics as they might look for a kill on the mid lane. Wyden, just a bit of damage, yes. He was actually the one engaging onto Postcast who had to use his Unbreakable Will.
Yeah, I think both charges of the Battle Dance, the E there from Rakan had been used, and just had to flash there. But once again, jungle invade coming through, no Unbreakable for Alistar, so let's see how this one pans out.
Racer might actually be a bit too far forward here. Good damage back there with the wind, becomes lightning, and though Wyden, he goes forward, he is very low, has to dash out, and D.Va will surely pick it up. He goes golden, but look at Cyro, he's dancing around the fight, he's looking for all the kills he could ever possibly want. Paladin will fall as well. That's 2 for Cyro, and only 1 back for Valiance.
Double for Cyro, but I still think D.Va plays that one as good as he can. I think it's very impressive he still managed to pick up 1 kill at least. But down towards that bot side, no members are around. Plating falling just a little bit, Rift Herald active. I think Jack Spectra is just going to get your gold injection. Unless Arcane Teddy can do something about it. He's roamed all the way down from top down to bot here. Let's see what he can do to this situation.
Son of Blue Racer, he is pretty strong. He has the Blade of the Ruined King. Be aware of that. No Ignite, no. And now he might be in big trouble. Postcasting is there. Keep him safe. Ren, it's a good amount of damage as well as Arcane Teddy. Can't be looking for more.
And they still pick up the turret. Pick up the Drake for themselves, and even in the mid lane now, Cyro looking a little bit. Wyden's still around here. I feel like Wyden's been more around his mid laner than his AD carry this game, and I think Cyro just looking to take more plates if he can, be allowed to. I do believe he's got the demolish on that Ahri, but let's take a look at the team fight once again, because it starts out with once again Blueso getting aggressive in the jungle. And then because there is the Hex Gate, D.Va is allowed to join the fight before Cyber and the rest of Heretics really expect it. And they at least trade 1 kill back in the exchange.
One thing I want to note here is actually, D.Va has been benefiting from all these plays. He's 3-0. Same obviously for Cyber, but both of these mid laners really having the time of their life at the moment, being successful in these team fights early on.
Now, up towards the top side, still around Blueso. Leading invades. I feel like I've seen this one before. On the bot side instead. Alliance started to respond back. Now it's actually King on the counter jungle instead. And Aibo being the one moving down towards the bot side instead.
Good damage coming out on Arcane Teddy, but he can simply slice and dice away. Trades back a little bit more. Aibo might want this actually, but does not podcastness there. Has to respect it. King might be looking for a dive here potentially as Aibo. We'll give a little bit of a hello there. Undertow connects. Ghost already popped, but Aibo can't be slowed. Early on, a nice juke on the Undertow. Aibo able to walk out.
Yeah, and with that information, you can just look any play on the map. Yeah. That's going to be that one. And even on the top side as well, Jack Spectre is also pushing in, so...
Oh, they're still trying to get Aibo, but he just slides out to safety. The Emperor's Divide had nothing to say in that exchange. They can't get anything more on the bottom side of the map. Jack Spectre still pushing in the top lane, and Cyru will get this mid lane tier 1 as well.
Yep, so turrets coming through, outer turrets, all gone down now. In the bot lane, there is one response from Alliance, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be enough. The question is, Jack Spectre, can you take this second tier 1 before D.Va comes around? Hex gates are active too.
Yeah, they get in very quickly. Jack Spectre has to run. Second Herald started up as well. Valiants might want to fight here. King level 9. First item already completed. 2k HP. On the Herald, it's dropping ever lower. They get in. Will he get the steal? It's a pure 50-50. Slam down. The steal is there. But now, though, they try and turn on to D.Va, has to dash away. But he's not out to safety. He just runs into Cyru, who will burst him down. But Jack Spectre falls as well. The damage now on Paladin. Arcane Teddy for the side of Alliance, but Heretics won none of this fight as they back out.
Yeah, so the Lions actually pick up the Riftel. They trade the kills as well, so a win from them in this small exchange. If they want to stay around for the mid lane turret, they could look for a play here. Drake up in 1 minute. They could hold on to that Riftel for when that objective finally spawns.
In 45 seconds, so reset time, buy some wards, and get ready for the objective. Soul point for Heretics in 40 seconds.
It's going to be interesting to see how it's going to pan out. Rest of Heretics now coming out from their respawns. Pink wards, 4 of them in inventory. Still refillable potions on Aibo. But back to the replay, you can see how it stands out. You called it out correctly. It's just a 50-50 here. Eye is not open. 1 HP is what it comes down to when it gets secured off. Great charm onto D.Va. That at least allows them to trade that 1-for-1. Is he allowed to dash away? Then it's just going to be the 1 kill and nothing traded back. At least they do that, but Riftel, as we said, available for King. Question is he going to use it on this wave?
The Valiants trying to push in this mid lane, but the bottom side control is heavily in favor of Heretics. Swiden tries to poke out a little bit here. So the Shirley has been spawned in the mid lane. Drake though being taken Heretics, it's completely free. As the simply the response from Alliance here will try and push in the mid lane, maybe get a second turret, but it's the soul point they're giving up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's also Hectic Drake on that soul point, but at least they pick up two towers. And I think, all things considered, this was probably the best thing the Lions could get for themselves. I do believe it's a good macro decision for them. They're already behind in the game, so just going for a straight-up team fight, it's not really going to help them out. Going for the mid lane play there instead, certainly a good decision.
Yeah, so Aibo will be walking down, trying to push in this lane. There is still no burn on the map for a good 2 minutes, so they will simply try and get a bit of chip damage down on this turret. A big wave that could potentially be denied as well. That's Podcast and taking the Hex Gate. Might be gone upon here from Blue Racer, who wants to fight, but a good pulverize there to just simply deny any further engage. Be careful in your jungle now. Alliance, you don't really have any vision, so Paladin respects that nicely and doesn't try and rotate.
You say your jungle, but I'm pretty sure from the get-go that this game started, that has not been the Lions jungle right there. That has been Blue's jungle, and it continues to remain so as well. In the top side, you get responded to on the play.
He really wants the turret, but I think he has good damage. But it would be Heretics who would be able to respond the quickest on the play, so D.Va will start running out, but the Hex Gates, that covers a lot of distance very quickly. And if you're wondering, what is Valiance doing? Well, they're going for a play in the bot lane themselves. They will surely get IBO here, as long as they block the dash if they can. One more auto. Postcaston picked it up, but D.Va can't get out of the top side, so a 1-for-1.
1-for-1 in that exchange, but D.Va most certainly a more useful member to get off the rift than IBO has been on the Sejuani this game. There's no real objective to continue taking. Top wave is not really in a position for Heretics to push on, but down towards the bot side, the Lions, well, they could try and look for something, but I do believe that the resets would come through before anything happens. So for now, it's not going to result in anything big on the map.
So let's take a look at that again. This is what happened in the top side. D.Va, I mean, yeah, he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Tries to get the Hex Gate Gates, but yeah, it was rough. The Hex Gates really cover a lot of distance, and you can really see them come to fruition in that place.
Yeah, it's one of the things that when you have a team composition that don't work around, or that work around flanks, always great to see this map as well, because you can get through walls, you can get behind members where they don't expect it, and on a map like this, it's one of the entrances that you actually want to have warded up just a little bit when people are looking for plays. Unfortunately for the Lions, I mean, there's only really one member that can try and go for this. It's going to be the Renekton and the Alistar, and outside of that, I think the rest of them want to stand in the back line. And now, getting out on the map, on-set Hex Gates as well. Heretics, they are moving up towards the top side of the map, can trade around this Baron in terms of gaining vision. And of course, Luba is alive, and they would love to deny it, but D.Va just barely picked it up before the rest of Heretics arrived.
While Heretics continue to dominate every single bit of the jungles that Valiance might have thought was theirs, let's zoom out and let's remember how dominant we expected this game to be. We are 20 minutes in. This game is very much still alive, even though it is Heretics with a small lead.
Oh, most certainly, and I think you live and die by D.Va right now in this game. He's been the one that's been so reliable. Arcane Teddy as well, finding Luz at least, or IBO at least in a side lane, is the reason he's currently sitting on a shutdown, but still waiting for him to pick up that Frozen Fist to be that front line. And yeah, there you have it. Hash just been picked up. You can see it with a 2.4k gold lead. He's actually the big one. Jack Spectre and the rest of Heretics, though, have started up the Baron, and you can see question mark pings are coming out. Hex Gates there as well to close the gap faster.
Can they get it in time? Remember, the Ren stacks are stacking up, so have an easy way to secure it.
Oh no!
Oh, that's a big mistake as King goes golden. Maybe tries to get his crown back there in a sense, as Arcane Teddy will be able to clear out the vision. A control ward in the pit. Doesn't actually spot out that ward, so might be a bit of false confidence here from Alliance, feeling they have cleared out all the vision that they already have.
That's one way to get into the highlight montage of European Masters, unfortunately. So stopwatch not gonna amount to much for King. 1 minute until this Hextech Drake will come online, and of course that would be sold for Heretics, and giving that over to anyone would of course not be a good situation.
Main problem is though, IBO takes time to kill, and look where the pings are from Heretics. They want to run towards the Baron. The question mark pings are coming down. King has to run up there. Paladin is just continuing to clear the wave. He's not following his team. IBO might look for the solo kill here, as that's a tank Sejuani. You can't kill it, but he can kill you. Forces to flash away. D.Va is here. What can he really do?
The rest of them coming up towards the top side.
They'll turn towards D.Va. Good Emperor's Divide, and he buys space to stay alive for now, but the flash and the charm is there. He's gone. That's the main carry. You said they live and die by him. And now we can see if they can survive without him. Paladin, you have to do the damage. Arcane Teddy strong as well. Blue Racer goes low, but not quite down. Postcast in the front line goes golden. But the Unbreakable Will is not really unbreakable. Jack Spectre can kite forward and look for more. Paladin low. Flash, auto, and Jack Spectre with the double. It could be a triple as well. And that's the Baron for Heretics.
Yeah, Baron down. I feel like one of them should move over to the Drake just to make sure that King doesn't solo up the Hextech for himself, but with the prioritization they have right now, it looks like it. No, actually IBO, he's going to come off respawn. He can take the Hex Gate and then move over to the Drake. So should be able to get it. That's at least a big one I'm looking for right now.
0 damage dealt by D.Va. TP's in here. IBO wants to disrupt and make sure they can get this soul themselves, but with D.Va TPing in, it should be pretty hard. Smite is available. He can really burst down King, so that is a Drake, and there's a good silver lining, to be completely honest, for Alliance.
The question is,
buy 5 more minutes.
Does it even buy you 5 more minutes, right? That's the big question, because you're in this situation where you're now, well, 6k gold behind. And you're playing up against a Baron buff and a team comp of Heretics, which is, of course, very good at fighting these dives, you can see right here. So we're going to use to see. I think D.Va, he did his best in staying alive there. Great Emperor's Divide. If he had just had another dash in its kit, which he, of course, unfortunately would have made it out alive. And then the big team fight is just a big difference in a wallet. King on the Olaf as well, not able to do much, not a frontliner, more just someone who's snapping around. And then Jack Spectra, the big highlight player here towards the end, flashing forward to secure the deal.
Good change you see as well, and normally I'm the one to ask the question, but those 5 more minutes they bought might really not be it, as the Amazon Baron power play is truly alive. Let's see how much they can get. Cyro looks to kind of deny a potential rotation. Arcane Teddy goes in for a little bit of a trade on the wide end, but has to back off as Jack Spectra is that D.Va, has to stay alive. Let's remember that, but he might get taken down. Goes golden to bite down. Paladin might be able to threat with his rival, has to fracture away and buy a little bit of space, but he falls to the red buff for something, and this could be a fight. Heretics are winning. They've lost the AD carry, but they've also lost D.Va. Somehow he falls, and that's the fight. Surely gone. Jack Spectra still alive underneath the treads. He doesn't care. He'll look to take down them all, as that is Arcane Teddy falling as well. And another fight for Heretics.
Yeah, no big minion wave though. Let's see what they could do with these 3 ranged minions. Maybe potentially take the top side turret. Outside of that, maybe get the inhibitor, but I don't think this will be the end just yet. Still very small dev time, as you can see, it's 15 seconds on D.Va and Paladin. And yes, Jack Spectra and company, they just have to go for the retreat.
Silver lining, Paladin got a very big shutdown there onto Cyro, so it's some gold back in his pocket, but he is still very much behind. Let's see, in particular D.Va, how did he go down? So Blue Razor engages on him, and this is here where D.Va in a couple seconds goes golden. But eyes on him, I think it's just Blue Razor's attack damage afterwards that is able to secure the kill. No, an incredible jump by Cyro.
That's actually an unreal jump from Cyro while he's running away, and that just sets up the team fight afterwards for Jack Spectra. They finally are successful in a dive after failing the 2 times in the early game, of course. This time,
to call that out.
They get it.
Man.
Hey, it's about making a mistake and improving on it.
Exactly. That's what Amazon European Masters is all about, as Paladin, no healing will save you from that one, buddy, as Arcane Teddy and King are the next targets. Puzzcastle as well. He's the one receiving mail this time around, as he'll be filled with death and gloom this game as he goes down one more time.
And now continuing once again, minions Baron up in the mid lane, bot lane, Ibo is pushing in. That fight right there was a 4 versus 5. And now with the 20 seconds on 3 members, they could look to potentially end this game.
D.Va is the one we're looking at. It's both of the strong members in that sense alive. Arcane Teddy in the front line, but also a decent amount of damage. But up against 5 Heretics, who after the Baron power play are now 10k gold ahead. It was a 2k goalie before that, just to kind of put into perspective how much it has grown.
Most certainly, and I think even now going back to that Drake, of course, that the Lions was able to garner for themselves. There's 2 minutes for the next one to respawn. Now you have both inhibitors in the mid and the bot lane. All the pressure you need to have on your opponents is there, and we're just looking to see Heretics put the finishing touches on this game. And I was looking for Jack Spectra to pick up a pentakill here. I saw the first 2. I think he saw it too. He wanted to move forward. Saw the low HP Renekton. Saw the Alistar afterwards, but unfortunately did not have that flash available to flash forward this time around.
And Valiants, they are soon to have some important summoners up. D.Va's flash in 10, Paladin's flashes back up. But they're just simply so far behind. 2.5 items only on D.Va, their main carry. Still no 3 items spike on Paladin, but that won't stop them from trying, as D.Va is in the front line, locked up. The Emperor's Divide won't buy you space. Flashes, but still won't survive as Jack Spectra enters into the backline. Cyro has already taken down the front line. Paladin ulti simply to try and run, as that's a spear that connects onto Puzzcastle, but he's able to get out. But I don't think the base will survive for much longer as Heretics charge towards the base.
Yep, 5 members still alive, only 1 Paladin against the world. I don't think there's much saving that specific world for him either. And this is just all about Heretics dominating fashion, especially from the jungle in the early game. But moving forward to the ends, it should just be them picking up the game. 2-0 in the Amazon European Masters for Heretics.
Yeah, and yet again, not a perfect game. Some sloppy dives in the early game, but they were looking strong. They weren't throwing anything here in those late game team fights. Those were dominant. I think that is fair to say.
Oh, most certainly. And I think even in this game, Heretics is showing weakness, right? The early game dives coming through where they get way too overeager. But with that being said, you see it in team fights. You see it in the individual levels as well. They have the members to just show up and plummet forward. Jack Spectra as well, of course, huge on the Kalista. But I think for me, the big standout player in this first game, I mean, it just had to be Bluesaw on that sense out, just finding the invade every single time.
Yeah, they definitely shut down King early on, but let's talk with the Sejuani master Aibo from the top lane, as we will look to bring him in. Very nice, Glasses, I will say that. Congratulations on the win. You're now 2-0, and while, it wasn't a perfect game, you have been looking very strong. I want to ask, is there any team in particular you are looking forward to meeting?
I really want to win against BDS. It's my dream since since I played in BDS, so it's I just want to beat them, right? And we also screamed them and they were pretty good, so it's a good challenge for us.
And honestly, I would love to ask you anything about this game, but seeing you on the Sejuani duty and you're just kind of chilling for yourself most of the time, I'm just not going to do that. Are you always playing with sunglasses? Is that the meta for you currently? Is that what you're doing all of Heretics right now?
Otherwise, I cannot see much. It helps me looking at the minimap, the sunglasses, and yeah, it's like it helps with the light overall. So yeah.
Oh yeah,
of course it was a
it's
joke.
like the Gunners back in the day.
Yeah.
I want to know, you've been on Sejuani duty now. Is there any champion you're looking to play? Is there anyone we can maybe expect some spice, some exciting picks, except of just watching you on this tank duty?
Yeah, lead your champs, please.
We have our own way of looking at the meta, and I believe picking the strongest champions possible ever, and we are going with some sort of a plan to the games. So I'm just taking it whatever it needs to be done, right? Like if Sejuani is the perfect champion here, I just pick Sejuani, right?
Okay, I mean, playing for the team, I can respect that. And are you confident in going 6-0 in your group? You mean 2-0? The sunglasses, you're looking confident. Are you as confident as well in being undefeated?
I mean, it won't be easy, right? Being undefeated with such a strong teams in the group like SK Prime and BDS. And also this team played pretty well as well, so I cannot really be too confident because they are pretty good players and we are at EU Master, right? Like most of the teams are really good, so if we play better, we win.
Is this finally the resurgence of Spain, though? For the longest time ever, right, at European Masters, it's like we always talk about Spain and we have high expectations to them as well, but they don't always deliver. Are you guys finally going to be the ones delivering the blows to LFL or the NLC or whoever is really coming to face you?
I hope so, right? If not in this year, then when, right? Because like LFL is getting stronger and stronger every season, and I don't know what will happen in the next year. I think they will have like the best China players in LFL, and so right now, it has to be done.
Perfect. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations on the victory yet again, and take care.
Okay, thank you. See you guys.
Good luck.
And with that, we'll move it back to us, Gulboas. That was an eventful interview. Very nice.
Yeah, what a confident man. You gotta respect Aibo there. That's really just a weak side chat right there. The pick me Sejuani Giga chat, the pick me on Giga chat coming in there, of course, from the Heretics top laner. So yeah, looking confident. And as he said, now or never for the LVP. I can get behind that sentiment because this is two strong rosters coming with Heretics and Giants to the main stage. So a lot of eyes on that region for once.
Yeah, and if there is a finger to point at this game and say Heretics weren't the best, these are the highlights, right? When they're too overeager on the dives, when they're trying to bite off a bit more than what they can actually chew, and in the end, Valiants were good to punish these dives in the early game, but as we move towards the latter highlights, this one as well, Heretics really started to come into their own. Cyro in particular on that. Ari, very nasty performance from him as he really split this.
Yeah, I feel like all of them had good standout moments, right? I think, once again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but playing for Blue Soul certainly make matters more easy as well, and King was just shot down immediately in this game on the Olaf. Team fighting looked close at times, but in the end, when you have reliable carries like Cyro, as you said, like Jack Spectre, who's willing to take matters into his own hands and just flash forward on the AD carry positions, you are going to look good in a team fight stage, and Heretics are looking good in this stage so far.
Yeah, let's look at this one more time, Cyro. Look at the charm, by the way, man. Oh, that is so smooth. Incredible charm there to lock up Deep and ensure that he goes down. And then obviously Jack Spectre simply taking over. So 2-0 now for the LVP for the first seed. Not confident that they can get the 6-0, but they definitely believe they can. Having respect for their teams though. Happy to hear that it's important. And, just to sing some praise for Valiants as well. They had a good showing considering the team they're playing against.
Honestly, way better than I expected.
I didn't expect this from them. They got absolutely demolished yesterday. This time they showed up. They played a game of League of Legends that they can be proud of, and hopefully they improve going into the latter halves of the MSN European Masters main event. But looking at the goal, even when it was Valiance who managed to come out on top in small plays, it never really got them the goal lead. They were at max 255 gold ahead in the early game. And you can see Heretics quick to punish when they had given up something. They got something back on the other hand and regrew that gold lead back into the eventual 13k.
Yeah, and I also think if you have to give some shines of light as well for the Valiance here as well, I generally think that Arcane City and D.Va both had some good showings as well going into this game. So for sure, someone I'll keep my eye on moving forward, at least if they can't make it over the groups, then as individual players moving forward to the next season.
Yeah, it is very important, and the EBL will wait another day to get their first win in 490 days here at the MSN European Masters main event. I actually kind of want to mention Postcast as well. I've already played a pretty good game, but with that, we will be throwing it for the break this time around, and when we come back, Schalke 04 will try and take on the NLC champions Dust. See you after the break.
Come on, you know what Mr. Bath, right?
Look, I wanted these lights and they're on sale.
Tries to come back. This is exit kick going absolutely.
No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deli crews, even them petty dudes. I turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when men too. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Don't be thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you preying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free.
I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pro to decide who is better, never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem but I come and solve it, I promise the novice can't handle me never. chaotic. I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic. I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I rise. They all duck and they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People, they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Amazon European Masters Group Stage Day 2, as game number 3 is soon to be here, as Dusty, the NLC champions, who reverse swept X7 in the final, are taking on the second seed from the Prime League, Schalke 04 Esports, who, Guldborg, have had a rough start to the tournament. It hasn't really gone that way, and substitutes and all this, it's a messy situation.
It most certainly has become from Schalke, and I think you even heard it in interviews earlier as well. The fact that, of course, Schalke is now a little bit lessened from what power they normally would be able to bring is, of course, just a given of the current situation they're now in. They'll now have to say that, well, it sucks, but we have to fight for whatever we can from here. And you can't sit around and dwell on what could have been and what could not have been, and you just have to move forward.
And I had a short chat with Liffy, one of the German casters, and he said, Schalke 04 are a momentum-based team. If they get momentum going, they can be really good. But if there's one thing to take wins out of your sail, is whatever is going on here. Jungler getting kicked just before the tournament. Now you're playing with a 200 LP peak support up in the top lane, swapping your top laner down to the jungle. They've just lost all momentum with this, and it's very sad to see. So if they show up here, maybe it can kickstart the Amazon European Masters Group Stage run.
Yeah, I think for the sake of everything, we'll keep this more Dusty focused, and if then Schalke shows up in the game, we'll give them as much as we can as well. But to give the context of Dusty, of course, great team of different caliber EL players as well. Kerberos in the top lane has been known for bringing wacky picks to that top lane for ages, like dating all the way back to when Orcs was a goddamn player himself as well. And I think that's goddamn ages ago, right? So I think that's one way you don't really know what you can expect. There's certainly something different that could come out, and that's why you also see a Darius ban from that top side instead. And of course, your reliable bot lane instead. Then Voxen and Sten has just been a stellar URL bot lane, and I think they are reliable to play for. So I think Dusty as a team, they can fire from multiple fronts, and I think that's really what makes them a difficult team to play against.
And it's a great resurgence for the organization that has been in the NLC for so long.
Small little
these players. Yeah, and some of these players as well, then Voxen and Sten in particular, having horrible splits down in the LVP just before they came back to the NLC and, you know, gained the crown. But looking at the bans, I really like what Schalke 04 are doing here, targeting Kerberos in the sense that we want to try and give Elite Joint as much of a chance to play the game. And I think banning, you know, these snowball carry champions like Nithir or like the Darius are very good choices.
Most certainly. But that also leaves open a lot of power picks. Once again, Seri, Yuumi, Lucian, Jarvan. All of these things we've seen been banned away throughout the ages now. Trundle as well in the jungle. It has its costs when all of a sudden you're the one target banning, and especially on red side as well. If you're the blue side, usually you have more time to be the one who want to dictate the bans, and yeah, there you have it. Even with the threat of Kerberos in that top lane, there's still the cat, and nothing beats the cat in terms of a threat.
Yeah, so we'll see what the lock in here will be from Dusty. A pretty flexible team as well, in particular between the mid lane and the bot lane. Denvoxne being able to really play whatever the team needs from him. Once played Lee Sin, for example, in a competitive game down in that AD carry role. But this time he will be thrown in their feet, or something we have seen a lot from him recently, also on the first game day.
Yeah, so prioritizing Prior on an Aphelios, it's way more LCK based, at least from what we saw from them as well. Still interesting when you know there's still champions like the Seri Open, but I think the thought process of Dusty is just that, well, Yuumi is no longer available, Seri is no longer available either, we're going to go for the Aphelios, and immediately takes it with a classic for himself, brings out the Draven. This is the champion that he's been well, known for some time as well, especially dating back to when he first started playing League of Legends, at least competitive, I remember back in the Danish scene as well, so certainly a guy to look forward to.
Yeah, and I think maybe for Schalke 04 that is a good plan, try and get your bot lane ahead, because that's really the only duo that's intact. Your mid jungle is training with Jaeger, now playing jungle. Your bot lane is really the only still stable thing you had from what was your roster before you went into this tournament. But Dusty, they lock in the Graves, and more importantly for me, they give Backlund his signature LeBlanc.
So DK, there's loads of stuff to look for here. You got the LeBlanc, you got the Lissandra into the LeBlancs, you got the Vex into the LeBlancs. There's still so many things that could just lock this one down should you look for it. But what in turn that would open up for is that supports would get banned down in the second rotation. So it's really just what do you value? And I think you just lock your mid lane here. You can save the counter pick for the support all the way to R5, pick a jungle on 4. So, well, no, it's going to be the Wukong. So really that Prio on the jungle instead, when there's really not been any jungle bans actually. And Graves been first pick from Linkers, which is, or second pick in that regard, which is quite interesting as well. But going into this second ban phase, supports and top supports and I was just gonna have a look there. Supports and top laners from the side of Schalke, something you can take away. And yep, they're just gonna continue on the Kerberos litter. Nasus being the one getting taken off the table.
It makes sense, especially because a lot of Kerberos picks are niche picks, and that's what he has had most success on back in the NLC. His Darius, Fiora, and these Nasus picks having a way higher win rate than the traditional meta picks when he locked those in. So trimming that pool makes a lot of sense, as it is Dusty who are now trying to target a bit of decay here with that R being removed.
Yeah, interesting to see the Ahri. Of course, the charm stops the dashes coming through from a LeBlanc, and it's just one of the better champs you of course have. I still think Lissandra is something that could be a threat, and at least would force out some cleanses on Merc Treads, and LeBlanc and Merc Treads is never something you're too happy about. Yep, on the side of Schalke, going to continue on the Kerberos train. Makes sense, batting out some of these champions, and I think the Renekton is still available to play in the top side for Kerberos if he wants to go in there. Yep, there it comes out for Dusty. Lissandra will finally get taken off the cards.
So what will be locked in here now for Schalke 04 is they could look for either mid lane or their support role, as at the moment they're hovering more towards that Veigar. Could obviously change as the mid lane matchup is already known. You would expect that pick to come in, and that's actually a Galio.
Not too bad, still something that can lock down the LeBlanc, shoot your dash forward, and not be too aware of the taunt to immediately come out from DK. Of course, could also be a flex towards the support position. We don't know yet, but as you said yourself, knowing the enemy mid lane already, there's not really a necessity for that flex picks. And then down towards the bot side, are we pairing this up with an Engage, or are we looking for something Enchanter-esque? And it looks to be more Enchanter-esque. The main concern I have for Dusty's composition right now is that they lack that Engage. They have a lot of pick potential, they have a jungle to play for as well if he gets priority, but the problem is you don't have any immediate form of CC. So
what are you
looking
thinking
at that
then?
top side?
What would you like for CC down?
I mean, you can
Engage?
just match the on here if you're
Just
really
an on.
looking for it, right?
Yeah,
of course, there is the Renekton if you want to play just like win lane, win game kind of matchup instead. But I feel like On has the value for this team comp that you're currently lacking. No, it's just going to be another one for Kerberos. It's going to be the Mordekaiser. You know what? That's on me for suggesting something that would have been meta.
You can't do that to Kerberos, man. The man doesn't play meta, he plays whatever he wants. I mean, is your best Engage now just a Graviton, Moonlight Vigil, hoping for the best from Denvoxne to try and snipe someone out? Hostile Takeover also a chance. Handshake maybe, or one shot from Backlund could do something. Regardless, I want to look at the bot lane that Schalke 04 has just built for themselves. Takes it on the Draven and a Mumu for Lilith. How do you feel about that, people?
I definitely feel like you can look for engages down here. Renata, if she gets caught off guard, well, you will just be forced to flash. And I think when level 6 comes through from Jaeger, that's where you're really looking for plays with DK as well. We even saw that in the first game of today where Mochko was piloting that mid-jungle duo with a Wukong and a Galio, so certainly something that has to be respected, and specifically when you're just made up of squishies from Dusty. Some of them are slippy, some of them are not, and I think if you get caught off guard when you're on the A-Mobile champions, you are going to be struggling a little bit. I actually think Dusty's team comp is a little hard to play. They'll have to get the lead throughout the mid-jungle. You have a Graves, you have a LeBlanc to play for with that invades or whatever you're looking for, but if then Voxne is your main carry, then you don't have the best frontline really to facilitate him, so that's going to be interesting.
And talking about Den Voxne, this guy has never progressed when he has made it to the Amazon European Masters. He made it with Vipers Inc. down in the plains, went 2-4, didn't move on. Qualified with Tricked as the first seed just last summer, after reverse sweeping the finals, ironically enough. Went 2-4, didn't make it through the group stage, so it would be very huge for him to make it out, and Dusty in particular, in those best of 5, have been ruthless reverse sweeping X7, for example.
But there's no reverse sweeping a best of 1 Duckling.
Exactly.
What do they do now?
I mean, let's be honest. They had a shaky start to the split, but Dusty, at the end of the best of 1 stage, you know, the regular season, they had a 10-game win streak. So I'm confident enough that these guys can play best of 1s as well.
Minions have spawned.
We'll find out.
You're really doubting the NLC here. You leave our region, and then you join the LFL, and now you're just cocky like, oh yeah, NLC first seed is not going to make it out.
I do believe
yourself.
that they're looking. I'm not saying they're not in a good position, because of course Dusty have looked good. I mean, fun fact about Dusty, I do believe that their main source of income, or funding rather, comes from the Icelandic fishing industry. So that's a little one for you there. And actually, wow. So I don't know if anyone spotted each other there, and if they didn't, that's actually so impressive. So late invade for Dusty, but late invade coming through from Schalke 04 as well, and they all just went out, and now the pinks are coming through. They're like, what? They're in the jungle? Hello, guys? How did that happen?
What is going on as Linkus? I think you might need to be a little bit careful here, depending on what Jaeger does. We are waiting to see. He goes towards the Raptors instead, so he will look to take those. As Linkus continues to take away at his blue side. Jaeger, though, will meet him here. I think they realize something is going on. Smite not available for Linkus. Jaeger could steal this away. So we gotta look at the replay. No one. I mean, they were spotted on a wall, but it was instantly disabled. As Linkus, you lose this, man. You don't have a smite, so Linkus just forced to flash. Jaeger, not a jungler, but still bunks to his opponents.
Yeah, and just like that, force out of the opposition's jungle here. They haven't really traded too much in terms of camps, right? You only got one small Raptor.
Oh my, Jaeger, he's on a streak here. He's not going for the mid lane red buff. Taking as well, of course, so will slow down Backlund, not force any sums. Good trade back though from Backlund. I mean, you might need to be careful here. Ignite! One more auto would do it! But the taunt is clutch, as you say. Level up as well. Jaeger is out, and that's a big brain play. He managed to get both sums from Backlund.
Oh, it's certainly an early game we've had for Selfie, and no kills have fallen through. But it had delivered on the action front. Top side, Kerber is farming, and he could actually even look to get some aggressive vision if he wanted to. Not going to crash this wave, so it's not going to be allowed. But this Mordekaiser pick is certainly something that's going to come online when you finally reach that level 6. Up until that point, you're really just clearing in waves. You can shove in this wave, you can make it bounce, you can go for cheetah recall. But outside of that, not expecting too much of it. And even with the jungle pathing of Jaeger and even Decay hovering topside, I don't really see Kerberos getting too aggressive up here just yet.
And talking about Elite Join, it is very important for me to make it clear. This guy is first of all a support player. The only other team that he has played competitive for is some team that I've never heard of. No logo, Astana. And when was that, you might ask? 2017. What has he done since then? Well, he spent 2022 being a substitute, a support substitute for Schalke 04. So he's really being thrown into the heat here. Straight into the fire. Role swap. Amazon European Masters group stage. Best of luck, buddy, as he will try to survive against Kerberos.
I mean, hopefully he can still support them in the communication instead then, and you know, make the most of the situation. Here he comes. That bounce we talked about, Kerberos though, not looking to let it. Feels like you just want to have that priority on the top side all the time. Push it in, see how much you can trade away from the Chower. Slowly but surely. And didn't even go for that cheetah recall either. So Kerberos remaining happy on his little island in the top side instead. Whereas resets are finally coming through from the two junglers here. You can see it now. Linker's just been away, picked up 2 long swords. Jaeger's going to recall now as well. Might even pick up a... Nope, it's just going to be the Sheen here. No boots coming through either.
And I want to take my eyes back on the bot lane for just a second as Takes it. Will obviously continue to stack up his adoration stacks while we are talking about other things. He is though 6 CS behind, so important to look at what happens here, because The longer nothing happens in the bot lane, the more important the fight becomes. The more time it gets to get these adoration stacks, the more important that kill becomes. So we're waiting to see what happens there in the end. A Drake has now spawned as well, so maybe more attention will be turned towards these bot lanes.
But for now, of course, not much have happened just yet outside of that early game action that we saw. And I mean, you can stack it up. You can wait for those adoration stacks. The execute will come through. But what you're really looking for, of course, to play for is the level 6 for Lilith as well. Then Voxnick could be a target.
What a shame.
But of course, having Sten would be more reliable, seeing as he doesn't have cleanse, but then Voxnick have. And now Lilith, in a Mumu spirit, former jungler, apparently, have started up the Drake, of course. And Jaeger's going to be making his way in here to pick up the early Drake for himself.
Yeah, I guess he just rolls up to himself like, nah, man, I'll take the jungle road from here on out. I don't really need you, as they will secure this. Linkas is in the top side, so he can't really contest. And 6 minutes in, it has been an eventful 6 minutes, but no first blood. Is there anything in particular where we would expect some more action here and be the place for the first bit of blood being shared?
I'll be honest, not really. What I'm looking for when I'm looking for anyone who would get aggressive would be the Draven. But I'm looking at a Galio, right? I'm looking at a LeBlanc, but that LeBlanc is into the Galio, so not much is going to happen. Mostly that's a 2v2 kind of thing. And for that, we're waiting for level 6. If anyone were to make any plays, though, it'd probably be Jaeger and Decay now that he's finally picked up the ultimate. But even on the top side, surely won't get any kills, right? I mean, surely.
I mean, you have to remember, that's a Sejuani, man. I mean, Elite Joy might be a support main, but he should be able to survive on a Sejuani.
Yeah, you can play Sejuani support.
That's actually true. Hylissang did that 2018 MSI against, I believe it was RNG, or was it Kingzone?
Trimby did it this year as well.
Yeah, but that's not as retro. And obviously, I'm a Fnatic fan, so I
Okay,
have to talk about Hylissang.
you just wanted to flex that historical fact. Okay, I see you.
I mean, it's not much flexing being a Fnatic fan at the
2017.
moment. Go on. What were you saying?
Nothing. I was just mimicking you. I was bantering a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, none of our banter games are really that good, so sorry to you guys out there. Regardless, big
Don't say that. Don't tell them that.
Come on, man. You can't hide it forever. You can try with your awkward laugh, but nothing is gonna save our banter being awful.
I hate you.
Regardless, the resets have come through from Dusty. They are gonna move out on the map again. Still, no kills. Not that much action, actually, these past few minutes. As we are starting to slowly go crazy here on the caster desk. Regardless, CS lead now building up for the side of takes at level 6. Will be coming in. I mean, the bot lanes are about halfway there. And maybe then we could expect some action, as we are also looking at the K. Yeah, go on.
If one were to create a play, right, you look at Dusty. Who's going to be your main engage if you want to look for an engage?
Yeah, you asked that question, and I am not the analyst, so I will send it back to you.
Okay, well, I tell you what, like, you can't just throw out a Renata ultimate. If that ever happens, it's because you get priority and you get to be, let's say, on the Drake first, and then the enemy has to run into you, then Renata ultimate has value. If you just throw it out on them immediately, they're just going to run away. Aphelios Graviton would be the one for the AD carry. Well, newsflash, he's running out of the Graviton right now. Then you could look for the chain with Backlund, but then you're not really looking for a team fight, you're looking for a pick. So, yeah, difficult times for Dusty to find any reliable engage. We're on the opposite end. There's the Wukong, there's the Sejuani, there's the Galio, you have an Amumu, right? So for Schalke 04, it's way easier creating plays, and Dusty, way harder.
Yeah, breaking news, something is happening. As Sten forced to flash away from the Cyclone, Linkas taking that Herald, and while they continue to chill, trying to make some plays, I will remind you, there is now dropped a new Amazon Prime box. I just opened it myself. I got Bullet Thing Kaiser. Pretty nice, pretty happy. We could just go claim that now if you really feel like it. As there was a small trade in the mid lane as well. Jaeger still looking for the dive here, by the way. Still has the flash.
And level 6 actives as well.
Yeah, Lilith locks them both up. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Surely this should be some kills. As Sten has the bailout, but nothing can save you. First blood on Jaeger, as he will take those 400 gold.
Unfortunately, Takes wasn't able to get the adoration stack. When you're going down in the W for Renata, last one who picks up the auto attacks in gets the kill, and the standard side almost reached Sten as he fell apart. But yep, there you have it. It's just that easy. There's nothing to really save Sten for going down in that instance. And can you cross map it? No, not really. So I think once again, Dusty, very hard for them to find meaningful engages in this game.
I mean, in top lane, not much is really happening. It's like they're both on vacation in Brazil or something. But let's look at what did happen down on the bot side. Lilith, let's look at that Curse of the Sad Mummy. It's fantastic. And as you said, unfortunately, as Sten goes down, Takes it, tries to get in range for the kill. Oh wow, that stand aside just barely missed. As that would have been a lot of gold in his pocket.
But even then, look at the inventory. He's sitting on an Eclipse right now. Takes it. Very happy about that situation. Top side.
Kerberos, yeah, I mean, he's in a 1v2, but obviously the Death Realm is gonna make it a 1-for-1. Elite joined. Let's see who wins this one. It's just a standoff, Mexican standoff. Nothing happens as Kerberos just walks out. Lilith is here. He might look for something. As now Link is the one in trouble. Has to try and dash away. Gets locked up. Has the flash as well. Good Q. Good auto attack from Stern. That's a kill on Jaeger. The fight continues. Lilith. That's a fantastic snipe. The bailout is there though, and they can look to turn it back around. Here comes the hero's entrance as well. This fight just continues getting bigger, Kulbo. As now Kerberos is the one in trouble. Sten doesn't have the damage to take down Elite Giant as Kerberos. He'll just walk up and try and smack him flash forward from Decay. But Kerberos doesn't care. Another Q comes through, and they will finally take down Kerberos. Decay now running, no flash. Linkus, he's back in again. What is going on up in this top lane? As Decay.
One more auto.
Forward.
Oh, backlands around though. Q.
He will get the kill. Ignite is there as well. Auto attack the turret. Misses the chain just for BM. What am I looking at, man?
I beg of you, don't ask me to analyze that fight because I already forgotten half of it. That was so long. Now, Jaeger's still around.
Wait, what? League of Legends, baby.
Well, does get the channel through. Jaeger, so close to picking up that Cyclone and potentially
so
another
bad.
kill. I think in the end, though, that fight was beneficial for Dusty, despite it not looking like it in the beginning.
I mean, I don't even know if it's possible to get a replay of that considering how long the play was. Because I would actually ask you to analyze it, as we do see good CC coming through and then Voxen. No flash, no cleansing. That's adoration stack. That gold he just swung by being like 2k in Dusty Saber to now 8,000 gold in Shark Escape.
I tell you why, you look at the 80 carry gold difference right now. That was just Takeset picking up 2k for himself almost.
God.
What a big lead, and the Vox missing out on a cannon wave. Big difference in the 280 carries right now. Danish rivalry between them, Voxen and Takeset, of course, but Takeset winning out on it right now.
Takes it, he takes the set. Match point. It's the best of one, so you know they're not going into game 3 regardless. Yeah, I'll stop. Thank you very much for that last info. You're very compassionate here with me on the caster desk as Jaeger. Could be looking for something in the top side. Kerberos will take a bonk. Good prison actually to throw Linkus into, but yet again, just chilling on vacation. Nothing else happening. As that Herald will get the chance.
Lilip and the rest of members of Schalke has made their way up towards the top side as well. Of course, Rift Herald not alive just led, but that doesn't stop you from roaming out here. Backland could look for Decay.
Yeah, Backland doesn't really have the damage though. Remember, Decay is pretty tanky. Galio, Archaiman very good against these burst mages as Lilip. Yet another Q connect. This man is a sniper as Linkus will find himself in a little 1v1 against Jaeger. Monkey versus Shotgun, who will win? I don't know if you can consider that animal abuse. Regardless, Linkus, they
Jesus Christ.
Thank you. I can't remember the last time I got you to laugh.
I have to give it to Lilip. He's been an absolute monster finding some of these engages. Speaking of another monster, Kerberos is making his way down here. Does have that ultimate.
Yep. Okay, able to dash out as there's a Drake on the map. It hasn't really been looked at for a solid like 2-3 minutes as both the teams have been too busy trying to comprehend what just happened up in that top lane. Eyes on Takeset though. 2.4k ahead. This man is stacked. From rags to riches, 1 kill, and he's so far ahead.
Looking to move forward to an Ascent Reaver as well. Lilip. I don't think you're looking for anything here. There's more guys around the table. And what's interesting is the fact that both top laners has made their way down to this objective. Both teams are willing to fight for this Drake.
Yep, could be in trouble. Where's the handshake? The pull missed, so does the handshake actually. So no agreement to fight in this one as Lilith hits a Q but goes into the death room. Goes golden to buy some time. Another Q will connect. That's another decimate in the book, but that's a very good hostile takeover to buy more time. But takes it still. Freely hitting in the fight. Decay now locked up. Heroes punch away. He won't really find his way out of this one. Back on this here as well. So that's another kill secure. That's 2 for Dusty.
And that's one of the big ones for Dusty. That's how they actually want to fight these. It's in the exchange where they can kite back. The hostile takeover comes through, and then it was into great ultimate from the Boxster. Just like that, with not the best reliable CC, Dusty have actually managed to out-team fight Schalke and pick up a Drake for themselves after the fight.
Yeah, so I don't know how this happened, but Linkus suddenly finds himself with a 3-0-3. Maybe it happened in this fight. We will now take another look.
Yep, let's have a look at it, because Limik, he throws out the bandit shots, of course, bandits. Touches. If you cast it in the real world, it'll stay there. And then when he goes into the Death Realm, he's still pulled despite not being in the real world but in the Death Realm. And there you have it, hostile takeover into the Flame Rover Moonlight Vigil. Absolutely beautiful. Backlund moving first. You can see Sejuani still in Minimap trying to move forward, but it was a 4 versus 5 realistically speaking, and they punished on that. Lilith.
Yeah, this time there is no back to save you. Yet another lock up. There is flash this time on Den Voxne, so might be able to get out. And that's another cash-in.
Yep,
oh,
318 extra.
3.6k!
This takes that guy on the Draven is looking a little bit fat. I'm not sure about you, but I'm a little bit scared of what's going to happen when he goes for the recall, because I'm pretty sure he's going to pick up an Essence Reaver and sit on 2 items before Den Voxne even finishes his first item.
Can you flame Horizon in gold? What am I witnessing this game, man? As Kerberos will be battling it out in a 1v2 up in the top lane. And surprisingly, it's actually Schalke who decided to run out of that fight.
I would love to see Mordekaiser accidentally ult the Wukong drone just to see what that looks like. That beyond the fact though, they are just disengaging the play. Rift Herald is no longer to be taken, already picked up by Linkus, sitting in his inventory, as you can currently see. And yeah, just looking at the 280 carries in terms of the itemizations, he's almost sitting on the 3rd item. Almost sitting on the 3rd item before Den Voxne has his first. Unbelievable.
What? Honestly, man. That is a Draven doing Draven things. He chills, does nothing, just stacks CS, gets adoration tags, walks up, autos, gets the kill, walks back out. I guess you get Draven Diff. What can I say except you're welcome, man. Jesus, this is League of Legends when it becomes League of Legends. A story of 2 different games, really. The top side very much going in favor of Dusty. That bot side very much going in the favor of Schalke. Let's put it like that as we hit that 16-minute mark.
Linkus does still have that Rift Herald. Question is, where do you want to use this? Mid lane is a bit problematic, just due to the fact that, well, the enemy AD carry is sitting there, and he's quite difficult to fight around. On the bot side as well, going even between DK and Backlund in terms of pushing in that wave. So you're stuck in this position where they're just waiting for the right time, for a mistake potentially for the opponent they can capitalize on.
And as Dusty group in the mid lane, so will Schalke, no fear. Lilith might get caught up, the change connect, good flash away, still rooted up though. Ison takes it, he already melts through Link as the bailout will not lead you out to safety. Another kill goes over to the side of Schalke. They might look for more Backlund though. Still fancying himself in this one. Recall coming through from Sten, so they need to back off, and they do.
Yeah, and there you have it. They looked for a mistake. Lilith almost looked like he was the one making it, but Schalke, they managed to turn it around. Lilith.
Yeah, Backlund, he does what any blank does and finds an assassination to get something back. But if there's one guy he needs to assassinate, it's that Draven. He's the only reason they are even in gold.
Yeah, I mean, takes it. He needs to be patient with his stand aside, because if he keeps that active on him, well, when Backlund looks for an engage, he can use that to disengage the distortions coming through. So that's certainly what we're looking for in these small moments. But gold lead between the 2 teams, despite everything, it's actually pretty even, not gonna lie.
And it very much feels like Gunnbo. If we say takes it falls, I think Schalke falls. Who can really hold up then? I mean, you have a Wukong that's 2k gold behind. Your top lane is almost 2k gold behind again. Yes, mid is even, but yet again, it's a Galio. He's not really gonna be 1v9ing a team fight, is he? So, to me, it looks like all eyes on Backlund to see if he can assassinate takes it.
Yeah, and even just, I mean, Kerberos as well, he might not be able to get the Delph Realm in on it, but potentially look to get the damage in that you can still get if you hit him with the E. You can't really cleanse that pool. Might be able to force a flash and even capitalize on takes it, for example, when he does not have the flash, which he doesn't have right now. But once again, and I just have to highlight, 80 carry department, 3 items on Draven, 1 on Den Voxne. That's crazy. And certainly impressive that Den Voxne manages to go even at least in this mid lane, and that's why you have to keep members around him at the same time. All the time as well, because if you leave them isolated, well, Schalke and Ulfia, they will just look for the 2v2. Rift Herald hash has been deployed.
Yeah, so let's see what that Rift Herald will do. It will simply get a charge, it seems like, as Dusty. They leave it to be, as they will go towards the Drake themselves. Princess able to clear out this ward. As Kerberos now looking for a pick, but a good sweeper to spot him out. Backlund goes forward, the change connect has to go backwards though. Don't want to get it out by too many Axis Linces. Staying in the front line here, good damage onto Jaeger Decay. Takes a bit of damage from Kerberos, still though eyes on Takes It. As long as he is alive, so is the side of Schalke. That's a very, very good 2-man down with the curse of that mummy. But it's onto Den Voxne, takes it, still alive, and that's the one we need to look at. He could get sent into the Death Realm, and there he will be left to die. Kerberos will slam down on him, and it's 4, it's 5 for the side of Dusty.
And just like that, Dusty's back in it. We highlighted it. Finding takes it while he doesn't have the flash. Kerberos comes around, and he delivers on it. Now the gold lead exploding into the favor of Dusty, and what better timing with Baron just spawning immediately. Who can actually stop this? Jaeger is on the map, no flash, does have the smite available, but he's not even making his way up here. Dusty should be taking a significant lead here.
3 items on an 80 carry doesn't do anything against a 1.5 item top laner. How League of Legends is that? As we take a look at the replay, Lilith, fantastic engage. But the follow-up, not really that, and Voxner able to get out. Look at Takes-It. What happens to him? Well, he walks in trying to get back in the stand. Kerberos finds him, isolates him into the Death Realm, and there's simply nothing Takes-It can do. He gets bombed by a single decimate, and that's the fight over.
I think it's just the positional mistakes coming through from Takes-It there. He's not really looking for the squishy members on the top side of that fight, but purely looking down on Sten. But third Drake has spawned, and despite the Baron in position of Dusty, Schalke and Althea strikes first, but in the mid lane they're leaving themselves vulnerable, and a response will come through from Dusty.
And Voxner taking through it as quickly as possible with the red and white guns. Linz's background and Sten here to assist him as well. Kerberos is on his way in, as they will take 2 turrets. Rotate up towards the top lane, it looks like, and maybe get a 3rd.
Continue with it, played on 2 lanes, the classic. When you have Baron in newer seasons here, of course. Hostile takeover is available, and this is where it becomes quite useful when you're sieging these tier 2 turrets, when you can stand around the wall and threaten any enemies who walks forward. Then Voxner, good Calibrum gun as well here, got the extra range to play around with. Elite join.
Ooh, Linz's nice juke on the Glacial Prisoner, as he will be able to walk out! And that's the Monkey gone instantly. Elite Giant looks to be smoked here as Kerberos comes in on the flank, doesn't really go for it in the first round, and Elite Giant able to walk out for now, but Backlund says goodbye with the Ignite. That's 2 more kills to Dusty.
And all of a sudden, Dusty has just come online. They were behind for the longest time, and they fight 1 victory, 1 Baron. Now they're finding multiple objectives. Top tower gone as well. Inhibitor soon to fall too. And with members still dead from the side of Schalke and Althea, no one's going to stop this push. Can go back, reset. Dusty, out of nowhere, has shown up to play.
Now 1 fight, 1 Baron, that's all they need. Can you ask for anything else? These NLC champions, severely underrated in my eyes. In another of these tier lists, I think they can make it far. My biggest worry was the best of ones. Could they make it through them? Have gotten a 1-0, should be getting a 2-0 here. Look at that goal lead. You can see the places where Takes-It gets kills, but you can also see when Dusty got that 1-2.
Yep, and I think that they are still feeling that impact coming through now. No need to play on top side anymore. Super minions are coming through. Baron still active for 30 seconds. Dusty looking to make the most of that. There is still an outer turret to play on the bot side. Jaeger around the vicinity.
Kerberos is there. Keep an eye on his ultimate. He will throw. Takes it into the Death Realm. Still no plans. He will die in there. And he will be left to rot in his grave. And without him, what can Schalke do? The answer, nothing. It was clean. There was no doubt as soon as Takes-It falls that Dusty was gonna win this game.
I feel like Takes-It would have done wisely to invest in the QSS with the goal lead in half, and Kerberos right there just immediately punish on that decision making. Out of nowhere, they continue with the siege. 4 members dead of Schalke and Althea. Backlund pushing in the mid lane. Kerberos and the rest of Dusty on the bot side, pushing in the bot and inhibitor turret, and they're just going to continue with the siege.
Why even take that inhibitor when you can take the game? Dusty looking to go 2-0 and really show that they have come to play. Game Ward awaiting next up around us. Lilith, it can look flashy, it can look good. Takes-It might take down 1, but the base will eventually fall 1 more hit from Kerberos to seal the deal.
And that's the fastest one today, which it really didn't look like it was going to be from where we started with this game. But moving forward from it, Dusty, my god, what beating. Securing themselves a 2-0 at the European Masters main stage.
Even when Takes-It had died and, the game was over, he was still 1.4k ahead. That just shows the whole marathon he was ahead of Dinbox. He was so far ahead, but it just wasn't enough that 1 member, as you said, should have probably invested in that QSS, let's be completely honest. Get pulled into the Death Realm, had 0 counterplays to that, with no QSS at the very least. And that's the game. Schalke down to 0-2, and obviously that game was a little bit fun. towards the end. It was very clear who was going to win, but let's be honest, this is a very sad situation for Schalke 04. They deserve to be at the Amazon European Masters, but these changes that have come in just as the tournament starts, unfortunate, nothing you can do about them, and it's very sad to see, let's be completely honest. Hopefully, they find some way to bounce back tomorrow or in 2 days when they play. I can't quite remember, actually. Let's be completely honest as well.
But this is why you don't bring it up. That's the broadcast.
That's one of the first things he told me, like, instantly.
No, don't bring it up. Yeah, I remember that one.
I remember that as well, but I don't care anymore. Regardless, we do have an interview.
You don't remember good enough.
We do have an interview. Linces, welcome to the broadcast, and congratulations on that dominant win, I think you could say, on the top side at the very least. Bot lane, a different story. How are you feeling after a pretty confident win and a good performance from you as well?
I mean, I think it should have been a bit cleaner, especially with, well, the circumstances Schalke is facing. So, yeah, I'm happy with the win. I'm happy that we are 2-0, going to play Game War tomorrow, but I think it should have been a slightly cleaner win.
And looking back into this game, because you bring a draft where there's not too much reliable engage, you're very skirmish heavy in your approach to this game. How's your reflection on how you guys pilot the draft you make? And is there any adjustments you would have liked to make once you were in game? Did you feel like, oh, we're really lacking something?
I think it was fine because enemies drafted like Team Combat is very short range that needs to dive onto us. So I think that Renata did a great job like against that. And then, of course, I think the B5 Mordekaiser was also a very, very good pick, you know. That's the Kerberos special. So, yeah, I think we piloted the draft quite well.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that. You guys are now 2-0, obviously, the NLC champions. I'm going to be honest, I think a lot of people have underrated you guys in the tier list and expectations. How confident are you guys of having a good run?
I mean, I'm pretty confident in our abilities. As you said, like, we are quite underestimated, but I don't really mind being like the underdog, kind of. Right now, we're just looking at one game at a time, so I think we can go far, but as I said, one game at a time, and yeah, let's first focus on making out of the group stage.
Do you specifically have anyone you're looking to face? Obviously, like the NLC for the longest time ever was like, all right, we always lose to the LFL. But for you personally, is there like friends on other teams or anything you're really looking for to get the edge over?
Not really, no. I actually haven't thought about it. Maybe it would be kind of interesting to face SK because Atskas plays there, and like he's the other Lithuanian jungler that is like the only Lithuanian besides me that is in EU Master, so maybe it would be kind of interesting to face him. But besides that, I think no, not anyone like specific.
Yeah, thank you very much, and congratulations again on the win, Linces. It was a great performance in many parts of the game. I'm looking forward to see how you guys perform next.
Good luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
And with that, we have just had a chat with Dusty, of course, but we have to go in and look at what happened this game, because another Amazon European Masters banger is how I would phrase it.
I mean, I think it certainly was, and I think at this point in the game, I was worried for Dusty, at least just a little bit with the way it was panning out. First kills go over, and I think Lilip, monster early game from that little smaller Mumu. I say that, and then this is the clip that's going to run where he dies. But I think it's important to notice as well, great map movement from Dusty as well coming through. They, realistically speaking, make this a 4 versus 5 as well. And killer hostile takeover coming through from Sten, setting up then Voxen as well with the Moonlight Vigil. So while they didn't have their prowess in the laning phase, this is of course a combo you want to utilize when you hit that level 6 instead. And wow, great setup there with the Bandit Touch. Unfortunately, I think this is the fight where it takes it. If he moves down towards the top side or up towards the top side, looks for the Voxen instead. That's where you have something to fight for. Unfortunately, gets pulled in by Kerberos, and that's really where it's doomed when Mordekaiser gets to take the enemy Draven to Brazil.
Yeah, welcome to Brazil, baby, and what is that laugh, man?
You're too young to understand the veteran memes in the scene, my dear Duckling. I'll show you the video afterwards.
Yeah, thank you for that. Regardless, another trip to Brazil for Takes It. At least he got an all-inclusive holiday paid for in this game, as he wasn't able to come through with carry performance. Dusty, I want to say, they realized, yes, we just need to kill Draven, and I mean, they certainly did.
I mean, yeah, for 100%. And yeah, I mean, this game was close until it wasn't. That's the story of it, and I can't say anything that's gonna paint a better picture than that. Lots of members, as you see from the damage graph, showed up from the side of Dusty, but if you had to give an MVP, I would just straight up throw Kerberos in there and say he had, what, 4 champions banned against him, and he whips out the B5 Mordekaiser pick to just really carry the game, especially towards that mid game. So yeah, for me, Kerberos, big standout player.
You wanted the on. He showed you why he doesn't play meta. The man plays niche picks.
I guess so.
And he doesn't care. Meta, what's that? Never heard of him. And Dusty, they take another win. It just feels so weird considering everything that's going on. Regardless, I am happy to see Dusty do this. Then Voxne, with one more win, he will break his own personal EU Masters win record, being 2-4, which is what he went with Tricked and Vipers Inc. the 2 previous times that he has gone.
Regardless, he goes 0-6 with Vipers Inc. back in the day.
No, they went 2-4. They were very bad the first week, and then they realized we need to play League of Legends, and then they started playing some League of Legends, but not enough League of Legends. Regardless, we are going to throw it to the break, and when the stream comes back, Jamada and Viper Room will guide you through the last 3 games. It has been a pleasure being here with you, Gilbo. See you all soon.
Bye, guys.
Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know Painley's the greatest. And this my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, dirt boy in the south.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Amazon European Masters. We're on for the second half of the second day of games here, and as you can see, there's been a bit of a swap up with the casters. Viper and Jamada here to bring you through the second half of the day. Jamada, how are you doing? You excited? You ready to open up Group B?
Yes, I am. Group B has been a banger for a little while. Last split, we had X7 in it again with, who was kind of dubbed the favorites, but also questions around them in Karmine Corp. Not here this time, replaced with the other strong French seed. They're all strong, really. Of course, in LDLC. Not going to be covering LDLC just yet, of course, but still very excited to be opening up Group B because traditionally, it gives us a lot of banger games.
Yeah, strong game. We're going to be starting off with X7 Esports up against Anarphosis Famagusta out of the GLL. And Jamada, these two teams, I mean, everyone's looking at Anno and thinking, rough ride, but they did some work in play-ins. We'll have to see how they do as we move straight into Champ Select.
Yeah, we really will. I mean, the thing about Anarphosis to me, right? You look at this group, a lot of people will kind of immediately go, well, probably a bit of a write-off for them. But honestly, Anarphosis as a team kind of end up defying expectations a fair amount in-game, even if they don't necessarily procure a lot of results when it comes to main stage performances. They are such a strong team to be feared, even in their play-in stage, actually. That was a group where maybe you would kind of have them not making it into top 2, right? JDXL, Red Star, the two teams in their playing group, kind of wiped the floor with them by the end of it. So they've already got the scalp of one NLC seed. We'll see if they can take it here today. Open up the draft, removing away the Yuumi. We're all glad to see that one. And Belveth, a lot of respect shown by X7, taken away from Douglas, tore apart JDXL in the playing stage with that pick. So we'll see what they decide to go towards as we continue sliding through these the band phase. Viego, Renard, nothing too out of the ordinary just yet.
Yeah, I mean, batting away champions that look very similar from X7, both champions that like to reset in team fights, like to do a lot of work, and then support's taken away from Kasing over on the X7 side. Of course, such a big name in League of Legends such a long time. Gotta put some respect on the name, but this is leaving open a lot of the power picks in the solo lanes. Pyke being removed, another support. We could be seeing some premium action in the mid and top side.
Yeah, we definitely could be. Bit of respect there to Levi. Pulled out the Pyke once in play-ins, and definitely a bit of a pocket pick for him. What we started to see in the finals of the NLC actually was just 3, if I recall correctly, 3 Enchanter ban just directly to Kasing, get him off those Enchanters entirely. We'll see if he still goes over to some of the premium ones left up. But X7 are going to go towards that Aphelios straight away, but the answer is swift from Anarphosis. It's going to be the Azir and the Wukong. Very, very strong mid-jungle duo. You always know from the mid lane, you should have lane priority from the early stages. And Douglas will see how he's going to use that one. One thing I'd definitely like to highlight now with the Wukong being locked in, a potential Sejuani could follow here. Set yourself up for a very strong top side. Kind of depends on what X7 decide to respond with, however, because sometimes you may, of course, have to answer out depending on what they go towards. But when you see your mid-jungle on the opposite side, you feel like for X7, the choice is probably relatively simple. Don't show your cards just yet. Answer out those 2 roles. Going to have Tempt on his Ahri, and Viking now has the opportunity to pick up a jungler for himself.
I mean, there are a couple of supports if they wanted to show Kasing's here as well, in case they want to not lose out stuff like the Seraphine, maybe. The Lulu is available, of course, or the Karma. The Lulu is going to be that lock-in, so they do lose a little bit of priority on the junglers. Expect Anno to utilize that a little bit, but we'll have to see where they are going to pick up. Are they going to go for their own support or marksman, or are they just going to show top side?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you go towards the top side here, what that actually does is you can effectively split the priority that X7 have in terms of bans. Yes, they could still, realistically ban away to, AD carries or supports, but I think it's actually not too bad. We'll see what they want to go towards. Hovering over the rail, it's definitely a speciality pick of Levi's, one that's very frequently banned away from him, removed away from him very, very frequently. Sees the opportunity to snap it up into that mobile bottom lane, and will take that opportunity. So Anarphosis now, I expect, will look to try and remove away some of Viking's champion pool, things like the Jarvan, things that can really get a lot of early agency going for these lanes, things that will sell, things that will look for engage right now, because X7 are definitely lacking on that front, and Vi also speaks to that tune.
Absolutely, taking him off stuff that can be aggressive in those earlier stages, as you said. X7, on the other hand, want to get rid of a couple of marksmen. It would appear Tristana being the first one taken off the table, of course. Pretty strong, pretty powerful pick in the later stages. Scales exceptionally well. Don't want to be giving that kind of opposition to the Aphelios, which has been prioritized. But again, there's plenty of power still on the table. Jarvan also removed, and that realistically takes away a lot of the early aggression agency that Viking could have gone for.
Yeah, I think at this point, what you're really looking towards, maybe something like Lee Sin, Viego, Poppy. Poppy's actually a pretty strong option here, maybe. I think that's something that Viking will probably look towards. Kalista, another early sort of kill lane pairing. with this Rel, but I think honestly Golden Toast is pretty happy to pick up the Sivir here in this particular instance. He's played a whole bunch of it. This player is most played champion actually. And I think when you kind of look at what Anorthus are running right now, it's a full kind of front to back look for engages with the Wukong, with the Rel, just dive in on that bottom lane in particular, try and shut down that Aphelios as soon as possible. Now X7, I think we highlighted the Poppy. I think it kind of just makes the most sense at this point, right? You can deny away some of the engages. Trundle actually also works in that same facet. Won't have as much power ganking towards the mid lane, but definitely if you're trying to cause a little bit of early issue towards the bottom side, Pillar can be so disruptive for a demounted Rel or even the Sivir as well. Doesn't really have any dashes to work with, so I quite like this from X7. Just in general, one-to-one with that Wukong has a pretty decent time in that jungle matchup. Now for Chasey, I think just looking for the safest possible blind. X7 is still lacking true hard engage, so maybe, yeah, they just chuck him on someone like the Sejuani, the Ornn, when you already have the Trundle, would have also been a pretty safe top side blind. And I think for Adis here, probably just go, you know, the response tank, right, inside of that Ornn. Just because, why not? You know you're not really going to be at too much threat. And right now, I feel like you're kind of happy locking in this full scaling. You've got the Sivir, you've got the Azir, the wave clear is always going to be there. Even if you fall behind, you could almost realistically fall back on that every single time. So I like this for Anorthus. They still have early options from the jungle, from the support role to try and find some early action, but also a lot of, you know, fallback scaling mechanics to sort of lean onto if X7 start to find some leads on the map.
And I mean, looking at that Ornn, when you already see a Trundle on the other side, you're in lane against a Sejuani who does enjoy being up against the tanks a little bit. Can feel a little bit bad in isolation and might look a little bit strange. But if we step back and look at the team composition as a whole, first 3-4 picks came through, we're like, yep, textbook front to back, that's all they need to do. They get backline access, they move forward quickly with On the Hunt. They maybe just need a slight bit more engaged to make that fully work, and the Ornn is perfect for doing so. So Anno have done what I like. I enjoy doing this. Fundamental League of Legends, front to back, team fight. You know what everyone's job is at all times. And when you're coming in as a team that, looking at this matchup, you'd probably favor X7 on paper before we got into draft, going for something that's quite basic and easy to execute allows you to focus on what you're doing as a team, the macro decisions that you make. So really, really happy with how Anno have done this. X7, they've got a job on their hands to take down this Greek team. We'll have to see if they can do it as we move on to the Rift for our fourth game of the day. X7 Esports out on the NLC. On the blue side, Anorthosis, Famagusta out of the GLL on the red.
Yeah, honestly, I'll be honest. There you go, guys. That's a nice English sentence for you. If you had nameplates off, I would really prefer Anorthosis' draft here. I think quite a few more early aggression options, as well as just, you know, strong scaling. Strong and consistent scaling, I think, is the key thing here. Attila could end up having a pretty hard time playing the game, depending on how some of these team fights end up playing out, right? If X7 can't get, you know, lane priority around neutral objectives so that they're in the river first, all of a sudden having to deal with the setup of, you know, boomerang blades coming out, having to check into fog against, you know, a Rel, of course, the Azir as well, providing a lot of choke control with the soldiers. It's really, really difficult for him to play this out, and he is going to be, you know, the core carry when you look towards those sort of 25-minute minutes fights onwards to provide a lot of the damage for X7 here. So I'm looking towards how they will try to funnel some resources into Attila's back pocket, because I think they're definitely going to need to have a pretty fed Aphelios to try and match some of that late game DPS, but still a lot of strong pick tools available to X7 that are in the Sejuani. I think they're definitely going to have to lean into that in the mid game.
Yeah, it's already going a little bit aggressive, but this is kind of how Rel likes to play. We'll take a bit of poke on the way out from the double range. But for those of you who haven't been watching the NLC particularly strongly and just follow the European Masters, you'll know X7 obviously made it to knockouts last time around. This season it's been character development, I guess, throughout the split for this roster. Made some changes initially, and then halfway through the season, Viking came in. Looked like a very good unit in playoffs, but then were reverse swept by Dusty. But we watched last game, we all know exactly how good Dusty can be. Very, very interesting team, and we'll have to see how they can do up against the Greek side that has a couple of the bigger names in the scene and could potentially look to, I don't want to just say upset games, but potentially even upset this group.
Yeah, I think there's definitely room for that. Anorthosis, definitely the kind of team that have the picks in their back pocket to do it. They haven't necessarily brought out anything too spicy here today, but definitely catch you off guard. Caught the other NLC representative off guard in their opening game in the group stages of play-ins. So keep your eyes on this team. I know it is a very stacked group. Of course, the Go Rogue in the Ultra Liga, they were, you know, probably the expected first seed. given their regular split performances, so dominant. Of course, the final shenanigans that happened did happen. They ended up in second seed, still Z10, worthy opponents in their own right. When you really do look at this group, it's effectively, you know, 3 expected first seeds. LDLC, the obvious team that did qualify in as the first seed of LFL. And then Enothesis, of course, so and then through the play-ins, first seed of GLL. It's a lot of strong teams, a lot of strong representation domestically from every team and their region.
And I mean, when we look at Anno as well, we had a chat with Kemren, who has a bit of information about some of these teams as we move forward in the tournament. But it's a GLL team that has some of the bigger names in the region, as we've already mentioned. We've got Dominant in the mid lane, who's played everywhere in Greece. And by that, I mean multiple different teams and multiple different roles as well.
I will adjust your point. He's played every role but top, because top is a useless role. Giga Chat.
Oh, as we watch Chasey and Addis just hang it out. But not only Dominant, he's not the only person that we need to watch up against Tempt, really strong mid laner. But when we were watching the play-ins and we were doing some coverage there, I managed to speak to Rev, who's watched some of the GLL this season, and he was saying Douglas, the jungler, he's been a massively important part, very talented guy, quite a young player coming through. So there's a nice mixture of this old Dominant, because that's his name, mid laner, and this younger jungler who's one of the up-and-coming stars of the region. And you know what, I'm going to hold that point, because Viking is coming through, looking for Golden Toast, maybe looking to use that pillar, will slow and knock up. The splash is going to be utilized. Golden Toast will get away, but that Summoner's burn.
Yeah, nice punish there from Viking. You could see Golden Toast, Levi, they just wanted to get the wave in. Golden Toast was kind of battling off against Kasing there. Kasing holds his ground, and then Viking makes his way through that Tri-Brush. Golden Toast just overextended. I'm not sure what he tried to spell shield, make the Glitter Lance, hard to really tell, but using that pillar to get the flash on the chase down means that, honestly, very easy follow-up gank could be in the offing in the next couple of minutes. Douglas chased out, and to continue your point on Douglas, like you said, dominant mid, of course. Well, dominant. It's so hard to find words that are dominant to describe that, man. But mid lane, of course. But Douglas also, he's a man after my own heart, William. Because he's also a bit of a Kayn enjoyer as well. Now and again, he likes to pull that pick out. He said, his GLL side, no stranger to bring out some more unorthodox picks. Still, nothing here just yet. Yeah.
I mean, we saw the Belveth bat.
Yeah.
Speaks to some of that style of play, but this tournament has already seen a few interesting picks, is how I'll charitably describe them, I suppose. Shaco, Heimerdinger. What are you doing in my League of Legends games? I guess would be my question. As Addis just going to be chased away by Chasey. Of course, Ornn isn't going to have the most fun time in this matchup because he doesn't really have the pressure to kill Sejuani. The damage isn't really there. But Chasey also would probably need a bit of assistance to do much more than just gain a bit of priority and have pressure up on that top side.
Yeah, what I will say is it's very possible to kill this Ornn once Viking has access to the Subjugate.
Yes.
Speaking of level 6s, Tempt has his, and he's moved down to the bottom side already. This is on Vision. I know we're aware that this is going on, but what will the response be?
They're going to look to go and get something going. Under tower teleport comes through as well, but Tempt is dashing around, gets first blood already, and will look to escape. They find the route out down the lane. That's a very clean dive, and that's first blood X7.
Yeah, not only that, on the top side, Chasey actually interrupts Odysseus' teleport. He was trying to get down to this bottom side dive. Maybe he could get something going with the Pool of the Forge God. It just doesn't end up happening. So his TP also burned from Enothesis. Really great dive from X7, very clean. He only get away with 1 kill. Definitely could have looked to potentially find 2, but they denied Golden Toast that wave, and that's the crucial part from that dive.
Anna just sending members up towards this mid lane, knowing that the marksman's going to take a little bit of time. No dragons have yet been touched, and this is something that we've seen a bit thematically, especially through play-ins. Teams not necessarily diving on those dragons as they come up. Of course, we have had those dragon changes, but let's have another breakdown of this dive, Jawada, because it just looked very, very clinical.
Yeah, I mean, it just is, right? Golden Toast, no summoner spells, the target focus is just on him. Chasey just being a bit of a nuisance for Addis there. Interrupt that with the Glacial Prison. Yeah, dive itself, very, very clean. And like you say, interesting to not see X7 go towards that dragon. I think, of course, with the changes to dragons, it's a much bigger time investment than they were on 12-13. Backwards, so 12-14, a lot more health. A little less damage, but obviously because they take longer to kill, technically they can deal more damage to you. So X7 just decide to call it the end of the play there, and instead on the next wave bounce in, look to start this one up. This time they will collect it as a get that wave shoved in. This is just not having fun here. This is potential solo kill.
Ooh, the flash is enough to keep him off Chasey and will be able to escape. But this is the problem with this Ornn pickup into Sejuani. You don't have the damage to burst through her. She's going to be able to just out-sustain, get that damage down, and potentially look for pressure and kills. However, it is Daglas on the top side looking towards that Rift Herald, knowing that Viking has just taken that Mounted Dragon. X7 on the bot side, though. A lot of time. Chasey could look towards Wukong. Pig versus Monkey. Who's going to win it? Nice that forward. There's the Ignite as well. Daglas running away, but here's the pull of the forward god. Keeping Chasey away. The smite comes through. It will be scored by Daglas. Will he be able to survive? No, he won't, but who will pick up the eye? Dominant manages to scrap through and get it, and Chasey in a lot of trouble. No mana, no health, no way out, as he is going to be cut down. The Emperor of Shurima picks up the eye and the kill.
Yeah, Chasey plays enough nuisance there, but the Herald still secured by Anorthosis. However, all the time that this is going on X7, just playing so well.
No flash on
Oh, look at Golden Toast. They don't. Okay. All right, I'm just going to say this. That looked a lot funnier than it probably was. But I think because there's no vision in that rush, X7 probably didn't know that Golden Toast could move. So they just decided to not aggress any further. I think that's probably the core of what happened there, because they knew where everybody else was on Anorthosis. But still, look at this tower. It's taking such a beating. And we kind of underlined, right, that if Attila was to play the game, he'll need to be pretty damn strong. And X7, I think, recognizing that win condition, trying to deny Golden Toast as much resources as they can and funnel as much gold as they can towards Attila.
And this is a bot lane from the NLC, which is ebbed and flowed in general opinion. When it came in and it first was announced that Attila would be joining Kasing down there, replacing Nata, who had had a pretty strong time on X7. Everyone was like, cool, this is going to be amazing. Attila, really strong. They played really great. But then the first few weeks happened, and it was a bit disappointing, I guess I would say. As a lane, as I said, when I think the team started to develop and improve somewhat, they came back to being great for this roster, and Attila, you know how good he is in late game team fights. He just needed a little bit more assistance getting there, and I think Kasing has really been a great enabler for not only him but for the rest of this X7 roster this season.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I think I recall having a talk with Veteran at the very start of the split, right before it actually started, kind of just gauging strength for some of the rosters, the lineups, and he said, you know, X7 with Kasing and Attila in the bottom side, what you saw a lot at Giants was, as a duo, they would get exposed a lot inside of lane, and the way kind of around that was to remove Kasing from the lane entirely and just get him roaming out onto the map. This game here, though, you wouldn't have guessed that that was ever the narrative. X7 have really been doing a great job of playing around this bottom side. Kasing as well. It feels like over the course of the split, whilst he has, of course, naturally been on quite a few playmakers, has also just really been a big enchanter enjoyer of this split. So many different picks. Janna, Zindian, of course, classic of his. And like this Lulu, of course. But I think playing around now bottom side a little more frequently when they're not really in these lanes that can be 2v2'd from the get-go really does enable, like you say, Attila to get to a point where he can be one of those strongest team fighters here in the RLs.
Keep my eyes on Dominant as well. Remember, he was the one who picked up the Rift Herald Eye and not Daglas, so it ruins my classic question of where should this eye be dropped, because it's Azir, so probably mid. You've got to imagine as Chasey and Addis taking chunks out of each other once again. A bit of tankiness will help Addis probably just walk away from this one, but Chasey is really giving it to him at the moment, dashing forward with the Arctic Assault and looking just to break him down. The ultimate actually going to be popped. There's the Ignite as well, and this is just a solo kill for Chasey.
So is this the point where we start, you know, swapping the titles? You know, you remember Ornn is like the tank, bruiser, assassin, warlord. Do we just swap that over to Sejuani on this patch? Because, I don't know, man, so much damage coming out, and like you kind of alluded to earlier, this lane phase, it's not really pleasant for the Ornn, right? Sejuani has so many percentage HP damages through the passive, through her own W, of course, scales that, and it's just not been a great time for Addis so far. And that solo kill definitely highlighting that there.
I mean, Trundle hasn't even really shown his face up, which was going to be another big part of the problem, as Viking not going to be able to stop the charge alongside Tempt, but will prevent it from doing anything more than that. So a nice injection to Dominant there, but things are not looking hot around the rest of the map. As we said, Addis struggling in the top lane. Daglas has really failed to get onto the map in any meaningful way so far. And the bot side, 24 farm up, 4 plates for Attila as well. Gold is starting to swing further and further. Yeah, Cull as well, almost stacked out. It's 1,500 lead for X7 at the moment, but we still got playthrough.
Still for another minute or so. Not sure how many more they'll actually end up getting. Like you say, that gold lead, 1,000 at the moment for Attila. I think really what you want to try and track is the second item completion for Attila in comparison to Golden Toast. That's where the gold difference will actually start to show, because right now Kraken Slayer is still completed. So they are, you know, technically, for all intents and purposes, at item parity as a hold that point.
Temps might be in trouble. Stunned up, dashed away using that ultimate. Viking has caught Levi, who has to flash away, but is not mounted, so it's pretty slow. Viking can move forward to try and check. Coming on through them as Attila moves into on the side. Levi goes down and they're going to chase further. Douglas needs to dive away. Polymorph as he goes though over the wall with the flash. We'll see him out. Once again, except for pick up one and they dominate the fight.
Yeah, and of course it's there a little bit too split on the call. They tried to kind of re-engage, but I think the target focus just wasn't quite there. Different members want to go towards Viking, others try and finish off Tempt. Eventually the X7 collapses, what ends up winning out with more numbers on the field. The ones that win out on this exchange will now become the second dragon of the game.
Get the reveal on what is going to be our Soul Dragon. X7 team that's going to have the priority over it.
Oh yeah, let's go. All right. Cloud Dragon got... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do it. If you were here yesterday, you might get the running gag. And, you know, I will say 93%, guys. Smile.
Unfortunately, I wasn't here yesterday. It was Hitfrain. Happy birthday, Hitfrain, by the way. 29?
Oh, yeah. He's old.
Do you know what is actually very sad? Just aside from the game, as we get a reset from both teams, I'm the oldest caster on EU Masters today.
Are you?
Yeah, because Gulberg and Duckling and you are all children. So...
Well, yeah, sure.
Which is pretty tragic for me. I'm not even particularly old, but...
Like, you are now.
With you lot running around, my back's starting to go. But moving back onto the game, we've got Addo's slowly but surely falling behind. Chasey might be in trouble though. He gets caught out. A lot of damage going down onto him. But look, he's just not really taking that much as he tries to walk away. Finally, the passive pops off, and that'll be enough for the shutdown. It goes over to Golden Toast, and that's a good person to pick up that gold.
Yeah, that's really crucial. I didn't actually catch how much gold the shutdown was, but earlier on, we mentioned the Attila 1,000 gold up. That gold lead definitely going to be closed as an Orthosis. Just trying to control this choke here, try and deny X7 entrance, but you can see Attila on the top side. Viking
he's overextended. He's gone down. Dominant with the kill as they look to press forward. Viking Attila still hanging around. There's the Emperor's Divide. It doesn't catch anyone this time around though, but it is now a 3v5. Anno huddled around the objective of safety, looking to just secure themselves the second Rift Herald of the game, the second that they will have gained. It's going to go their way. This time around, Wukong does pick it up. The X7, a little bit sloppy, and Anno quick to capitalize.
Quick to capitalize indeed. With that Herald, they picked up both this game. We'll see where exactly they get to drop this one. But, you know, we spoke about how that gold lead may have closed a little bit. It's still 1.6k up, so I guess I rescind my previous point. Get a replay here of the exchange. The initial pick here onto Chasey, and he just buys so much time. And I think the thing of note really is that Morphosis dumps so many spells into him as well. On top of that, you can see just like 2, 3 almost or so get blown, just trying to take him down. Eventually he does fall, and you can see X7 try and make a re-entrance here, but I'm not really sure what Tempt was. He kind of just spirit rushes in, tries to dodge away, I suppose, from the Cyclone. He's not getting very far. At that point, X7 kind of just not in any position anymore to contest that. Numbers disadvantage, really nice attempt from Dominant to try and shuffle in Viking, but very fast response on the flash key means that he's able to escape this.
I always enjoy the Sejuani main feeling of being unkillable and exceptionally tanky for like the first 2 seconds of a fight, and then things going south real quick. And Chasey doesn't even have the aftershock, which accentuates that issue. He's gone for the classic grasp of the Undying for the top lane, just to give him that extra bit of health and sustain up against the Ornn, who we all saw him taking chunks out of during that laning phase. But as you mentioned, Attila's still in a good lead. Took down first tower on the bot side, of course, giving him a little bit of an advantage, and now the top lane tower has gone the same way. So 2-0 when it comes to territory for X7, but they do need to keep themselves disciplined, because there was those couple of lapses that gave Anno an opportunity in. And as we talked about with this composition, if they can get onto a strong footing, moving into the big game, moving into these bigger team fights later on, surely they're favored.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine so. We saw a hyper-scaling composition already almost make a massive comeback into Giants in that Z10 game yesterday. It's Tooth and Nail. Dagglerless is definitely eyeing up that opportunity there, and I was gonna say, honestly, X7 probably with a small window with this item advantage from Attila, but Dominant's actually out on the map right now with Shadow Flame plus Illudence. He is really powerful. This Herald's gonna get dropped in the mid lane. If that charge doesn't get stopped, it doesn't quite look like it will. That'll be tier 1 going down, but how will X7 respond? You can see the collapse starting to come through on different sides. How far will North go?
Oh, they're just going to engage onto the 3 members in the mid lane. Chase needs to be careful. Nice double knockup to keep X7's bot lane out of the fight. Temps over the wall. Gets a lot of damage. Time to go through. Gets the first kill of the fight onto Levi. Golden Toast huddling under that tower as Douglas goes low. Dives away, but it's burning. Will go down. Tempt on the side. It's a triple kill. What can he do? Dominant dives on top of him. Will he get the fight? Will he get the win? The Fox is running rampant and will pick up another. It's a 4th for X7. This time around, it's Attila who denies the quadra. Evil on the side, this thing looking towards the last member. Addis looking for him to collapse, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be another kill going on over. It's the ace X7. It's a triple double as Attila picks up his second.
And Attila picked up that huge shutdown from Dominant. That was an excellent fight from Tempt. He finds target access after target access, picks himself up a triple kill. And Anorthosis just oversteps. You can kind of start to see the pincer come in from X7. Tempt on the bottom side, Chasey on the top side. But Anorthosis just overstepped, get a little bit too confident, it feels like. With that Sun Disc from Azir, the charge comes in. And you can just kind of see they want to go onto Attila, maybe get a second charge out of it.
But damage, man.
Yeah, it's Tempt damage to Sejuani's ultimate, which locks up Levi, and as soon as Tempt sees the opportunity to dash over the wall with the Spirit Rush, you can just see the reset start to come through. He's already hit multiple members with the orb as well, so everybody that goes down is just getting extra dashes, extra charges. Goes up on to Dominant here, and unfortunately for Tempt, it does drop, but Dominant able to at least trade one back. As Attila, that unfortunately for Anorthosis picks up that huge shutdown, really kind of emphasizing how far ahead Attila is 1-to-1 with Golden Toast, and how when it comes to the DPS department, X7 going to need him to be accelerated. And accelerated he is at the moment. X7 got this Cloud Dragon. They are a bit over 3,000 gold and they're on soul point.
5 minutes to play for that one, and Shimada will be running to the bookshop to grab himself a couple more Bibles if we do get to that stage. But Anno, things are seeming to slip away from them further and further as we move. Tempt, of course, with that monstrous team fight that could have potentially been as upset, but he might have overstepped. Needs to be careful as Dominant on the side just chases him away. Baron is on the menu. Are either of these teams looking particularly good to do that one? As Viking maybe looking for a catch, finds Raul who can jump over. Now she's slow. Douglas running as well. X7 on the chase, looking for the support. Can get some damage down onto Levi. He's going to explode with the ultimate from Attila on the side as well. Chasey is just doing a run back, taking on Golden Toast, looking to be on the hunt, but he's on the retreat as Viking smites him down. X7, 2 on each side. Now the look towards Baron.
Yet crucial thing is, observers, does Viking have another smite charge? Because he smited to secure that kill. I guess Douglas is being zoned out. He's in no man's land. The answer is no, by the way. So if Douglas was feeling himself, there would be no smite, but you can see Tempt playing bodyguard. Just a brief lapse in positioning for Anorthosis. They lose a couple of members. It happens on the top side of the map as Baron goes down at 21 minutes. And now X7 have the opportunity to crack open some of these tier 2s and advance towards the base. As we take a look at the replay, Levi demounted after trying to disengage. Doesn't quite make it to the wall to flash over. Just goes down to Attila's ultimate. You can see on the back side of the fight. Yeah, Chasey, very, very fed. Sejuani, Viking, you know what? You deserve that kill. You worked for it. You press your W key to get the movement speed to get in range to press your smite key. So, sure, why not?
It's another solo kill for Trundle. Don't worry about it. But that's another classic. People ask me why I play Sejuani. It's funny. More than anything, Chasey is exceptionally strong, not really taking any damage, not really caring too much about individual members of this Anaphosis Famagusta lineup. As Viking now stepping forward with a pillar, catches Douglas's clone, but he's able to just jump away. This Baron buff is going to be... What are we looking at here? Are we looking to just take out the inner towers across all 3 lanes? Is there an inroad into the base potentially?
Yeah, so one of the pros about this Anorthosis composition, even though it's fallen quite far behind in total gold, is of course just the wave clear that Azir and Sivir can provide. So if X7 aren't super efficient with how they get these waves stacked in, you'll see Dominant and Golden Toast can clear away these towers quite quickly.
Teleport coming through. It will be a 4v5. The damage coming on down. Viking being chased away, but Levi on the other side deleted by Tempt. As now X7 looking to take this one down. Chase running forward, catches Addis. Damage come through, but he dashes right forward. Can't get a knock up though, as the pillar's a little bit too far away. He's taking a whole beating from Tempt, who's also half up. Dominant looking forward, catches one. It's only Kasing, as now Attila melts through. The Emperor's down as X7 chase forward. They've still got Baron buff, remember. They're looking to make sure that Anno have no opportunity to clear these waves, at least from this inner.
Yeah, and honestly, from Dominant, you understand the perspective there, and he actually mechanically plays it well. It's just that Attila responds with the flash over the wall. Otherwise, if he would have been shoved underneath that tower, maybe there's room to be jumped on there from Morphosis. Unfortunately, him going down, another core facet of some of that wave clear drops. And all of a sudden, X7 have a much freer time actually approaching these towers, taking down both the tier 2s mid and top side. This tower's dropping quite low in the mid lane. What's the response going to be again?
This is going lower, and Attila just melts through his health bar. The minion wave is still slightly there, so the tower will crumble. Base broken 23.5 minutes into this game, and X7 will secure themselves the inhibitor as well, backing away without overextending, and this game has looked very, very clean with X7.
Yeah, it really has. X7. Just by the books, to be fair. See the engage. I think the idea is just try and play out this 4v4. Get the teleport in, maybe you get a nice little pick at the very start, play a numbers advantage, but it just doesn't happen for them. Unfortunately, he tries to find the knockup on the pillar, and honestly, if he finds it, maybe there's room to play the fight. Take a look at Dominant, look at Attila. He sees the angle for it. Just get that wall off a little bit sooner. He does get shoved underneath the tower, Attila, but Attila's reactions fast enough to flash over that attempt from the Lel mid laner. He will survive that exchange. Now with that, Morphosis sit very close to a 10,000 gold deficit, a little bit under 8,000 right now. 30 seconds until the best souls in the game spawns up for X7. Go and claim that one. Baron buff, one off.
He's feeling himself a little bit, jumps onto Golden Toast, looking towards the second inhibitor as X7 are going to send multiple members down. We'll find the charm and the assassination. Golden Toast is dead, as X7 will be able to take down their second inhibitor tower of the game. The inhibitor laid bare as well. With no Sivir to help clear, could X7 look to do more?
They definitely could have played with the idea, but just playing safer option. Go get the dragon. Go pick up that soul. Now that you have those two inhibitors to work with, go back towards the top side. Baron will spawn up again in a couple minutes' time. And with that, expect they'll just play off that one lane and let the supers do the rest of the work. Easy pickings for X7. Just a really clean game overall. Feels like to me Amorphosis, we spoke about, the idea of composition, just kind of waiting until you get to those scaling points. Hope that X7 don't execute too hard, but unfortunately, they kind of did. They just overloaded numbers into the bottom side time and time again. Golden Toast just couldn't play the game, it felt like, ever. And Attila getting so much gold, being able to play out some of these fights so well, just makes it so easy for X7 to make these 5v5s happen. And honestly, even though it's been, Attila who's been the resource focus, you really have to pay credit to the Solo Lanes. Tempt and Chasey, I think, have had a phenomenal game. Opening up Group B for themselves, approaching their first win. Really great stuff from the Solo Lanes, really great stuff from the team all in all.
Absolutely, and when we talked about how stacked and strong this group is, it seems like X7, who not first seed coming into this one, still have to play Rogue, Ago Rogue, and LDLC. A strong performance and a strong start is vital for their hopes of qualification, because at least one very highly valued team in their region will not be making it out of groups this time around. Of course, 3 out of 4 of these teams made it through 2 knockouts, and 2 of these teams made it to semi-finals last split. LDLC and they go Rogue and Bet in that one, and LDLC took the cake, but we'll talk about that one a little bit more as we move into our second game. But right now, X7 looking to close out the first one as Anno Douglas. His clone took an absolute wallop, but he was okay.
Douglas got hit by that initial ultimate, stayed CC'd, dead. As X7 just playing a little bit slow here, that charm's going to connect onto the clone. But they kind of recognize, right? Look towards the bottom side, the mid lane. They're going to have to respond to the minions sooner or later. They will just turn their eyes towards the Baron. One's going to spawn up. Next 7 will shred through this pretty quickly. Attila doesn't have the best guns in the world, but he is also a 3.5 Iron Phoenix, so it's not really going to matter too much. Now X7 can go and return back to the Amorphosis base and finish what they started.
Going to be trying to check out the enemy base, see a few of the sites. Most notably, probably that top lane inhibitor and then the Nexus itself. But whether they'll be able to break through. I know a couple of their champions, Sivir, coming towards that 3rd item, hopefully in the next couple of waves. Is there a way that Anno can play with their backs to the wall long enough to survive this game?
I think it really depends on X7 and how they play it. I think they've been doing a really good job of kind of just finding these picks off of some of their longer range engage tools, charms, Sejuani ultimates. Attila going forward, apparently.
That's aggressive. Attempts dive forward and over the wall again. Gets a lot of damage onto Levi, but no assassination this time around. And the minion wave has been broken pretty much entirely, so a little bit of respite there for Anno as they can look to rejuvenate and reset. And it looks like X7 are going to do the same.
Honestly, massive win for Amorphosis, staving off this Baron up Siege. X7 weren't playing all of the lanes, right? They were still kind of applying that same mentality of, all right, we have supers in mid lane and the bottom side, let's just go all 5 top. Really able to, you know, really fully utilize the power of the Baron buff. Spread the super minions, super duper minions, we'll call them, sure. And yeah, just a little bit of an overstep from Attila means that they have to disengage in the Amorphosis now. Have a couple more minutes to play with, a couple more minutes to try and get some items underneath their belt. Dominant going towards that Lord Dominik's as a third item. Let's see if he can get to it, because right now Dominant is putting out some huge numbers in damage. At the very least, for an Amorphosis, you can just kind of see it. So far, I wouldn't be surprised if he's dealing probably more than double anyone else has dealt so far on the Amorphosis side. He has to be alive to do it.
He is alive for now. We'll be able to just slide away from the ultimate from Chasey. Levi might not be so lucky, though, has to dive off himself. As X7 is still fishing, still prodding, still probing for that killer blow. As they continue to seek down this top line, Alice throws down the corner of the board. God, Dagger's looking to get in, but the ultimate can find no one as Viking steps away, looking towards this tower now. The damage is there, and they're going to start ripping through Anno's front line. The back line will also fall as X7 will take the ace, the base, the game. They take the lot, and that's a massive quadra kill. Tempt is the scumbag who steals away the Penta, but Anno opposes Famagusta. They took down JDXL. They thought they had the UK sus, but they're built different on the Isle of Man, as X7 will take the first win of the group.
Yep, clean and clinical from X7. It's kind of what we expect from them typically. And it's best of one. They're not going to get caught off guard by anything too peculiar there from Amorphosis. Amorphosis came at them front to back, came at them, you know, book wide open. There was a lot to read from the draft. And they kind of just recognized, okay, shut down the bottom side of the map. Dominant's not really going to be able to have first move, it felt like, ever, despite what the Azir typically brings in that matchup. And X7 just continually overloaded numbers into the bottom side whilst simultaneously losing the 1v1 on the top side. It just felt like, to me, Amorphosis unfortunately didn't really have a strong lane to play through. Responding with numbers in kind to the bottom side felt like potentially it could have gone wrong, and they weren't really able to try and punish Chasey's over-aggression on the top side either. Even though they picked up the Heralds, they didn't really achieve too much with them, unfortunately. Chasey, again, another factor as to why Daggerless denied the opportunity to pick it up. So I just think it was a really clean game from X7, recognizing the win conditions of, you know, Amorphosis, but also their own conditions, right? If we let this game go too late, Azir and Sivir are just going to out-DPS our team composition. We're going to have to rely on our picks. If Attila isn't hyper-fed, and that's exactly what they did. They put all the eggs in that Aphelios basket, and they gave him the gold to carry, but also strong individual performances from Tempt and Chasey.
And he had enough money left over to join us on the interview, as we're going to be speaking to Attila, as you can see on the bottom screen. Attila, massive congratulations on a huge first win here at the Amazon European Masters. How's the team feeling about that performance?
First of all, thank you for having me. And second, yeah, I mean, we're feeling great. It was the first game so far, and I think it's one of the, if not the weakest team of our group. I think our group is really stacked, and it's a dangerous one because we should not be able to drop games against, like, for example, Anno and probably Rogue. But yeah, like, it's a good start. We played it slow and steady. Like, we have accelerated the game a little bit more, but it was fine.
Yeah, and talk to me about the group. You know, you kind of gave us a brief inkling into how you feel the group is. Obviously, Amorphosis, kind of, to you, definitely the underdogs, I think, when you're in a Go Rogue LDLC X7's group. It's almost natural. But how are you looking at, you know, a Go Rogue and LDLC, you know, as your other competitors for this top 2 spot? You know, we didn't really see you guys lose too much domestically once you brought Viking into the roster. Obviously, the finals was the finals. Reverse sweep, that happens. But how are you guys feeling, you know, confidence side in this group with so many strong teams?
I mean, it's gonna be tough, obviously, mainly because I think we drafted probably the team that is like the main contender to win it all, right? Because they won twice LFL and they went to the final, just like to dispute a really good final against Carmine K Corp. But yeah, I think everything's possible. I think the mainly best of ones, like everything can happen really. That's why I'm also a bit scared, like even about any team, like because it's just like best of ones. I don't like the format of best of ones, right? But it's just I think it's gonna be most likely to see who can pass groups. So far, I think LDLC should be the contender, but I won't be surprised if we pass as first seed because I see us as strong individuals and we can perfectly just take games from anyone. So.
It's really interesting to hear you say that. I mean, the final question has to be, Anno, of course, you've just taken them out on the Rift after they were part of the reason that JDXL didn't make it to the main stage. Is this revenge for them taking down your NLC co-team, or is it a little bit sweet to see a competitor that you've played against and competed against all year get taken down by a team from a slightly smaller region?
Not really revenge. I'll say I really don't care about XDXL. I think they're like they were okay, really good before when they had like MNS, but ever since like they left, I don't think they really deserve to be on U Masters. So yeah, like I will have much more enjoyed bringing other teams from the NLC as third seed, so they will have like actually a good shot. But yeah, it is what it is. Like they got eliminated. If we did this to the team that eliminated them, imagine like what other teams could have done to them, right? So it's just like they should be thanking Anno for just giving them like earlier vacations because they will just be like ashamed if they were competing on U Masters right now.
Well, it's a good thing that NLC got 3 seeds because, of course, you are joined by Dusty, who are having a great performance so far in the group stage. Attila, massive congratulations on that massive first win and the amazing performance from yourself as well. And good luck with the rest of your matches.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day, guys.
Thanks very much. Fighting words from Attila there.
Every time.
About the classic rival. The XDXL always hits different whenever it's said. But let's have a little look back at that last game and just kind of check out what happened and some of the highlights from the matchup. Because honestly, X7, they just look clean.
Yeah, they really did. There weren't really too many things to pick on here from the side of X7, right? I felt like they gave very few opportunities to Anorthosis. This was maybe one of the few that they did. Yeah, this is like the only part in the game where it was like, you know what? Maybe Anorthosis can try and fight this one out, but it was just strange decisions being made by Tempt there, trying to get through the choke that was being controlled by Anorthosis, trying to do what they could to contest this Herald. But I think that just kind of speaks to the confidence and how strong they felt they were at that moment in the game. And of course, this was kind of the big turning point in this game where it really started to feel like X7 were just going to hold full control of the game from start to finish. Massive Infernal Moment, a lot of AoE from Tempt as well at the same time. I guess pick onto Levi and the resets are just almost always going to be there. Eventually Dominant does do his damnedest to make it a trade. He does end up picking up Tempt, but damage is already done. Just an overextension from Northsys means that, you know, a little bit too much hype gives X7 the leeway they needed to continue to press on and snowball this game.
And I mean, there is justice in this though, because of course, Attila denying the quadra kill away from Tempt on the Ahri. A little bit later on, Ahri denies the pentakill away from the Aphelios, but it looked pretty cut and dried after this point, and for X7 it was just about closing out, and I was pleased to see that they weren't overextending too much. They weren't trying to shove for things that maybe weren't there, and even when a little bit of an overextension did come through from X7, they were very quick to cool it off, move back, reset, and go again, which that kind of discipline and that kind of level of play is what we need to see from a team that's so highly regarded, not only in their region, but in Europe.
Yeah, and I think the thing about this particular iteration of X7, especially when you compare it to, you know, the spring version with Haru and Jaeger, is that it felt like actually X7 would make those overextensions quite frequent when they were ahead. They would get a little bit, it felt complacent, right? This version, however, with Viking in the lineup, with Chasey up in the top side, Tiller as well, I feel like there's just so much veterancy, you know, stacked up as well coming from the AD carry role, just kind of means that everyone is able to keep a level head and ensure that they're not doing anything too silly. And yeah, I think the gold graph kind of speaks for itself. Even though Attila had so much gold, he didn't do the most damage in the game. It actually ended up being Tempt, and that's not, you know, inflated damage where it's like he's laning against the melee champion, so he's just, you know, whacking away. It's an Azir, so, you know, that was 24,000 real damage coming out from him, so really solid job from Tempt, as we typically expect from him domestically, showing up on the international stage.
Well, we're done with that game. We're going to jump to a short break. When we come back, it's SK Gaming Prime up against BDSA. But while you're in the break, you can listen to the Warner song of the day. It's Fred and the Swedish House Mafia, Turn It On. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few. Catch up.
on, you know what Mr. Bat, right?
Look, I wanted these LEDs and they're on sale.
Tries to come back. This is exit kick going absolutely.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off on my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off on my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. What does it feel like? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fate in disguise. He who starts to fight and starts the fire will keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love, yeah, darling, forever, give it up. Yeah, darling, forever, give it up. Yeah, darling, forever, give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. He who starts to fight and starts the fire will keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love, yeah, darling, forever, give it up. Yeah, darling, forever, give it up. Yeah, darling, forever, give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point, it's overflowing. We'll climb the gates, or tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love, yeah, darling, forever, give it up. 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 Yeah, darling, forever, give it up.
numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Amazon European Masters. We're on for game number 5 of this second day of groups. Viper and Jamada are going to be bringing you SK Gaming Prime up against BDS Academy. And Jamada, this group, we're moving away from Group B until our final game of the day, but things already looking pretty rough for SK Gaming Prime.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it's only been one game, but when you kind of take the standings into account, Heretics have already played their second game. They are now 0-2. Technically, first place in the group right now. And BDSA already have a win under their belt. So
yes,
they end up dropping this game. All of a sudden, it's, 0-2, BDSA, Team Heretics, Valiance, and themselves will be sat at the bottom of the group 0-2, still yet to play each other, of course. So they'll, one of the two teams, they will have to find a win. But if you're going into that final day, for the first round robin being 0-2, yes, of course, BDSA still have to play Team Heretics as well. It's still going to feel kind of rough if you haven't played Team Valiance, or you end up maybe even dropping the game to Valiance, and then all of a sudden you are 0-3, 1-2. It's a hard comeback to try and make that top 2.
Well, we are immediately into picks and bans. As you can see, SK Gaming Prime on the blue side, BDS Academy on the red. It's Prime League versus LFL, the old, I don't know if I call it El Clasico, but it feels pretty close. As Yubi, Wukong, Poppy, Trundle, Azir. It's a real farm in the bans.
Yeah, it definitely is. Not too surprised to see she'll collect a couple of bans there. BDSA kind of focusing towards the mid lane here for Phantomless. Ekas on his Trundle pick as well. See what they're trying to eye up, as typically BDSA do kind of lean on strong side top when you have Adam in your top lane. You're not normally playing tanks. That's just kind of how it goes. So we'll see what else they'll look to remove away. It looks like it will just be this Talia. So there's not going to be any of that going on, but SK Prime will actually take up this Vi as a first pick, taking a page out of the Unicorns of Love's book. We'll see what the response will be from BDSA for anybody who didn't watch that final game of the day yesterday, the other France versus Germany clash, Dark versus LFL. That was a very funny game. I recommend you go back and watch it. I won't spoil the result, but what I will say is 1-0 got very much hard bullied by a Vi, and didn't really get to play the game too much. And I think this is a very smart response here from BDSA, picking up this Ahri. It's kind of a very strong combination, the Vi and the Ahri, right? The Vi goes in, knocks up the target with the ultimate, and then the Ahri dashes forward, locks down the target with the charm, and it's very easy just to follow up off of those two pieces of CC in a chain, and it's going to deny away that opportunity for SK Prime to have that. And also, Ahri as a pick, kind of slippery to lock down as well from the Vi's point of view. So we'll see what SK Prime decide to do. If this was MSI, you'd start to immediately think about the Lissandra pick here. Of course, try and give yourself a lot more hard CC. And with the Sivir potentially being locked in here, it's the expectation. You would set yourself up for a very strong teamfight combination with this B2, B3.
Coach Shimada, Lissandra has been locked in, giving themselves the opportunity to still go for that big follow-up. It's not necessarily as explosive as the Ahri ulted to charm is, because it's just a little bit slower, really. It does the exact same
CC,
job.
though.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it's Lissandra, one of the highest CC champs in the League of Legends. So one to keep your eyes out for, and a champion that we've been seeing a little bit more of as utility comes back into vogue. And it's going to be the marksman, going to be Hoven next. They were considering Sivir, but it is the Zeri that's finally locked in.
That one's kind of interesting to me, because now if BDSA decide to go Sivir, which would make a whole bunch of sense, she can just spell shield the ultimate if it's Vi that's going in first. So that's never really the sort of chain of engage that you can look to take. You'd have to kind of stack members on, so I'm really curious to see what the option will be here for BDSA. They're actually going to ignore the AD carry lock-in altogether and give Shio his Lee Sin.
Hear me out on this. Lisa locked in, cool, aggressive jungler. Heimerdinger. Bot lane.
Okay.
Zeri, Lissandra, both pretty short-range champions at range. Vi is melee, so I don't need to explain that. How do they League of Legends against the Heimerdinger Lulu?
I mean,
that's all I'm saying. I'm not going to let you correct me, because if you can't correct me...
No, see, the thing is, I can't really fault the thought process. It's not that flawed. But then you have Heimding on it. And we saw how that for match code. So moving forward, BDSA just going to take a couple more engage options off the table. The Ornn, wouldn't be too surprised to see something like the Sejuani also taken away just to kind of strip away some more topside engage dive options. And with that Olaf ban targeted towards Adam, you would actually probably expect that is what SK Prime are looking towards. So that should force out that Sejuani ban in the next rotation, and it's kind of up to SK Prime as to what they want to remove away from Adam's champion pool. You'd kind of expect maybe a Aatrox ban to follow up, maybe, if you're continuing down that route. Or you could just remove away the Sivir if you don't really care about that Aatrox pick as well. Then you kind of take the next tier of AD carries down. I think one thing to definitely also note is that Crownie wouldn't be too opposed potentially to playing something like the Kog'Maw, but I think into Vi Lissandra it could be a pretty tough ask, but the laning phase is probably not too bad into Zeri. I have to imagine, but the Nautilus taken off the board, they don't have to deal with more dive engage, more point and click CC. That's over to SK Prime in what they want to do here. Sivir, Aatrox for Adam, I think those are probably the two strongest options. And they're going to take away that AD carry pool because it just makes a little more sense. Now there's not really too many S-tier AD carries still up and available. Probably still maybe look towards Aphelios as that next one.
But again, it's a champion that needs to stand still, very easy to catch out. It's going to be the top laner actually locked in, Renekton. They're throwing the gauntlet down. Okay, very interesting. So there are a lot of top lane bans down, and with Renekton being locked in, it's one of the few champions that can actually really kind of hard bully that Sejuani, especially with the Blazer and King build as well. Aloys can still take it, even if the lane sucks for the team fights, of course. But this is a lot for BDSA to give Crownie, right? They're saying, we want you to see all 5 picks before you go for your AD carry lock-in. Aloys will still pick up the Sejuani in the end, so a lot of dive and engage tools available. SK Prime now eyeing up their next pick for Seal. One thing I want to note is that the Renata is still up and available through all of this. That could definitely be a very strong enchanter pairing between the two. Giving bailout to pretty much all of these champions is actually a pretty strong tool. Having that potential for a reset, definitely very strong, but they hover that pike for a very long time, and we're going to get it out of Seal. Very exciting stuff. Just go in. Some death from below. Just go in. Yeah, and I mean, it just makes so much sense when you've got all that lockdown, right? It kind of sets up for those resets to start to come through. And now team fighting snowball, so prevalent. Death from below, the husks from the Lissandra passive, you know, giving Zeri the space to Zeri game. That's the scary thing here for SK Prime. BDSA will respond with the Aphelios, which you were kind of expecting for a little while. Cowardly to not go for the Heimerdinger, with Sejuani and Pyke also both being melee. But they will go for the more meta standard pickup. A little bit worried about this Aphelios and how he stays alive for more than 2 seconds during any given team fight, because, hey, I'm looking at the peel options he's got, and Lee Sin, Ahri may not be next to him. Lulu's good, but also may well be dead. And Renekton, I feel, Crownie, I'm scared for you, mate. I'm terrified.
As am I, but I think for BDSA, right, they have a very strong top side matchup to play into. Even though the bottom side potentially looks a little bit rough, if they can get the Renekton going, it could definitely potentially cause some issues for this SK Prime lineup, because there's a lot of CC. Depending on what runes Adam decides to go, if he just stacks a whole bunch of tenacity, and you know he's got all of the extra HP from the build, Dominus as well, he could very well shred the team with a lot of, you know, support from the Ludo actually, as opposed to that the spells kind of being dumped into Crownie's back pocket. So we'll see how things line up for SK Prime and BDSA. We're here on to the Rift for game number 5, Will.
Yeah, we are. It is game number 5. We've got SK Prime on the blue side. We've got BDS Academy, on the red. Differing fortunes in their first game, as the SK Gaming Prime will be spotted out on the old ward, so won't be able to get too aggressive down on the bot side. But Jamada, just a quick look over those keystones. Anything jump out at you?
Nothing in particular, no. Spellbook on Rika is actually quite interesting, I suppose. But I think the idea is he probably wants teleport. I think he had teleport, I'm pretty sure. And we'll look to swap over to the cleanse. Oh no, sorry. Okay, so he's got cleanse and will want to swap over to the teleport every now and again, but also just having different summon spells. Very important, but just a very clever adaptation that you'll every now and again see into this Lissandra matchup, as topside BDSA, I don't think they'll actually pounce. Unless Aloys actually just decides to face check the bush.
Does he know?
No, there's no information. They didn't pass over anything. I think this is going to be
a but look at him.
he's just waiting because they kind of have a relatively good understanding that this is a very strong top side for BDSA to play through. And unfortunately, this lane invade goes unspotted. So Ekkas might not have any information that his blue buff is going to be gone. So we're going to have to track where his pathing actually goes. Because you can see on the top side, Adam does something very smart here. He enters through to the top side, kind of as if he came from the Tri-Brush. So he sold this really well. Now Ekkas has no idea that his blue buff's gone, but because this pathing is so unorthodox, he's going to actually end up there early, and there's no smite from Shio. There's no smite on Shio.
He's going to have to look to escape, but we'll get the spot out, and Ekkas will be able to get his Gromp, but no blue buff, of course, is lost out. But both junglers just causing mischief in the early levels.
But this is honestly a big win for Ekkas, because the Gromp is one of the camps that gets you level 3 early, and because Ekkas' pathing was so unique, shall we say, phantomless in trouble.
This is some problematic times for the Sergeant, but you know,
Glacial Path, level 2, not too bad, very smart. But yeah, now Ekkas has the opportunity to be level 3 already, go back towards his red buff, and then cover the bottom side of the map anyway, so he's honestly alright with that. Oh wait, no, he didn't take a buff. I forget,
No,
you
he
need,
has
the
to
buff,
take
you need the
this.
buff XP, yeah, so I always forget, I always feel like Gromp like gives you like default level 3 off the 3 camp, so obviously the blue buff, red buff give you a little bit more XP than a regular camp. So just leashes some of the XP over. Now he's on the blue buff of Shio, and will Shio go to the blue buff first? No, he won't.
No.
So this is now Ekkas' blue buff, and SK Prime will also move up from the bottom side to assist this invade. So honestly, really interesting pathing from both of these junglers. Quite enjoyed tracking this so far. It looks like he's going to stick around for the Gromp, though. Will Shio finish his wolves and decide to path down? No, doesn't want to do it. This is a fun little game with like...
Do you know what?
I have to say.
The jungle camp respawn timers are going to be completely ruined this game. Like, there's just no way that anyone's going to be able to track any of it because it's just been... The red buff's still up for SK. There's... Oh, goodness gracious me. The rest of the lanes have been going pretty much as you'd expect. Necessarily, there hasn't been much interaction. Seal looking aggressive though, maybe gonna go fishing, finds a Lulu. Erdot flashing away from the gank and putting a bit of damage down onto Ekkas as he moves away. But let's talk about BDS Academy for a second, shall we, Jamada? I know that you had a deal chat with Middlecott, who's done some English coverage of the LFL this season. And what do you make of this team coming into this tournament?
Yeah, so I mean, BDSA had a bit of an up and down summer split, to say the least. But one thing that they were always pretty consistently able to do was utilize Adam's laning strengths and kind of play a very strong top side, right? Rika, individually, even though he might not have had the best LEC spring split with Mad Lions, is still a very, very talented mid laner in his own right. And they've been able to utilize his skills a lot better than that Mad Lions lineup were able to. Work a lot stronger as a unit. So Shio will be followed over with that Vault Breaker.
Yeah, caught out, flash.
Yeah. Not too bad. And you'll see BDSA often try and play around these lanes very frequently. It's why very good sort of information at the gathering attempt at the early game from Alloys to kind of see whether or not they were going for that lane invade. Obviously missed out here, so this could just be death. I think Ekkas can just flash and him. Just about cancelled.
Okay, Adam, you recall, mate. That'll be that'll be a good time for everyone involved. But SK looking the more active of the two sides so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been activity on both sides, right? It's just about SK Prime. Maybe it feels like they've been yielding slightly bigger results on the sort of responses as Rika looking for a little bit of information here. Would actually just complete this roam entirely? No, he doesn't want to.
Might catch Phantomless on the rotation though. Shio moves in to steal away the Raptors, but at this stage no one owns any camps because both junglers lost the right to that with the early game pathing and whatever they're still doing. As
red buff is still level 1.
Bro, nah. But for real, Shio and Ekkas, if you
is
two
in
could,
shambles.
I could hear Veteran crying from here. Like, Shio's still looking to invade, and they've got both teams have committed to this shenanigans. Looking forward, but can't find the hook. The damage coming on Phantomless, who will be able to ult himself, caught up. The BDS have multiple members. Shio diving forward, so is Rika with the ultimate. The damage is there from the Ahri. The first blood goes over to BDS Academy, and Rika and Shio finally tries to start up this red buff.
Oh, it's a disaster, man. It's just a full face of it's just mud. in Phantomless's mouth as he hits the wall there with the flash. But that looks so good for SK Prime. They had the level 6 from Phantomless. They had the opportunity to try and lock down Shio. No flash on him. They could look to try and burst him down, get a lot of chain CC going. It just doesn't work out. It's such an excellent charm from Rika. You can see here the flash forward from Seal, of course, also goes wide, and that's a crucial thing to note. But with Phantomless being locked up by that charm, the CC follow-up was maybe always going to be a little bit limited, and yeah. That's rough.
Slow-mo zoom in on that. Come on, lads. The observers causing as much mischief as Shio has been so far in this matchup. But that is first blood going down. Again, Dragon not taken super early because it is a time commitment, and Lee Sin and Vi have been busy. They've been busy. They've been busy. Like, not necessarily.
They've been doing stuff.
It's unorthodox, but we'll see how it pans out for both of them, as Rift Herald going to be on the map in about 40 seconds time. Shio once again checking out the blue buff, seeing what's going on. Ekas is on the same side of the jungle. Will he catch out Lee Sin?
I think the crucial thing to note here is that Ekas might actually get level 6 if he takes away this blue buff. But the smite is there for Shio, so that one goes over to him. Aloys was making the rotation down. Maybe if Ekas had smite, he would have gotten in range for it, but unfortunately, not able to steal that one away. Taken by Shio. Yeah, really in love with that topside jungle, trying to do what he can to facilitate any kind of lead he may for Adam, who has actually secured himself a pretty big CS lead 1-to-1 with Aloys. 500 gold lead, not too shabby. Going towards that Blade the Ruin King, of course. That's kind of the big point of power at the moment for this Renekton. See how he can dominate the 1v1 on the side lane. Despite all that, though, right now, SK Prime, they've started this one up, but they don't have first move from mid, and Adam can very quickly rotate down.
With the ultimate catches out Shio, dives back forward, looking to escape, but the Vi ultimate follows him all the way, and Phantomless secures the kill. Now Rika in retreat, caught out by Seal. He goes fishing, finds a fox, caught up with the ultimate, and has to cleanse away. Erdon is here for a little bit of support, but the objective will go the way of SK Gaming Prime. It's in Akas's pocket.
Yeah, really good stuff from SK Prime. Just very decisive on the engage there, and they're able to pick up themselves a kill. Also the Herald. See what they get done with it. BDSA, it looked like it could have been potentially good for them. This is a 1v1. Gadget, though, against White-Red. Crownies Aphelios. Armor will be blown on one side, but not the other. So Lightning Crash will go on cooldown. Definitely, I think, a fight that, if I had to wager a guess, Crownie would have probably won, given his gun combination. So strong in the 1v1, but look at this. Up on the top side, whilst all of that was going on, Adam didn't end up rotating to the Rift Herald Scuffle because he recognized his team was losing. So 3 plates to his name. Has to be approaching that Blade of the Ruin King pretty shortly, you'd have to imagine. Should be sat on a fair amount of gold with all of the extra plates he's picked up for himself.
And I mean, this is the other side of that matchup, you know. This is the Sejuani gameplay that happens when you're against a champion that can cause pressure, can deal damage to you, and can force you out. There's already almost 1,000 gold lead for the Renekton. Adam having an excellent time. Sejuani got involved in one of those kills around that Rift Herald, but hasn't really been able to do too much or be too impactful further than that. And it's going to be a much different game for Aloy, you've got to imagine, than it was for Chasey last time around.
Yeah, definitely so. A lot harder to navigate this matchup. That's why you pick it. And even though SK Prime, they knew they were picking into the Renekton, they obviously want to utilize the strength of this champion in the mid-game team fighting prowess that it can bring. As SK Prime, seems like they're maybe eyeing up something around the bottom side of the river, but they're just going to kind of disengage it. Maybe a blue buff invade, could have been a dragon start, loads of different things were on the cards there. It will just be Shio laying over this blue buff. It's not often you see, well, you know, blue buff dominated over to mid laners anymore on the first blue. Been a very long time.
Yeah.
To be entirely honest with you. I definitely don't do it, so I'll tell you.
I was going to say, at what point does he say, well, I don't do it, so no one does it, clearly? Because it's good to see, though, because Ahri does a lot of damage. We'd like to see Dark cover through Ekas with the ultimate immediately as Aloy keeps him locked up under tower. There's Thomas being popped. The Seal is there. Can he find a stun? Can he find the damage? He can. And there's death from below as Seal grabs the kill, gives over some to his mates as well. Good little trade on the top side.
Yeah, Killball goes over to believe it was Aloys, and now they're actually rotated their whole bottom side up. Gadget's here as well, so they're going to be able to strip away a couple of plates. It looks like Rika's going to be on duty to clear away some of the waves here up on the top side, so it's not a complete wash on the bottom side. Aloys will go and cover. In the meanwhile, BDSA will go ahead and pick up this dragon, but this tower going to drop quite low. Plates will be given to Gadget. It's a strange control war.
Oh, nice charm from Rika. Might have the damage, but Gadget going to be able to back away. That Mythic really saved his bacon there.
Short bow, very, very powerful. And, I think, speaking of items, Adam just picked up that Blade of the Ring King, so if he ends up matching back into Aloys, definitely track how he does here. Crownie and Erdate doing some kind of poke, or are they just going towards the plate? It looks like it's just the plate they want. But once that Frost Armor's off, Sejuani with just a Warden's Mail, tanky, but can't sit in front of Lulu Aphelios for too long. Just look to go back for a reset. Gadget and Seal will come back to the bottom lane to match, but you can see, even though a lot of gold was just funneled into Gadget's back pocket, in total, ADCs, they're even. There's no difference between the two. They have the exact same amount of gold, so that'll be a Kraken Slayer or a Gale Force picked up for Crownie. Up to him. See, actually goes towards tier 2 boots instead. Doesn't want the Mythic pick up. Shit, might have been a little bit short perhaps with that dagger in his inventory. And yeah, I think relatively chill so far for both of these sides. I feel like that's probably going to benefit. In my head, it should be SK Prime. I look at this team fighting composition and I feel like they just have more engaged tools to work with. And I feel like at this moment in the map, the team that has more go buns just typically tends just ends up winning. Unless we see some really hectic early game where that team composition falls behind. And I'm just struggling to find where BDSA will consistently actually get fights going on their own terms outside of, you know, sort of Fog of War picks, Gravitum Gun from Crownie, Charm, some kind of insect into a high-value target. And even then, there's only really one high-value target that you can get in, and that's always going to be Gadget. You're going to look at just about everyone else on SK Prime to ensure that Shio never has the opportunity to do that.
And that's the main point, isn't it? You can't be fighting 5v5 front to back, but if you can find those flanks, if you can find access to the back line, and by back line, again, Gadget, because he's the only one that super matters in that situation, then you're going to have an excellent time. But if you can't find that pick or you can't find that flank, then SK Gaming Prime moving forward will be the team that you'd probably prefer to be on with the composition that they've built. But there's still plenty of League of Legends to be playing for, and only about a 500 gold lead to BDS Academy to play with. They did manage to pick themselves up the first dragon as well. Obviously, the Mountain giving them a little bit of survivability, as Shio potentially moving down towards the bot lane. There's no one there ready to catch out, but maybe just looking to apply some pressure and take down this tower.
Yeah, I think with red-white, definitely a very big possibility, and no one's really here to answer it right now, so this will be the first tower of the game going over to Crownie. A lot of gold to hand over, and Aloys on the top side. We'll pick up that tower, and again, it's kind of one of these situations where, sure, they trade 1-for-1 in towers, but the gold goes into an Aphelios' back pocket, and the set of gold goes into an Sejuani. So I feel like I know where the gold is worth more. The answer is almost always that's not Sejuani. Almost always the Aphelios, but look at this.
Seal finds Crowdy, but then doesn't get the stun off and doesn't really commit because they were outnumbered until Phantomless moves down to join in. It's going to be the Rift Herald picked up by Ekaz off screen as well, though, so good play from SK Gaming Prime. As Rika needs to be a little bit careful. Remember, the Vigers have that point and click. Going to be popping it. Catches him up in the air. Lois follows through. The cleanse is utilized. The charm lands onto Sedge. Lois not in too much fear as he will just back away.
Yeah, this is why you go with that cleanse spellbook. Still going to have access to all the different summoner spells, but you need that cleanse up and available for the Sejuani ultimate, for all of the CC that Lissandra will inevitably bring to a team fight. And now he's also got the heal, so whilst he doesn't have cleanse, he'll have an additional up in health, so always has a little bit extra to work with. Strong choice for him. See how much work Rika can get done. Just picked up the Liandry's. A lot of front line to be hitting with that item. I wonder if this would have been a good Everfrost game. You know, shout out to our boy Nymera. I'll always mention him when there's an Ahri in the game.
Do you know what?
I feel like
it's always a good Everfrost game.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it normally is. But Liandry's definitely makes a fair amount of sense. He's always going to have a target to burn damage. He's going to do a fair amount of work. And he definitely needs to be an additional damage threat. He doesn't really need to be a sort of, you know, more utility CC. He needs to have a little bit more damage underneath his belt. I think and really having Aphelios for that as the game sort of approaches its mid to late point. It's going to feel a little bit dangerous. BDSA, speaking of them, they're in the river first for this dragon. SK Prime, they've got the numbers in the mid lane, but they're actually not able to get themselves far enough up to clear out this wave. So the priority goes over to BDSA. Will they get into the river in time, or will SK actually force numbers in? It looks like they will. Now they're just kind of playing cat and mouse.
Yeah, it was Aloy being a little bit slow to the play, but as soon as he turns up, there's a front line, there's some support, and the Rift Herald is going to make some noise in the mid lane, which means the BDS Academy are going to have to step forward and try and take it down. The charge comes through about half health on that tower, but this gives SK all the time in the world to move on forward, to take a little bit of zone. Rika missing out on the charm is pretty big, diving forward, looking for more, but can't find much. What's Puck going to do here? Catches Adam, but he doesn't take him over the wall, and the Renekton's not really someone you want to throw into your team as Rika throws himself towards the enemy team. Aloy moving forward, gets the stun onto Renekton. The damage coming through. Gadget with the ultimate, looking to burn through the top lane. If he can't find too much, Aloy goes low. Phantomus goes golden, but could well be assassinated. Shio dives forward to pick up the first kill of the fight, just like that. SK Gaming Prime forced away, looking for a hook onto Adam. Will be able to find it, but the follow-up is slow. And BDS in a 1 to stun up the objective.
That's just such a good job from BDSA, guarding the entrance to the river there. And that's why choke control can be so important, because just look at how SK Prime got their health bars minced by so many different AoE abilities. I'm sure we will get a replay of that. It's well, it's the best song in the game. Matt, who would have thunk it? As BDSA, they get engaged on by Aloys here. Adam gets, quite heavily chunked out, but look at this ultimate here. Wrong crown shot, so much damage, nothing. SK Prime, Phantomus can do about it after the initial engage. That AoE just kind of means that that's a lost fight for SK Prime as soon as it begins. And it all comes from BDSA holding fast in that choke, and Adam being such a big, beefy health bar that no one on SK Prime can actually get through.
Which could be a problem for them, especially in that mid-game where these picks are still super impactful and exactly how BDS want to be playing the game anyway. When the vision of the team comp and the most effective style of play at the time coincide, that's when you start cooking and you start performing. And for BDS Academy, of course, 1-0 up already in the group, unlike SK Gaming Prime, who lost their first matchup. If they can win this one, BDS that is, they're setting up a real gulf in the middle of this group stage and setting themselves up for a good time. Of course, still yet to face Heretics, which, if you've been watching European Masters, you know that's not super fun to do at the moment.
They're a pretty good team. It's funny you mentioned that, actually, because I hold that point. Crowny
might be caught out. Teleport coming on through. They really want to take down this Aphelios, but he's going to be on time with the Gale Force, and SK committing a lot, but ultimately gain very little.
I mean, they get the flash out of the Aphelios, so not too bad. A re-engage later on could mean he's dead. There's no Mikhails either as
Aloys.
Just caught out the re-engage there from BDSA. Means that he drops, and now they can actually pick up this mid lane tier 1. SK Prime going to have to just yield this entirely. Really nice response from BDSA. Very, very sharp on the trigger for response. But yeah, what I wanted to kind of talk about is Rika continues to fish for picks. Maybe that's the whole point, because these two teams don't really they want to give this one up just yet.
You have Bluff going to play around and gets out of range of Seal, who once again could cast the line and Hope. Unfortunately, Hope was really caught that time around, but they are prodding and probing and looking for an opportunity. Both of these teams still feeling in a scrappy mood, but I don't know if SK Gaming Prime really want to feel that way, because it does just favor BDS Academy.
At the moment, it just feels like the team fights are going in favor of BDSA, right? They've been able to utilize the charm from Rika to burst down that target so quickly. Crowny's had multiple strong ultimates as well to work around. I think SK Prime's composition is just going to need a little bit more time to come online so you can kind of recognize some of that front-to-back power. I think the crucial thing to note is that there's no, except for the top side matchup just now, it's not a major item discrepancy, despite the huge gold lead, 2,000 at the moment. I think that's always one thing you kind of have to track. Sometimes gold leads can be a bit deceiving, right? Item completions are what change how champions work. This Adam is going to be a lot of damage, actually, because there's Rika.
Yeah, Rika comes on through. Akash has to go golden to give some time for people to turn up, but no one's turned up for anything, and he goes down. Phantomus using his ultimate to get away, but Seals also being deleted, and now Phantomus may well go the same way. It's a rout as BDS take 3.
That's a complete route. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what eKaps was thinking there. Could have just tried to loop away. Gets collapsed on now with all 3 of those members going down. That should just be Baron for BDSA. As easy as you like. And speaking of Rika, the man who made that skirmish work out, I dropped by a stream last night after his match yesterday against Valiance, and he was kind of saying, you know, SK Prime might be something to deal with, but definitely more focused on Team Heretics. Not all too impressed with his team's performance yesterday as a whole, himself included. More looking forward to the matchup against the Spanish champions. Right now been playing as if he's just trying to fast speed run towards that matchup. And of course, at this rate, 2-0 both of the teams will be looking at as, yeah, eKas, I mean, maybe he's expecting faster follow-up for Panelist, but it looks like the trade actually came in from Rika beforehand. Phantomless a little bit chunked out, and yeah, just gets jumped onto, and then Phantomless, confusingly enough, goes in after the fact. Still gets caught out on the rotation. Loads of different decisions just being capitalized on by BDSA. Not really too much to say about that one. Bit of a head scratcher. SK Prime there looking for a pick. Adam is a little bit too damn tanky, to be honest with you. But look at Phantomless, because he's a little bit of fog of war. BDSA can spot this one out via Adam.
It is dark for BDSA, and SK can jump onto Adam. They're committing members, but nice flash to avoid the ultimate from Sejuani, and now they can look to turn it around. The speed is popped as Seal goes low, but we'll be able to get away. Adam still chasing forward, looking towards the pike as eKaps wants to clear out these minions and make it harder and harder to dive. But Shio gets the kick back onto Aloy, who's caught up, but they're looking to move forward onto bigger, fishier targets. Gadget diving around, but will go low. The exhaust secures his fate, as it looks like BDSA gonna take everything that they want, really. eKaps the only survivor, and they can grab the Dragon as well.
Yeah, it just feels like, to me, SK Prime in general, they're doing their best, really, to stay competitive, right? Stay kind of proactive there, but just absolutely removed surgically by BDSA. Flank gets caught out, and all of a sudden, SK Prime in a super awkward position where they're just being collapsed on their side of the map. Back down towards the bottom side. See, it starts with a pick, an attempted pick onto Adam. Glacial Prison goes right, and at this point, so many members are out of position because they tried to capitalize on the initial part of the engage. That Adam's able to punch out Seal with the teammate there. It's actually Furnival, I think, in the end, ends up clipping him. And yeah, too much of a collapses now, Adam.
A lot of trouble here, chased over by Aloys, and SK will be able to find him. That's a nice pickup
Do they just
for
flip the
the
Baron?
Prime League side. Do they flip it?
Looks like the answer's going to be no. Crownie has Infernum and Light Gun, which is not like the best combination of guns in the world, but for a clumped up teamfight in Baron, honestly, you take them. As it's like they all just disengage, walk away with the pick, be happy with that. The SK Prime, I feel like this was kind of a criticism I had mentally of them yesterday. Whilst the bottom side of the map was kind of being slammed by Jack Spectra and White in with the Nami Lucian, it felt like they had the opportunity maybe to try and play towards the top side, find, you know, some kind of leverage and gold there, and they never ended up doing it, and then it kind of bled into a mid-game play pattern where they weren't really too proactive either. This game, it feels like there's been definitely more signs of life, but BDSA have just responded so quickly to shut those down. It's felt almost impossible to really find some skirmishes. Now Seal's in trouble.
Seal. They found him, and the pike goes low. Members commit forward, and he's just a little bit too squishy. Caught out Rika with the final skill shot to take him down. BDSA, they feel confident starting this one up.
Yep, no reason to doubt them here, and Seal just quite out of position, poking and prodding, trying to find some kind of vision in the river for his team, but just goes down, does enough with his own movement, but say too squishy. Now BDSA, this Baron's theirs. You'll have to imagine they're going to try to look to open up the base at the very least with this buff. So far ahead. 9,000 gold. This Baron buff, let's see what they can do with it.
Feel like they're going to be comfortable to break some hopefully much outside the base, because they've already taken 2 inners and all the outers have already fallen. Crowley moving forward, looking to get onto Phantomless, but Cassandra a little bit too quick to get away, but the tower can't escape, so that one's going to be falling. 25, almost 26 minutes on the clock, and the first inhibitor will break down, or the inhibitor tower, I should say. The inhibitor itself will stand. A bit of a bounty collected on the bot side for SK Gaming Prime. They will lose everything on the top side as well outside of the base, and that just means it's inhibitor towers or nothing. As SK, can they clear out? Can they survive this?
I mean, they don't really have too much wave clear to work with. They do have a lot of engage options though, so if BDSA split up a little bit too much perhaps, but look at Rika.
All the damage going down onto Aloy. That's a lot onto Sejuani. Polymorph and almost assassinated, but looking to get forward now. Rika on the side, putting in damage on the Phantoms. Goes golden at the last second. They just don't have enough, but they're looking to try it anyway. As Gadget strafing forward, looking to pick up members, but the front line's gone, and Gadget is chased away. Members are committing, their health bars are low as Shio arrives in the fight as well. BDSA, Adam on a triple, can't find the Quadra because it's Rika all the way, and BDSA can push forward and end out this game.
It's a full house to end this game for BDSA. Double, triple. Get the inhibitor in the mid lane. They find the fight in the top side. I think Shio was tanking tower. That's why he stopped watching. There's no minion wave, so actually, they can use the top side. Phantomless will spawn up. This should still be game, but maybe they just play it safe. Don't give over some kills. And it looks like that will be the case. So this game isn't quite going to wrap up just yet. Definitely does feel almost inevitable. BDSA are in more than a commanding lead as Seal looks like they just play nuisance. But Rika's still around. Seal's dead.
Through and
okay, Seal's
actually
alive.
the charm missing means that Seal is very, very capable of getting away. Now it's going to be Sejuani chasing towards Aloy, or Adam even, because Aloy won't chase himself as he's looking towards Rika. There's the Banshee's Veil popped. He goes golden. Who's coming in? Herdot is running. He's only got small legs and turns the damage around as Rika goes long to Warcraft, saves him, and now he can secure the kill. Chasing forward, Shio might be a little bit extended there, but he goes in regardless. The kick on the 2. Gadget is deadly, chasing towards Phantomless. Adam's there as well. He's cut down. Crowny with the kill. As I don't know, Akaza, I don't think there's any way of you re-engaging this one. Adam still has that Baron buff and is diving forward. Seal hangs around, he's invisible, but all he can do is sit and watch. Can he find anything? Rika gets hooked, but I don't think the BDSA have any real worries. It took them a little bit longer than we maybe expect, but they will pick up the win over, oh my goodness, Seal. That's not fun. BDSA 2-0, undefeated so far in this group.
Not bad at all from BDSA. The expectation from a lot of these NFL seeds is complete domination and, you know, getting a little bit of revenge for their brothers in Vitality B. Of course, got absolutely dominated last night by the Unicorns, but really strong showing here in this group. Group C, of course. Great stuff. Up to 2-0. Now they have to face down Heretics. I think that's either tomorrow or Thursday's matchup there for sole control of this group, and a huge loss really to take here for SK Prime, right? They still have Valiance to play, and I'm sure that'll be a very explosive matchup, but they have to win that one, because if they go to 0-3, it's almost unheard of that you see a group that has, you know, 3-0, 2-1, 1-2, 3-0, 0-3, that you see that 0-3 team qualify out of the group. So massive, massive loss, and they have to pick things up, otherwise they will be facing elimination pretty soon.
Well, we love talking to an Aphelios player, so we've got Crowny joining us for the interview off the back of this one. Crowny, massive congratulations on the performance, not only in this game, but so far here at the Amazon European Masters. How's the team feeling about that performance?
I mean, I think it was kind of expected. I mean, we hold ourselves to like a high standard, so we knew we kind of have to storm this game if we want to win the whole thing, and that's our goal, so yeah.
Yeah, and I actually want to pick on those high standards because I dropped by Rika's stream yesterday and he kind of aired the same kind of thoughts to me. He said, we're more focused on Heretics. So I want to kind of pass that question on to you. Team Heretics, that's obviously going to be your next game. How are you feeling about that matchup, right? 1-to-1 with, you know, yourself and Jack Spectre on the bottom side, but also just kind of as a whole team, Team Heretics, they're looking okay for now. How do you feel your chances are in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think they obviously won Spain, so they are doing something right. But I think if we bring our A game, we should be able to win. I think we can beat every team in the tournament if we play it to our proper form. So it will for sure be an exciting match.
I'm really excited to watch it happen. I guess the final question for you has to be just as going forward, you've looked so dominant so far as a team. Yeah, there have been a couple of plays that maybe haven't gone exactly as you'd want. Have we seen everything that there is to see from BDS Academy? Is this the style of play that you want to be perfecting and honing, or do you have other stuff up your sleeve that you're ready to pull out if you need to?
No, I think we have a lot of things we didn't show yet. So I'm excited to go deeper in the tournament and to show more. And yeah, I think as opposed to like spring, we do play quite differently now because we have like new players. But so far, I think it's going good. And as I said, I think if we're on form, we're for sure one of the best teams in the tournament. And I'm excited to show more games to you guys.
Yeah, and I kind of want to ask, because you said you brought in new players, obviously. How do you feel like having Adam and Rika on the lineup has changed your spring iteration? Because it felt like definitely BDSA probably should have gotten out of the group last group stage in spring. Didn't quite manage to do it. How do you feel like Adam and Rika will potentially change things for you guys?
I mean, I would say like in spring, we played like more controlled, more for like slow leads and just Drake setups and just stack Drakes. I mean, we still kind of play for Drakes, but I think we're more explosive now with like Adam Rika. Rika's very good at like calling fights, and he's pushing people to like, you know, play aggressive or like step up and to play more like LPL does, I suppose you could say that. But yeah, I think that I would say that's the biggest difference as opposed to spring. In spring, also the meta was different, right? I mean, there were still like hyper carries, but they were like a different type. It was like Jinx and Aphelios. And
Jinx and Aphelios, yeah.
The supports were more like Tankage and melee supports and stuff. Well, now it's like Thresh and stuff. Well, now it's pretty much just enchanters, and the fights are very like people are just looking at each other, and then like Ari Charm or Violets or Lissandra, Wukong. So I would say the meta changed a bit, but I think it actually benefits us. For example, Renekton is very strong, right? And I think Adam is very good in that champion. So I would say the meta right now is good for us, and we kind of took a few things away from when they lost the LFL final, and I think everyone is very hungry to prove themselves.
I mean, that explosiveness was definitely seen in this game. Crowdy, massive congratulations on the win. It's always great to speak to you, and good luck in your matches going forward.
Thank you very much.
A little shout out to you as well, you know, LPL style, making you feel at home here in game number 5. So, let's have a look at some of these explosive plays that came out from BDS Academy, because it really did just look like from the off it was going to be them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I in my head, I still favored SK's composition, right? I really liked all of the agency tools and go buttons they had, but it felt like it was just misexecution after misexecution, and BDSA were so quick to pull the trigger and capitalize on any mistake that was made by SK Prime. That first fight by the chicken camp was the first major, you know, sort of signs that this game was going to be pretty stumpy, and then just felt like time and time again, BDSA were just faster on the rotations, right? Sure, Adam almost gets caught out here quick enough on the keyboard to just flash away from the rest of the chain CC. Even if he got hit by it, I don't feel like he would have died anytime soon. And then you can see BDSA collapse on the entire of SK Prime, just like wolves. And the rest of them just being slaughtered. And it felt like every team fight went like this. You saw the collapse of Rika, you saw the collapse of whole teams. Rika setting up time and time again with these charms onto key targets. Yes, it might not always be Gadget he's hitting, but if he's hitting the front line and they're just practically getting one shot, his job is effectively done, and just so snappy on so many of those decisions.
And at this stage, you know, Gadget's free firing, but there's just not enough damage coming on through, and when you have to re-engage with health bars that low, you know that it's not necessarily going to be your fight. But it was very, very difficult for SK Gaming Prime, of course, going 0-2 now in this group. It looks tough for them going forward. Obviously, they do have to play Valiant, the other team, down on the 0-2, but ooh, that BDSA versus Team Heretics matchup that's coming up, top of the table clash, that's going to be spicy.
Yeah, man, I am really looking forward to that one. I think BDSA, you know, as Crowley kind of highlighted, a lot was learned from the finals this time around, and obviously the change-ups and the meta changes in general, roster and game, have really seemed to benefit them a lot and how they like to play the game. So I think into Team Heretics can be a very interesting matchup to track. Of course, both teams, in a way, you could maybe argue, happy to play through the bottom lane, but definitely to me, BDSA, you have Adam Rika in your solo lanes, you're just going to kind of utilize that. We saw a lot of that here in this game. We'll see how that matchup ends up lining up. Excited for that one, but that means that with this win, of course, BDSA now 2-0 in the group, as you highlighted. On the flip side for SK Prime, they really desperately need to find a win, or next week is going to be an uphill battle, to say the least.
Last EU Masters, we had a massive semi-final between Ego Rogue and LDLC, and we thought that we'd give you a little bit of a run back, but you're going to have to wait a couple of minutes before these two giants go toe-to-toe to round out the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes.
all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. No energy that can move me, I feel like I'm in a movie. Watch how they try to imitate me, but can nobody else do me. People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in, can nobody defeat me. I got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Amazon European Masters final game of this second day of groups, and it's Viper and Jamada coming back at you for our final matchup. Ago Rogue up against LDLC. Last time I was in the LEC studio, not trying to brag or anything, watched these two teams go up against each other, very similar rosters as well, and LDLC came out 3-0 winners in that matchup, but best of ones, anything can happen.
Absolutely anything can happen, and I think a team like Go Rogue as well, you know, we saw some very creative drafts come out of them, you know, the Ivo and Rengar. I wonder if LDLC will play any respect to that in this draft, just to kind of remove away the potential of that kind of cheese coming out in a best of one, because they did pull out that Rengar Ivan in a very important match as well, outside of just the semifinals. So we'll see, however, whatever we get here, because I expect that, you know, LDLC, like normal, right? We kind of harped on it yesterday as well. There's no Karmine Corp to stop them anymore. There is no, you know, big bad main villain anymore to prevent them from finishing first in every, you know, event that they participate in. They've only finished second once to Karmine Corp in spring. Other than that, they topped the group. They came first in everything they played at, and I expect that they are looking to uphold that standard in the group stages. Go Rogue, though, paying a whole bunch of respect to Exekik and DOS, 3 bottom lane bans. And on the opposite side, LDLC, honestly doing the same thing. Yuumi kind of expected on that side. Don't tell me they're going to do it. I doubt they will. I think just a hover, a callback.
It's a hover.
But LDLC removing away the Poppy. Loads of things still open, right? Wukong, Renekton, Sejuani. The list just goes on for all the strong top side matchups that you can go towards, and Renekton will be the first pick here. So kind of potentially dissuades that Sejuani being locked in. But if LDLC want to play through the top side, they can just kind of end up with a Sejuani Wukong rotation at some point in the first 3, and they can live quite happy with this one. And Ika's Azir, something that is definitely very coveted, that I expect could end up seeing in his hands at some point. But I think LDLC, generally speaking, will look to pick up a very strong bottom lane very soon, as they will lock in the Azir.
I mean, locking the Wukong here as well is no bad thing, because it sets you up for a strong mid lane duo, allows you to go towards that top side as well. But as you mentioned, they want to get their bot lane in early, and it's going to be the Sivir that's locked.
Yeah, they played a lot of Sivir in the finals as, all right, here's where the shenanigans starts coming, I suppose. Looks like we're getting
the shenanigans full effect.
Sion plus Karthus. All right, so my expectation is that LDLC are probably gonna have to ban away Senna, unless we're actually gonna end up with Sion mid.
I think it's Sion mid, you know,
which is definitely a very big possibility. So we'll track how this draft goes for Go Rogue, but for now, LDLC, they've just picked up the Titans of, we're taking the game to 30 minutes and we're gonna scale and outscale you. So LDLC, I think correct response, take away the Senna so there's no Senna plus Sion in the bottom lane. I wonder what else they could look to remove away. What they'd be kind of remotely scared of here? Something like Seraphine from Laka could be an okay shout. Not really sure what else they would be happy to take away. But I think
you could look at the Zeri, maybe just get rid of those.
Just get rid of the Zeri. Like, if you're kind of afraid of ADCs in general, I think that's obviously the other good call. Just remove away that Zeri. I think the options are relatively open for LDLC in terms of what they actually do want to ban away, though. But Go Rogue focusing on some of those stronger pairings with the Sivir. They already know that they're going to be dealing with a very strong front-to-back teamfight composition. So taking away the Renata and probably another Enchana, I'd have to imagine, though they're actually kind of all gone. Renata, Lulu.
Karma is the one that maybe
you could
stands
really
out.
dig down for Karma. I think at this point, maybe you'd be more happy to take away, you know, another follow-up engage, like perhaps the Nautilus, so that it's just off the table entirely. So there's not, you know, Ornn plus Nautilus with these very two consistent damage threats. That could also be a possibility. They take away Doss's Taric instead. Pretty cheeky call out, but I think that always leaves up the opportunity for this Rakan to slip through. And now you have the Ornn Ultimate over the top. If it looks like it's going to find a couple of key targets, you can always just hit the kill switch, go in with the Rakan Ultimate, and really start to nail in some of your damage. But what's a Go Rogue going to round out this composition with? Because, you know, we said weird stuff. Ivan Rengar, they like to do that kind of thing. Is it gonna be? Well, all right, we get our answer. It's Yasuo and this Alistar in the bottom side. Yasuo, Alistar. So Alistar obviously 1-to-1 has a really good matchup into Sivir, right? Because Sivir spell shield can only block the headbutt and not pulverize, so you still eat the CC. And obviously Yasuo can follow up off of that, but also just kind of offers a nice amount of disengage potentially into the Rakan as an answer in the mid game. But what it does also give them is consistent physical DPS, because obviously they have the Karthus. LDLC are gonna pick up the Bel'Veth for Yike. Now, point of note, Yike has played a fair amount of Bel'Veth. He played it to round out their series against BDSA, where of course they picked up a victory. So LDLC, very familiar with this champion. I think this is the first game in groups. No, it definitely showed its head in play-ins.
Yeah, it did, but I think it wasn't played yesterday.
I don't think it was played yesterday. So for the groups enjoyers, you will get to see your first Bel'Veth game. We'll see how it ends up doing, because I think there's obviously a lot of misconception around Bel'Veth. Obviously, a champion that scales so heavily, you'd expect to be quite an sort of early game farmer. Honestly, whenever I see Bel'Veth in competitive play, if it doesn't snowball, it feels like it's kind of not that good. So I'll see what Yike ends up getting up to in this early game, because it doesn't really have a, you know, wide variety of setup in the early game to actually look for these ganks in the lanes. And he's definitely not going to keep up with a Karthus in terms of farming pace. So let's see what exactly Yike gets up to there on the Bel'Veth pick. Very exciting drafts on both sides, though. We spoke a lot about that front to back from LDLC. Speak about a Go Rogue. I think I'll just be real with you guys. We're just looking for explosive engages from Promiscu at Knight. Probably a strong top side 2v2 to look to play around as well. Knight's probably kind of just going to try and be a bit of a priority bot. Soak up loads of poke damage, but look for first move as frequently as he can. Try and assist Rebel on whatever play he is trying to make. But these fights will almost certainly be very, very explosive. With Rakan in the game, with that Ornn as well on the opposite side. Always looking for poking and prodding engages. See how things go. Let's run to the final game of the day.
Yes, we are. As we've got Ego Rogue on the blue side, LDLC on the red. First appearance for both of these two teams here at the Summer 2022 Amazon European Masters. Semi-finalists from last season. Of course, LDLC finalists last season. Came up against K-Corp, and you know what happens when teams do that at the finals of European Masters. It's not a pretty sight for fans of the other team. But Ego Rogue, I'm very, very happy they've gone for something a little bit quirky.
Yeah,
would be how I'd name this one, because we were actually talking to Solari, who covers the Ultra Liga in English, alongside Brillman, of course, on those broadcasts, and she was saying, look, not only do Ego Rogue now have to adapt in draft and kind of play around what the other team wants to be doing, they're quite happy to just adapt mid-game and change things up on the fly. And when they go for stuff that's a little bit stranger and has a couple of different options in terms of how they want to play it, it gives them that opportunity to say, well, plan A wasn't working, how do B, C, and D look?
Yeah, and that's a very, very powerful tool for a team to have. Not just, you know, having these kind of, you know, drafts that you won't see very frequently, but having the ability to kind of notice, okay, this isn't working, onto the next plan, or onto playing towards this engage instead. Just kind of means that Go Rogue really good at just reading game states, right? Saying, all right, this condition is no longer something we can play towards, or it's not potentially as efficient as it was maybe 5 minutes ago. We need to start playing towards this as soon as possible to give us the best opportunity. A lot of the times you'll see teams, they're starting to struggle with, you know, if they've got a one-dimensional team comp, or like, you know, a team that only really does a couple of things, they'll kind of throw their head at the wall consistently and hope that it works. That kind of adaptation is something that you don't often see in many teams, especially not at the ERL level. So having that on a Go Rogue's arsenal, definitely a very useful skill.
I mean, the one thing that does scare me a little bit, and it's one of those things that's working as intended, but could be an issue, is that Rabble is the only AP source of damage really from this Go Rogue side, right? On the Karthus, that's kind of how you want it, so that people can't itemize against you too effectively. But if Rabble starts struggling, then things could get pretty scary in terms of how easy it is to itemize against this roster.
Definitely will be. I think for a Go Rogue, though, they're always going to have, you know, those two consistent damage threats from Laka and Rabble. I think Laka may have a little bit of a hard time finding target access, and he's really going to have to rely on Promisq to kind of get into the backline on top of Exekick and Ica to give him that last breath to close the gap. But at the very least, we'll always be able to hit, you know, the likes of Ragnar and most likely Yike. So we'll see how he gets on, especially in the laning phase, falling a little bit far behind, as you would kind of expect from, you know, double melee into sort of range. Rakan, you know, his all attack range is a little bit larger than a melee champion. He's not quite a range champ, so, you know, kind of nitpick it short, but expect to see him fall behind in CS for now. But now they have level 3, maybe can look for a couple of engages here and there. Maybe once Rebel's actually around to capitalize.
Absolutely, and that's a double knock-up to help this one through, but Promisq does need to be careful as he is ignited down, has to hold on to that stun, get some damage down onto Exekick, and Rabble is the first responder, which means the LDLC could be in trouble. Laka looking to cut down Exekick, goes low, still alive, they haven't even turned onto him. Guys, Sivir, you need to go and do that. Team, Exekick won't be able to execute. You've got to imagine, and it's first blood going over the way of Rabble, but that was pretty messy, Rogue.
Yeah, but you know what, Will? They still got first blood, so does it really matter? And I just wanted both of those kills, or maybe to force out DOS' flash, and now Yike gonna take this opportunity to try and slip into the Raptor camp. Oh, this DOS will be in trouble.
Probably okay, he's a little bit too quick to get under tower. Laka just puts through a couple of autos and a Q just to keep him low. But that's what we wanted to see from this bot lane. That's what you were mentioning. Go on the aggressive when you hit level 3. Allow yourself to actually do some fighting, because sitting back passively isn't necessarily going to work. But the headbutt's just been used by Promisq, and Yike is en route, just floating on down, looking towards this Alistar. We'll be able to catch him in the outcome as he flashes forward away. But he's still alive as the flash forward comes through. Promisq now, they have...
Oh my god!
Okay, no, the Boomerang will be able to secure the kill as Yike now moving forward, looking towards Laka. Can he get him? No! As he survives, but Exekick will be able to secure the kill as he returns to lane. But Rabble looking for the Qs for Exekick. He's got his blue suede shoes on. He's gone dancing. Will he be able to get the kill? No, he won't. The Guardian keeps him alive as Rabble floats away. Here comes a train! But no one's hit by Knight as he bundles down forward. It is only a 2-for-1, but finish your meals, people. Come on.
What just happened with the bot side? Oh, I love a Go Rogue, man. They are so fun. You know, LDLC domestically, normally they kind of just show up, do their thing, leave, right? They don't really do much elaborating. They kind of just win with whatever draft they tend to show up with. It feels like a Go Rogue have come in all guns blazing with this draft.
Yeah.
And saying, you know what? We're not going to play you at any kind of standard game. This flash is so funny. I mean, they definitely see him slip into the alcove.
What's Promisq's plan? What's the plan here, lad?
It's not to live, I'll tell you that, but he still gets the double knock-up. That sets up for Laka and Rabble to actually open up here onto Yike, who isn't able to actually find much damage. See, Exekick doesn't dodge out on the first couple of Qs, but then Rabble, we've all been there if you're a Karthus player, you know, you miss a couple, and unfortunately the Guardian proc comes in. flash comes out, and then the train shows up, and it's just a brief moment of heart attack. Because speaking of heart attacks, we're back.
Promiscu gets the engage down onto Dos, looking for the damage. Nice knock-up, catching out onto Promiscu. Yike is chasing forward. Can he get the kill? Yes, he can, but isn't level 6, so can't reset just yet. Like moving forward, looking for damage on the lock-up. He's going to slide on through. The damage is massive. It's a shutdown going the way of Rabble as well. These fights, it's crazy. It's 2 for 2.
It's just a 2 for 2. That could have gone so wrong for LDLC. All of that chain CC coming through. Rebel has now just hit level 6 pretty early on in the game. Karthus is enjoying these team fights right now. 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. Lost Chapter already. He is on his way to that fast Leandries. This is exactly what LDLC don't need, is a Karthus getting hyper-fed. I think the only positive thing to note really is that Exekit can always spell shield the ultimate. Smile, but I think the fact that Luck has also been able to pick up a couple of kills for himself as well. The kills are kind of going where they need to the back pocket of the damage threats. We didn't actually get to see how this started up, and it looks like LDLC just wanted the red buff. The engage comes in from Promiscu. Knight's able to kind of play bodyguard-ish, but Ica stops that from happening. Promiscu gets chunked down, and this is a really nice decimating smash into 2 to 3 from Lucka. The Yasuo still Tempest. But again, it's just a 2 for 2. The crucial thing to know is that Rabble picks up an additional kill on a shutdown at that. Now he is absolutely fed out of his mind, and he's going to be approaching that Leandries very, very quickly. And Lucka also 2-2-2. Yes, dying in these plays, but still picking up the kills and the assists, much like Exekickers, is actually staying at parity right now. And the easy and lovely thing about having Yasuo bot is you don't really have to do any weird mental gymnastics. He builds ADC items, so you don't really have to be like, well, he's this far behind. He's not like an AP carry on the bottom side. You kind of gauge these strengths. That kind of, you know, hey, they're both AD carries, pretty much. It's just that one has loads of dashes. And a sword. And a sword.
Which isn't necessarily what you want in your ranged character, but he's not ranged. I'm just sitting here looking at Rabble on the Karthus, just like rubbing my hands together, because you know what? Members of LDLC have been escaping team fights with about 100 hit points. And do you know what Karthus loves? It's people being at about 100 hit points. Yes, so those Requiems could do some work for both of these teams. Maybe as shocked as we are about the early game scrappiness and the early game speed have slowed things down for the past couple of minutes. LDLC have now made their way onto the first dragon of the game. Yike just looking to break down the Ocean Drake, and Rift Herald we saw just moments ago taken by Rabble for his team as well. The Leandries has now been secured by the Karthus, so that is going to be a big spike.
It's a dragon, and then powered form pickup by Yike. But observers, I kind of want to ask, can we get a look at the total gold in the game? Unless a fight breaks out, because Knight looks like he's about to get caught out.
I think a fight's about to break on. Yeah, Yike is going to get some damage onto Knight. Of course, Sard is pretty tanky. Rabble has zero interest and is just going to do his Raptors instead, which, honestly, fair enough.
Player. Yeah.
As Yike actually goes very, very low. He's on 300. I don't know if it's his Requiem angle.
I don't think it's enough, unfortunately. Plus, the heal was there from Exekit if it was absolutely necessary. But you know what could happen here? This could be a wave soaker from Rebel. Now it's not going to crash entirely. Is he going to get the cannon? +1. There you go. And he's even going to eat some of the wave. Giga Chad Rebel, man.
I was like, oh, who left this wave here? Oh, I'll get it. Don't worry, guys. As he sees San like, yeah, thanks for the help in the last team fight, buddy.
Honestly,
he will stroll back.
Oh, okay, Lost should be fine. He's alright.
Oh, promise.
He's good. Don't worry about it. What are you worried for?
You know, sometimes you just gotta not hit your Q. Sometimes you just gotta miss your skill shots.
Wait, no, he hit it. No, he hit it.
Did he?
Yeah, no.
Turned around though. It looked like it was the other direction.
It was just one of those weird animation things. It said over Doss's head that he was airborne, but obviously he didn't go up in the air.
He didn't look very airborne, is all I'm saying. But now I take it back then. Promiscu, great combo. Good job. As we do hit the 11-minute mark, things slowed down significantly off the back of the early game, which I'm pretty thankful for. Honestly, it lets us kind of address the situation and look at how these two teams are hanging around. Reminded that there is a top lane in this game. Ragnar and Symmevac have been chilling, I think is the best way to describe it. The Renekton having a slightly better time, which you do expect.
Is like every solo queue top lane game where the top laners kind of just handshake each other and go, so we coin tossing which of our teams is just gonna, you know, win or lose? Yes. And then they just fight each other in the top side. Symmevac as expected, getting the better end of the matchup. Renekton into a lot of these tanks. Just has a really easy time, can't be bullied out. Blade the Ruin King just means that once he's on this spike, you always have to be worried about the empowered W proc. You immediately get the active out of the Blade the Ruin King, and just in general, 3 Blade the Ruin King procs in such a short amount of time often means that he's one-shotting a lot of the squishier targets, heavily chunking out the tanks. Now, Rift Herald, it was picked up, and subsequently it's going to be put down here.
Ragnar looks for a knockup onto Rabble. We'll be able to find it. Members are coming up from both teams. Promiscure arrives, so it is Ica looking for the damage onto Carpus. He flashed away, burning low, but still alive as Yike on the side will be able to stop the tower from falling as he solos out the Rift Herald on the charge. Ragnar and Sinovac, though, they're thinking about going for another scrap, but everyone else has left. They're not interested in the top lane. Actually, Yike's going to stop his recall and move back towards the top lane, so we could see the Crocodile in a bit of trouble if he decides to overextend, but he's got a wait to clear up.
He does. Oh, that's a red buff on Laka, by the way.
Oh, Exekick on the hunt, but is exhausted. The knockup would be massive. Nice spell shield, but it goes directly through. There comes the ultimate, the Requiem, but it doesn't do too much to anyone across the line. And LDLC will be able to just back away without losing a member.
Yeah, for now, Laka really is fancying his chances there. Gets the heal and the ultimate out of DOS. Not too bad, but Rebel did exchange that Requiem. The top side of the map, however, we spoke about how Simovac had kind of just been silently winning this lane.
Ragnar,
I think, looked quite quirky, but Simovac probably wouldn't have been able to follow up on it either way, but still gets Ragnar's flash, so tangible results either way. Not too bad. Yeah, Simovac picks up that whole tower with the plates. Already had the Blade the Ruin King. Now will be fast tracking towards that Frozen Fist. Really, really strong up on the top side. A lot of core items being completed now for a Go Rogue across the board. First items already in as well on the opposite side for LDLC. It's just really Ragnar waiting to hit that mythic point. Everyone on the Go Rogue there. Of course, Blade the Ruin King, not a mythic, but it might as well be one, given how strong it is.
I'm just waiting for something to kick off, because it does have the feeling of both these teams ran into each other early game just to test what was going on, see what was happening. But now AO Rogue have found themselves a decent gold lead, 2,500 to the good, and as you mentioned, have all but their support picked up their first major item, Mythic or Blade of the Ruin King, if you're a Crocodile. And do they want to now start searching for fights? Are they in a position where they want to start putting their foot to the pedal once again?
Yeah, one item definitely not too bad. I think what you really have to think about is that LDLC will get stronger as the game progresses with these item spikes. Azir, Sivir, Bel'Veth, infinitely scaling. So the sooner that you can look for engaging in fights, probably the better. You obviously have very strong scaling in your own right, but you just don't want to give LDLC more agency and time to scale up to a point where they get to pick and choose when they go in, when they look for these 5v5s. So I think Go Rogue probably going to start looking to fish for some engages relatively soon. But again, the options of engage are really limited. And you know what? I'm kind of turning myself into the cloud salesman. We've had three souls today.
You've been chatting to the observers, haven't you? Because as we all know, if you're not in on this reference, observers choose which dragon soul.
Yeah,
that's
of course,
just how
that's
it works.
just how it works. Yeah.
It's not an algorithm, it's the observers for competitive. It's different on TR to live, don't worry about it. But it's all been clouds as we got a little bit of fight in the bot side. Xkick needs to be careful, but we'll be able to back away under his tower, and Yasuo doesn't want to follow. LDLC on the back foot at the moment.
And he even pops the ultimate just to run away a little bit faster. A Go Rogue. Laka in particular, 1v1, just winning out as you'd expect. Yasuo into an AD carry. We'll just take that tower for free by himself. Not too shabby. I think a Go Rogue now. I'm just going to look to try and start to collapse towards the mid lane if I had to wager a guess. If you can break that mid lane tower when you have so much wave clear to deal with limited options of engage and siege, you're really winning out quite hard. Ziyke wins out on that smite battle. Picks up the blue buff, and that tower is collected, and they are fighting over these jungle camps right now. DOS is going to be forced down, and it seems like Go Rogue will take their prize of a Grump and likely just back away. LDLC, though, like you said, kind of on the back foot, but again, they have the scaling aspect in their favor. They're always going to have these consistent damage threats and options for engage. It's just about how they're actually able to use them and whether or not the Go Rogue are able to push, you know, the boundaries of what kind of engages they can find, considering how limited their engage options are in comparison to LDLC.
Absolutely, and Yike, of course, does still have the Rift Herald Eye that he can look to blow and get some damage with. And if you're a team that scales and choo up to the top side for Knight, then getting a couple of these towers down earlier and speeding that process up just a little bit can be exceptionally useful. So keep your eyes peeled on where that one's going to drop. It is second Herald, of course, so not going to be getting those additional gold plates that you can confirm with the first one. But it's still going to be very, very useful to break over stuff like the mid lane tower, which is pretty healthy at the moment.
It definitely is. And with the Herald on the side of LDLC, like you said, it's going to be kind of hard to brick this one. Let's see how Agoro go about it. Limited forms of engage again. Not the longest range composition either. It's not like they have poke options. Maybe to deal with some of the wave clear that will be omnipresent here for LDLC. And LDLC, they're the kind of team that will just play slowly if they have to, or they can just get engaged on.
No, Rogue aren't interested in playing this one slowly as they dive on board, but Yike is here, empowered to the nines as teleports come on through. LDLC disengage. All the falls got blocked by Lucka. Windwall denying that one. LDLC, they pull out all the stops, and they do manage to stop Rogue for now.
They didn't really hit on that point too much. The fact that Yasuo was in this game against the Ornn can always Windwall the Ornn ultimate. So imagine that Windwall wasn't there. The re-engage could have definitely been on for LDLC, and the chase down could have ensued. Lucka just does a good job of holding that one. I think that's going to be a very important cooldown to track, actually, because outside of that Ornn ultimate, he doesn't really have to spell shield too much besides the Sivir. So I think he's likely going to be holding on to that Windwall every single time he knows that Ragnar could be looking for something here. Speaking of top laners,
damage coming through. Knight goes over the wall, but can he escape? Can he survive? He has got passive, so will be involved as Sinovac runs on through, looking for Iker as the target. Have deleted him, and now turning towards Yike, who's going on through. Doss is there as well. Ego Rogue are coming. The first one there is going to be Lucka, looking towards Doss and Yike. Can't find the damage onto the Rakan, but it's really bigger fish that he is hunting, but can't find Yike this time around. Doss jumps out as well, and LDLC, pretty criminally, will be able to get away from this one. Promiscu diving on forward to stop the re-engage from achieving too much. And Lucka decides not to pull the trigger on the ultimate.
Not sure whether to say Lucka was pretty unlucky on those Qs or that was just really fancy feet from LDLC. Either way, the end result is the same. They walk away with what feels like a bit of a heist, to be honest with you. Knight will return back out onto the map on the bottom side by a teleport. And this Cloud Dragon now spawns in 40 seconds. I think we start to track a lot of the IM completions again, where these champions are at in overall strength. Ragnar, despite falling quite far behind, actually has 2 items completed because they're significantly cheaper than Silverback's. Also had the free boots to work with, and this Herald will charge into the mid lane and briefly give LDLC first move from the mid lane. You'd have to imagine by 15 seconds left on the Dragon Spawn up. That might not actually amount to too much, as
Further extended here, the Hunter's being called and members of LDLC collapse on through. Simple as that for Exekick.
Yeah, pretty over-aggressive there from Lucka, like you say, very simple for Exekick to just pull the trigger on the Ulma and bring everybody else in. Now that tower will drop. It's quite low, but I think with the numbers disadvantage, they should still be able to play this one out. However, I think the key thing to know is that both Ulmas from Doss and Exekick burn, so they're just looking for a play on the top side.
Gonna be called out as well, bots the Dominus, but it doesn't matter, as it'll be an easy secure for Yike.
Yeah, really good stuff from LDLC. I think they recognize they can't contest the bottom side because Exekick gets chunked out, so they just go towards the top side of the map. Cloud Dragon, you know, one Cloud Dragon giving up at the end of the well. It doesn't even look like they're going to give it up, because if you hand down to that dragon as this tower falls to Icar, actually picking that one up, and now the re-engage comes.
Oh, it's a 2v2. Promiscu stops at his track, still has the Pulverize available as Knight. Bit too slow to chase up and probably doesn't want to without the damage in tow. LDLC get away with it once again. The dragon was actually stopped, so no one's secured that one. But Jamada, you know what? I'll be pretty lenient on you today.
Oh, yeah.
We've already had Ornns in this game. We haven't played our favorite game. Name the ornament. Jamada, what's the ornament called? Oh, you're going to be saved for a second. His X-Kick may well be in trouble, dancing away, but can't escape. The damage comes from Lucka, and he will be able to kill the kill, but Doss now looking to try and get some damage down. Here comes Yike. He doesn't survive, as now he's looking towards Promiscu. It looks like Bel'Veth might be able to take down the cow, will be able to for the double. The resets are there. And it's all about LDLC. It feels like momentum has swung.
It really does. I mean, Ego Rogue just getting a little bit too over eager. Specifically, honestly, just luck. Execute. He really wants these solo kills. I mean, technically, it does take him down, but his life sacrificed alongside Promiscues means that LDLC will pick up this dragon. But both these teams miles away from Assault. That's not going to be in the equation for at least another 10 minutes at the earliest. But gold swing, momentum swing, back over to LDLC. And again, the more standard composition, the ones that we're always going to understand how they function, what they do. The knock-up just lands. Simple as that. Doesn't get spell shielded. X-Kick, spell shield some of the damage after the fact. Able to flash away from the Q. Knight does follow. And I think DOS helps out with the Guardian proc with his E. But also it looked like he might have cancelled an auto attack with his W, hard to tell. Promiscue follows his ADC to the grave. And will unfortunately fall. As, of course, the resolving play was that dragon.
Yeah, that's all very interesting, but what's the item called?
The what?
The Ornament. This fight's not going anywhere, we got time.
No, it looks like it's going somewhere, to be honest.
No, it's cool. What's the item called?
It's like, it starts with
you
an R.
should actually know this one.
It starts with an R.
Always builds this one.
Yeah, it starts
so
with
it's
an
always
R.
the first one.
It's like grasp, something grasp, like something forge grasp. That's all I'm giving you. All right. By the way, Simovac. All right, he's not going to chase me.
No, they're chilling. They want to know too. What's it called? I actually know the answer to all of the items on the list, so this is fine for me.
This is Rhyme Forge grasp.
Yeah, it is. Clap in chat for Jamada.
I'm such a nerd.
It's only taken like a year and a half of casting with me to learn the name of literally one item. If you've got a tournament that needs a caster, make sure to @Jamada casts.
It's not even my handle.
I don't know what your handle is. I don't look at your Twitter. Don't be stupid. Fortunately, we'll check back in when more ornaments are built, so don't you worry. There's plenty of time left in this game. And it does feel like there's plenty of time because LDLC were behind. They've got the tempo and the stabilization, but this composition doesn't necessarily win super quickly.
No, it doesn't. I think key thing to know as well is that Go Rogue are actually on a pretty heavy spike here. They've got 2 items across the board. Go Rogue champions right now, in theory, if they can find their very, very slim condition team fight, should be winning out on LDLC. I think Ica and X-Kick need at least another item before they can really match and output what a Go Rogue will be putting on the table. So this could be a window, but again, it feels like a Go Rogue have been looking for that window. It's even at times been open, but unfortunately, right underneath the entrance to the window, it's just the death pit that LDLC keeps luring a Go Rogue into.
Which is maybe Rogue being aggressive, and they've backed off a little bit because they fall into this pit of despair, which does mean that LDLC pick up the win. And it's one hand quite smart to pull back and say, like, right, Lucka especially, stop your nonsense. We're going to play this game out. We've got some tools that go to the late game. Unfortunately, LDLC are pretty happy with that state of affairs, you've got to imagine. So, Vega Rogue, do they have to find this perfect happy medium?
Yeah, I think so. Just try and get Promiscue onto the backline. It feels like we haven't already seen him get on top of X-Kick or Ica in the mid game. Once they actually find an engage, it should be alright, but just haven't been able to. Lucka has that Infinity Edge now as well. It's not a Blaze During King rush, which of course gives you a very strong one item, but kind of delays that like Infinity Edge spike, which you often obviously have with Yasuo and Yone. 2 items in. He is super strong and only going to get tough to take down. In a while. Is being snuck away. It's being pinged out though, so I think Rogue have an idea it's going on, but how fast will this one burn down? Look at the health bar, 4,000, 3,000 already.
So quick, members of Rogue are here. There's the sun. Keep your eyes on the Baron. It is secured by LDLC. Yike grabs that one, and the empowered ultimate reset that we see, of course. Simovac on the side, looking for Ica. The assassination can find it, but is now in trouble. Here comes Yike, the rest of LDLC here as well, as Knight does manage to get the knock-up. Won't be able to provide too much more assistance, but Rabble floating through on the other side of the fight. We're checking in on X-Kick, who's caught out by Lucka. There's damage, there's exhaust, but it looks like Simo will be able to kite away moving forward, but will be able to grab the double. Promiscue in shambles. The ultimate from Rabble doesn't achieve too much, as Knight now will also fall. Will be able to take Yike with him though, as Ragda and DOS, the 2 survivors of the play, but they do survive with Baron Buff. Actually, that's a lie. X-Kick's alive too.
It's all coming up for LDLC right now. A Go Rogue get the Baron snuck away from them, and they lose the subsequent fight because it's on about 3 different fronts, unfortunately. And Lucka isn't able to find the last breath target. found multiple knockups, but not onto the target he wants, Exakick. Unfortunately for them now, LDLC have the Baron. They're going to push into the base, crack it open. They'll take an inhib for now. Looks like they'll retreat back towards the Dragon, pick that one up, and look to reset back out onto the map with a minute and a half left on this Baron.
A little work being done by Exakick in that fight, of course. Excellent kiting away. Forhem has now picked up his third item if you discount boots, and LDLC will also be looking to pick up that Dragon Soul. But more importantly, Jamada, what's the ornament called?
Wormfall and Sacrifice.
Yeah, there we go. Simple as. That
one's quite easy.
The most build. Yeah, that's, you know, I'm looking forward to if they get to DOS, because I know you don't know that one. As we will have another look at that fight, and as you mentioned, 4 different fronts.
Yeah, you know, you've got the fight kind of going on in the pit initially. You've got the fight on the top side where Simivac does eventually take down Iker, but he gets collapsed on very quickly. Knight, the Giga Chad Knight, just says, you know what, I'm going to flash over the wall and try and help my top laner, but he's already dead to rights. Rebel doesn't have enough damage to follow up.
Though, they called out Yike, he goes low, will go down eventually, cut down by Simivac. What looked like a team fight has just turned into a pick though, as Ago Rogue can't press forward.
Yeah, and that's kind of big. I think taking down Yike could potentially stymie some of the power that LDLC could have had in this siege, but I think still willing to move forward. They've got Iker in the mid lane. They could bring him down to the mid lane, to the bottom side, excuse me, but looks like he just wants to farm it up. Promiscu
has to go golden, but I don't think he survives very much longer after that one, as Sivir doing so much damage. Here comes the Requiem, but it's not going to do too much. Spell shielded by Sivir, tanked by everyone else, and this should be the inner tower falling as Rogue back away.
Yeah, I mean, pick good, but unfortunately for Rogue, still too much power in LDLC. Promiscu gets chunked out too quickly to actually look for an engage. No one from Rogue, Lucka or Rebel actually able to lay in meaningful damage, and that's always kind of been the way, right? Sure, you can always get the Requiem down. Sure, you're going to hit everybody but Exakick most times. Excuse me, most times than not. But it's also about the target access for Lucka, and he's just not really been able to have it in the team fights enough to a point where it's actually a cause of concern for LDLC. Time and time again, just winning out with this, you know, safe, stronger scaling team composition. It's what we expected. The Rogue had a lot to work with out of that early game. They had a very strong Karthus. A lot of that started to fall to the wayside. Now LDLC have their time to play.
And time on their side. I think that they'll be feeling as they move towards Rabble. They move towards Karthus. Nigel there as well, but he's going to stumble away, as it's just going to be simple as that jungler takes down jungler, as it's another kill for Yike.
Another kill for Yike. Spellbeth is really strong. He's going to pick up Swarm on the back end. And actually, how many? He's got 87 stacks. I don't know what's good for Belveth stacks, so I'm not going to comment on whether or not
good.
It's, you know, good or bad. But he has, what is that, 2.98 attack speed. So I'm just going to say it's good. And continue on, like LDLC will with this siege in the top side. And I think Agorog probably slowly bleed away here. They have to just try and find an engage, give Lucka backline access. Otherwise, I think LDLC are just going to close out this one cleanly.
Simivac on the side is pressing down in that bot lane, keeping some pressure on, as Ego Rogue not going to be able to stop Ports, because that would lose them the game if they attempt to do that at this stage into all 5 members, but it's just going to be losing out a couple of inhibs for that top inner. It is also an objective bounty, but for Ego Rogue, has the window of opportunity passed?
I mean, I think it's tough to say. It's very easy to just be like, yes, but this is also one of those kind of compositions where all it takes is Promiscu to, like, you know, do an Alistar thing where he just knocks up everybody on the team and it gets followed up by a last breath. So I will hold my breath on a Go Rogue actually finding an engage, but feels like LDLC have just done such a good job at denying this combination from ever happening. As we kind of expect from them as the first team for LFL. It's like the most winningest team. I keep on saying this phrase, the most winning team.
Winningy. That's not right. Like,
it can't be, but point is, they win a lot. They don't really know what it's like to lose too frequently this lineup. And,
well, except European Masters Spring Finals. Am I right, K-Got fans?
I miss the K-Got. Yeah, so do I, man. I miss the banner that I had with them. I wonder, like, what do you reckon the
mischief?
It was great, though.
No, do you know what? You're putting it off. What's the Rakan's ornament called?
It's
That's not a word. Just for heads up, for those of you who don't watch that much League of Legends and just tune in for European Masters, this dude has cast LEC and LPL this split and doesn't know the name of this item.
Yeah, by the way, Baron's going down. It's dead.
Yeah, I know. Nice actually got in for it.
this.
It will be secured as LDLC. You've got to imagine that they take his fight, but Lucka dancing around his wind wall. A lot of damage going to come through from the wet ground, but it is Spellshield. X-King actually runs down, so he does take a decent amount of damage, but so does the Ego Rogue line of LDLC are ripping them to shreds. X-King untouched as Simnavac, last man standing. Rabble actually floats down mid lane to escape as well. I don't know if the Crocodile will be able to do the same as Yike smites for the slow, knocks up for the damage, and Ragnar helps with the kill. It should be simple as that teleport comes through to the mid lane. LDLC once again take down Ego Rogue.
Yep, the semi-final rematch is going to end exactly how it started, with LDLC taking down a Go Rogue. Keep their clean record against them this year. They will go 1-0 up in the group to end out the day. A Go Rogue, you have to credit them for coming out with a spicy draft yet again. Unfortunately, after the early game, it felt like LDLC just had all of the standard tools to close this one out. They had the massive range advantage, they had the wave clear. There was no real hard forced engage tools from the side of a Go Rogue to actually force the issue with this Yasuo that they had that was very, very strong, and for Rabble as well to follow up on some of that with his damage from the Requiem or just outright Qs. And unfortunately, it just turned into a game where LDLC said, oh, you can't actually fight us because we have towers, and that's about it. We'll just sit here and scale. It felt like they couldn't keep the game bloody and messy like they did in the early game to actually utilize their team composition. LDLC just outscaled them.
And sometimes the games just happen like that, right? As you mentioned, Ego Rogue definitely capable of pushing forward and starting things up. And in the early game, they built themselves the lead, but LDLC had the composition that ultimately was stronger. And they played the game slightly better across the entire length of it. And do you know what? We're going to have an interview as well. Dos is going to be joining us on the bottom of the screen to talk us through that victory once again over Ego Rogue. Dos, massive congratulations on the result. How confident are you guys feeling after that first win here at the Amazon European Masters Summer 2022?
I mean, I think actually every time you start like a new tournament, you're not like too confident in the beginning. You need to like kind of get a feel of how everyone is playing, and obviously meta is different in every region kind of, so need to get like a bit of a feeling. I think this game was a bit shaky in the early game because they played like a lot of champions that we haven't played against all season actually, so yeah, a bit shaky start, but I think the more games you play, the more confident we'll get.
Yeah, and momentum, very important, of course. I think you guys as a whole have been on a roll this year. You've only not finished first last EU Masters Spring. And I want to ask you about that with K-Corp gone and generally the perceived strength of the LFL and obviously yourselves as kind of the, well, you're the champions is how it works. How are you feeling about, you know, the tournament as a whole, right? Because most people put LDLC down as the favorites. The only team to have actually taken you down in a best of 5 and international tournament, not here. How do you feel your chances actually are?
I mean, I think last year's EU Masters, we actually had like the upper hand as well, I would say. Like, I expected to win that one, honestly. I still think if we like played better on the day, then we would have won. And I think on the same, like this EU Masters is like probably ours, but it's like too early to say, obviously, because I also think that it's not always the better team that wins, honestly. Like, you can have like a bad day, or you can get surprised in draft or something, or whatever, you know. It's like you can lose 3 games in a row and then you're out, obviously. So I'm not sure, like, we take it one game at a time.
That's really interesting to hear, of course. Having that slightly more reserved aspect is saying, yeah, we're good. We're going to definitely put a run on this one, but not necessarily going to be going guns blazing. We're going to win everything, rah, rah, rah. It's very interesting, though, in this group that you found yourselves in, because, of course, Ego Rogue you took out in that semi-final. X7 Esports also disposed of them in the knockout stages as well. Does that give a slight advantage to you as a team, knowing that you've already got history with this group of players in taking down these opponents?
I think not really, honestly. Like, I think, honestly, I think just LFL is like a lot better than other regions. Like, even Spanish League, German League is like not too much competition in those teams. So I think if you just play like we normally do, then I there's not really an issue too much with these teams. It doesn't really matter too much who we play against.
Awesome. And I'm going to annoy our producers because they said that was the last question, but I do have one more just because, you know, I've got to give some love to my friend Ragnar up in the top side. Dos, you were given an Ornn upgrade at the end of that game. Do you know what it's called?
You shouldn't ask me these questions. I have no clue.
Well, Dos, it's always an absolute pleasure to talk to you. Massive congratulations on the strong performance. And
thank you, man.
In the group stages.
Thank you.
Reliquary of the reliquary of the golden people. Do you know what? I reckon Dos is never going to forget that, though.
I don't think he cares.
Narrative. Do you know what? Let's have a look back at this game before I firmly get myself kicked off the. I'm meant to be casting tomorrow. Who knows if that's happening now? Ego Rogue, things looked messy early, but they seemed to be favoured. But things just slowly got away from them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just had loads of opportunities, right, to kind of further their lead in moments like these, but they kind of just overstepped the mark, right? Lucka stepping too far forward, Dos able to keep Exec alive for a brief moment to actually allow more members to close in from the LDLC side. And it felt like definitely we saw maybe Lucka overextend 1 or 2 times. We perhaps shouldn't have, looking for those solo kills onto Exekick. And this was just a really clever Baron from LDLC. And from this point on, it felt like the momentum was fully swung into the French side's favor. And unfortunately, like we kind of hit on, right? Not a lot of range, not a lot of range of engage as well. And there was just so much consistent wave clear, so much consistent scaling on the side of LDLC, which meant that if Agorogue weren't able to, you know, really push their lead hard and fast, unfortunately, this always felt like the, you know, expected outcome, that the Sivir and Bel'Veth will just outscale you. And you can kind of see it in the damage charts a little bit.
And that's unfortunate for Ego Rogue, but of course LDLC looked like such a strong team. A lot of people pegging them as favourites in this tournament, especially with K-Corp being absent this time around. And they came out to show exactly why people think they're so good. LFL, Dos was saying, they just feel better than everyone else. And honestly, looking at the way that the game day has been as a whole, as we move into these replays, it has felt like that. But there was you know, Game Ward up against Matchco. It was a hard-fought game, but there was only ever going to be one winner, really.
Yeah, it really did feel like that. To me, Matchco not able to really push through the top side of the map. When you have like Wukong Sejuani, this combination, you can really shut down the top side pick, like Aatrox, for example. But felt like, to me, it was just Game Ward that were always first to the move, always making the proactive picks that they wanted to. And it was never really Matchco that had a proactive in anywhere. And unfortunately, Game Ward, the LFL proud, all the LFL teams, I think they picked up a victory. Of course, as we'll see as we go through the B-roll here, Heretics, of course, kind of nonchalantly swatting aside Valiance by the end of this one.
Absolutely. Got to give a shout out to Arcane Teddy, as always, representing his first European Masters. He's come through the UK scene quite a lot, so we've had a lot of time with this guy, but not strong enough to stand up to Heretics with his team this time around. And Heretics set up for a very, very exciting matchup up against BDS Academy at the top of that group. But then we got the NLC up against the Prime League. Big derby matchup, and it was Dusty from Iceland and a very, very unfair looking Mordekaiser that took this game.
This was just a monster Mordekaiser angle. I always was kind of hoping that Curb domestically would pull this pick out, and I'm glad that he decided to. They actually had a brief word with him, and it felt like Dusty were maybe considering not doing it, but Curb was very insistent, and that insistence definitely paid off as this game from X7 as well. Really, really strong from them. And Northsys definitely had something to say in this game, but honestly, once X7 had a grip of it, there was never really any letting go. And unfortunately, for the GLL side, they'll pick up a loss here. This was the game that opened up Group B, of course. Very close fight in this one, but it was always going to be X7 that it felt like came out on top.
And that left NLC undefeated off the back of today's games. But in this 5th game, BDS Academy, once again, amazing show from the LFL representatives, taking down the Prime League, SK Gaming Prime. And this game, very, very, I won't say easy for BDSA, but it seemed pretty routine.
Yeah, definitely did, as, you know, with that loss on the side of SK Prime now 0-2, they really need to pick up a win if they're going to hope to find any kind of, hope, actually, in making it into the top 2. Speaking of being 0-2, here are the standings for today.
Yeah, it looks very good for LFL. Vitality B, the odd ones out there, having taken the loss today. Ultraliga, currently without their first win as a region. Things looking shiny for NLC as well. 3-0 as a collective, but these groups, it's early days. Let's not draw too many lines in the sand here. C and D, obviously it's going to be a bit harder for the teams on the bottom than the teams at the top, but there's plenty of League of Legends still to be played.
Yeah, definitely so. Dusty still needs to play Game Ward. Schalke still needs to play Matchco in that Group D, and obviously the same thing for Group C as well. Those teams that are 0-2 need to play each other still. The teams that are 2-0 need to play each other. So a lot will be decided in their next matchups, and that will kind of set us up, of course, for our second round robin next week. But that's next week, of course. We still have more games to go.
Absolutely. Not today, though, but we do have one play to go. It's the 1+ play of the day. Jamada, there's a couple of ones that we watched which might have got a shout, and you know what's coming from that last game?
It's going to be the Baron pickup, and honestly, yeah, I like this play. This was pretty good. It's just more or less about LDLC sneaking away this one for free. I will knock up from the Ornn. Really, really nice T-Tools in the chat for that. And LDLC, who are never really in a position to lose this team fight at all. A Go Rogue, again, we have to commend them, right? I think for coming out, all guns blazing, swinging to the walls with a draft like this. Yasuo Karthus. But LDLC, they play things by the book this time around, and they are not caught off guard, probably expecting some shenanigans after their semi-finals battle, of course.
Of course, but let's have a look at the schedule, because as you mentioned, there are more games to play tomorrow, and this is what we're going to be looking at. Matchco up against Schalke to kick us off at 5 p.m. 0-2 Dusty, Vitality B, Anofoses, Famagusta up against a Go Rogue, Game Ward, Dusty, LDLC, X7 Esports. Maybe the match of the day, but I'm looking at the last one, Unicorns of Love up against Giants as well. There's a lot of big action tomorrow.
I mean, loads of important matchups at the very start of the day, right? Matchco, Schalke, of course, really important for that group. But look at those last 3 games, man. Unicorns, Giants to round things out. Dusty, Game Ward, both 2-0. That is a stacked schedule. And I cannot wait to see how things turn out. Very important matches across the board, but also very hype matches in general.
I'm going to make it like some of these teams today, and I'm going to quickly run next so that we can get to those matches a little bit faster. That is all we've got time for here at the Amazon European Masters for today. So for myself, Viper, Jamada, Bulldog and Duckling, who started out the day, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for watching. Same time, same place tomorrow.
Turn on the lights.